Actually, do you need a hit of cope?
Chat, hello. How are you all doing?
I don't need it, actually.
Okay.
Don't give me it. Don't even tempt me.
Well,
I know I just asked for it. What team?
Pen's working.
Sentinels, of course.
What's up, everyone?
Do I need to cope for Sentinels?
Good evening, good evening.
Bangkok. Surely I don't need to cope for them, but I think that they will bounce back from Bangkok. Bangkok was a rough showing
There's the
for them.
YouTube chat.
But you know what
Zilv,
this team
thank you
has?
so much,
They have a
Zilv.
lot of resilience. They have a mature player in the form of Zekken, who is
Wait,
now
what number is
one
that?
of the younger players that we've got in the league, but
Zilv,
actually one of the most
54,
mature,
bro.
I think, as well.
Crazy.
With Kaplan at the helm too. I think that they'll be able to navigate
Insane.
this rocky,
Maxi
tumultuous
House as well.
times.
Thank you so much, man.
Facing,
Appreciate the
you
tier
know,
1. Thank you for the
they're
7
sitting on the
months.
7 Cs right now.
How are you all doing?
We're
excited for the games? Any 2G believers?
The wind's not blowing them. They might be going straight into some like rocky shells or something like it. Something's going on there, but it's okay. Kaplan's a good captain.
They're going to hit the coral reef.
The coral reef might be scraping the bottom of the ship.
Not
It's
you.
okay.
Chat, why has no one said
Very
yeah?
good at patching up the hull.
Okay.
Why is no one stepping up?
According to Bren, is being patched up by
We can bring back
Sentinels.
the stew analogy too.
You chose 2G for your
Now,
pick'ems.
it is time to see Wyatt. What is your code?
Sometimes you gotta, sometimes you gotta be bold.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Don't do it, man. Don't do it.
Oh no. I needed a hit of that.
What is it?
My cope
He's gonna
today
say 100 fees.
is for 2G.
Oh yeah, relax yourself.
Oh man, brother. Hear me out.
Yes.
Hear me out. We're so sorry. 2G. They had a rough kickoff. Everybody knows that. You can't ignore that blemish on what will ultimately be a record of excellence. Yep, I have eyes. Okay, you have to go to the bottom to reach back to the top.
That's true.
Before that, Ascension. Did you see the way that they were climbing? Beat M80 at the very end. No one
they
thought
lost
could do
both
that.
of their
No one
best
thought that
players.
They would be there. Here today. Well-rounded team.
This camera
that we
is
saw
so
at
zoomed in,
Ascension.
man.
Talented, upcoming duelists, and on top of that, we've just seen one of their players, Prize, play just the other day with Furia, and he was going off. You could see how strong of a player he was. Now, ignore the fact that that was outside of the 2G system. And simply lock in on the point.
Okay.
But that he was on 2G, which shows that the players have the skill. They have the talent.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just about the team.
Can you see my
coming back
VFL
together,
team?
coming back
Was it
together.
my speech that may have swayed you as well?
That had nothing to do with it. Had nothing to do with it.
Not even an inch? Nothing at all?
No,
From
it
that?
really
Fellas?
didn't.
Chat, how wrecked am
Coping
I?
is complete.
If 2G win today, I'm fully wrecked. We got Icy Texture, Derek Sylvan, Karen, Jonah P, Wild Oreo, Meteor. Bruh, Wild Oreo let me down today, man. Or
Heavens, earth, are you doing? Why?
damn, he actually went for them.
You're taking another huff? You're taking another huff there, you animal? I'm smelling something in the air. Yeah, and it might just be the cope in my nostrils. But
Dude, imagine they actually
look
good.
2G today. They're the big underdogs. They have something to prove after being dismantled in kickoff, where we saw an EG.
Geode 52 with the tier 1. Thanks so much for the 4 months, dude. Thank
They would
you.
have had to have gone on a month-long retreat. Give me some of that coke, please. Just give me
When
some of
it's
that.
like
Pass the coke.
18,
Pass the coke, please. Thank you
isn't
so
it
much.
like as Toronto's happening, I think? It's for stage 2, basically.
I didn't even believe my own speech.
I think 2G
to be honest.
I think they're underrated.
Listen, I didn't even believe my own speech of what I was spitting
Here,
there.
take some.
It could
I know you're
happen.
sober, but
I don't need it, bro. I don't need it. I don't need it.
I genuinely think they're underrated. They have a chance. I'm not doing this for attention.
This isn't a bit.
This is the real me.
I mean, everyone has a
Alright,
chance,
this is the real
but
me.
All right.
let's see how much work they put in.
This all plays out. It's time to get the show started and close out week 1. It's Wyatt's favorite team, 2G, going up against Evil Geniuses. And then, of course, you have Sentinels going up against hundreds.
Dude, Sentinels,
teams.
100
match
Thieves,
everyone has
that's
been
such a
excited
banger.
all weekend long. VCT America.
Yeah, what do most people think
right
for
now.
Sentinels 100 Thieves? Is Sentinel still a favorite? Then? You have 100 Thieves? Yeah, I went for 100 Thieves.
Cara, a partida contra 3G vai ser uma partida muito pegada. Eu sempre quis enfrentar um time que era liderado pela Potter. Tenho uma grande admiração pelo trabalho dela. Então vai ser uma briga de
Arkney, thank you so much for the Prime, dude. Thank you for using the Prime. Welcome into the Slug Club. Thank you for that.
Vai ver Gaslit tava esperto demais, mas o LZ garante mais um abate. Teve a passar
And again, position concealed now, given away. He's found one. 2 more to be claimed. He's gotten it down to the hardest part. He's gonna try to TP away. Oh, just barely finds the timing to get out.
Lauren 2 is as well with the Prime. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the 13 months. Thank you for all that.
Against 2G,
All is going well, all is going well.
Super confident.
Had the same for
They
you as well.
obviously had a very bad start to the season, I would say.
I think if you're more positive, you're picking SEN because of that bounce back.
Really, really hard discussions to have to try to improve at like an accelerated
Yeah.
speed. And some teams can do that.
Wait,
It'll
are they
be
bringing
exciting
back
to see
their
how
old
they've
jersey?
Developed as a roster, but I think we're like really confident against them. We think it's easy to.
Acho que o ponto que a gente quer provar não vem só do dia 1. Acho que a gente quer provar que a gente está evoluindo e que a gente foi campeão.
Flow Toyota with the Prime as well. Thank you with the Prime. Appreciate the 9 months. Tech support is back. Yeah, at least we know that all the tech delays today are going to be fixed real fast. Got their best man on it. Hawk Grove with the tier 1. Thank you for the 13 months. Thank you. You love the jersey. There's no way you love the jersey. You don't have to lie here.
Pressure on them here, and they might be, one thing you can't do is look over these guys, but there is a big opportunity here for 2G.
This jersey, the 2G jersey is fine. The 2G jersey is about to look incredibly nice in about 10 seconds. Because right now it's looking alright. I'm telling you, it's about to look real good.
No confidence within the players, no whimsy with the players.
Yeah.
Mayuka, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 11 months.
They can do that.
Yeah, and they're most certainly going to need to do that.
Do they actually go back to the old jerseys? I think they have, man. It's devastating. Okay, they refuse. Surely they refuse. They got the alright jerseys on.
Great opportunity to show Bren what they have been working on during that time off between kickoff and Bangkok.
And EG, typically a team we would associate, I think.
Still not great, but
dog mentality. Not in this game, I don't think. Not in this
comparison.
Game. In
comparison,
I
it's
think
real
most
nice.
people were going to be claiming that based on what we saw from kickoff as well. Puts it in a different light, I think, for them as well, and how they're going to be thinking about this upcoming match that they've got against 2G across the stage, because it's a rare one, to be honest, but a great opportunity, I think, for them to showcase what we were really wishing for when we were talking about them on the
Icy
desk,
dropping
to
30,
consolidate
dude.
their
He's my.
identity.
I got him as the IGL
Forwards here for stage 1.
the fantasy thing.
Definitely see some fire from the
Surely
2G
he's popping
players,
off.
especially Zap, who is the emotional leader of
a hard job to do,
He
man.
was not doing nearly as much standing up.
Okay, this should be relatively fun though. EG like to come up with good comps. Well, yeah, I think good comps is fair. Haven Lotus split. We're getting no new maps.
We got Haven and Lotus on the docket,
EG
and if
banned
necessary, we'll go over to split 2G.
Okay, Haven.
To start, you got EG
Picked
on
by
the attack.
2G. That's the best
Interesting
chance.
with 2G going to Haven. I mean, listen, there's going to be
At least
some
that's what they
bad
think is
memories
the best
from kickoff
chance.
for them playing on that map in particular. And what I wasn't liking from them was their just general attack side macro. They were slow, they were sloppy, they were sluggish when they were running out of ideas. There was a lot of contacting around the map without really a clue, like an objective.
Tail,
to go into.
Tail, mate,
First
hello,
wave,
mate.
we
How
take
you
an
doing?
area of the map. Second wave, we go into something else. That was missing.
How
from
hard
them.
is it
Not
for a
just that, it was
team
the
like
confidence factor.
2G
Now,
to
they fixed the
accelerate
confidence
after their
factor.
slow start?
I'm looking at this game in a
Okay.
different light, but it's a hell of a challenge they've got.
It's
off the
like
rip,
two.
considering
There's
what
like
we
two
saw them
different
last
things.
playing on Haven.
Because they were for sure nervous because they can't look this bad again. And sometimes getting like
You can run the ISO Yoru double
but basically when you get owned on stage, you realize that there's nothing to be nervous about. Like you experienced the worst, you experienced everything you were nervous about, and now you can just play the game. Like sometimes players need to get wrecked like
Either of these
this.
teams are going to try and take the meta.
Sometimes
As of
you gotta
right
get
now,
wrecked.
They've got different options.
You can see where for the 2G players
But
as
I'm
well,
I'm expecting no one to be nervous on their team, to be honest.
The tension there, right?
But my argument is there shouldn't be this pressure. Enjoy the moment.
Waylay?
You're
Oh,
not
no.
set up to succeed because of outside circumstances. You're not playing at full strength with the
The
roster. that
icy
you've got into
Waylay,
this spot.
does he
Have fun
frag
with it. There's
out
not
or
many
does
chances you get to
he...
play in tier
It
one.
feels like when I
There's
watch
not many chances
Waylays at the
all. You can
moment,
play on
especially when
stage
they're the
with
solo
absolutely
duelist,
zero
there's not enough
expectations in
util
terms
to
of
set
what
them
you're
up,
supposed to achieve.
and they
So
just
it's the best time
kinda
to shine, in my opinion.
end
When
up
that,
getting a
you know,
little
pressure
bit
should
wrecked.
be
First
just
kill,
going off
first
their
death, especially.
Duck in the water.
Unless it's Jorgama.
There really shouldn't be that level of expectations placed on them. But if they don't fall into the same traps, then okay, I like
Okay,
it.
so okay, I like this though.
I think this is
Yeah, this is the comp that I think
lean into the
if you got some people who like to play duelist, I think that's what you do.
We didn't get to see the kickoff, but he is phenomenal.
Okay, is there enough util here to set up the waylay? Silver Breach. Omen Flash, to be fair. It's not too bad.
Waylay instead of Jet. We heard Josh say yesterday in his interview, the best Jet players are just playing Waylay now. So, hey, there's an example of it. One of our Jets just swapping over 1-for-1, same old comp.
Wow, very interested to see how the Waylay
If Ye played Waylay, would he be Yaylay or Way Yay? That's a great question. Honestly, Yay.
That's so incredibly out of pocket.
Yeah. I don't know. Wait,
Yay
when
way?
did Phantom Menace come out?
I don't even know.
It had to have been me, but...
Yeah, dude, you're asking the right questions, and I'm glad you're
Let's
here.
be clear. We're hopping into this one, though. 2G, EG. It's a brand new meta, new agents, and no surprise, Potter's pulling out with the Waylay.
Look, some people are telling me this is going to be even better than pod racing. I can't wait to see what they've cooked up here.
That's great.
With the Waylay. I mean, look, he's going to try some spinning. I've heard that's a pretty decent trick. But honestly, I'm excited to see what Icy's got in store here on the Waylay.
Yeah, I think him and Ye impressed as a duo, even though it was a pretty rough kickoff.
You went for
EG.
2G. I mean, this is the map, dude. This is their map pick. And honestly, I do prefer their comp, but I'm so fine to be proven wrong and change my opinion.
2G walking down mid early on. Askia on the Yoru finds the first kill. So
2G on defense, EG on attack. There goes Ye. Dude, and they got it.
And that pullback as well. Through this site, Gobera holding down strong, but the players of Garage still a bit late. LD has a chance, converts on it. And now it just comes down to the EG members on this site. They flip the map and get a great
2G can
first
look
kill
right.
onto Gobera.
But we're playing together. We're patient. Recon maybe went in before everyone was ready, but it's okay.
Is going to slow things down for the time being while 2G calling reinforcements into CT.
Damn, they're patient. They're waiting for a push. They know they got numbers.
Another tap.
Fakes on fakes.
Trying to bait out this retake. Finally, 2G make their attempt. Through Garage, LZ immediately dead. So just the players towards spawn, and Icy swings out. Finds a double.
Oh my goodness, almost. Hey, nice hit. Damn, holy. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, they're fired up. They're fired up because he was shouting for about 10 seconds.
I'm hearing from up in the booth.
That's what we were missing in kickoff. If you watched Ascension,
hey, good start.
About it, you know this guy was standing up. He was yelling. He was giving it to every team.
Need the energy? Yeah, they need the energy, for sure.
Good to see him finding that energy in Americas.
This post plan was a little crazy. Icy finding the 2 kills, but yeah. Zap adjusting here, winning the round on 18 HP. That is wild.
That's awesome, bro. Holy, okay. They get a shorty. I mean, they maybe bought too much. Let's see if they get a plant. Speaking of buying a lot, 2G really invest, but they're on defense, so if you're gonna buy 5, it's half to do it.
Waylay plays on this map versus, say, the Euro comps that have gotten more popular.
You're already worried for EG? It was a close whistle.
It's kind of that like hybrid almost of a Yoru and a Jet, where you have the similar style like Jet execs jumping into a site with even deeper reach. And of course have that get out of jail
Can't work for this guy.
So you can actually run some pretty cool fakes with that.
There's
a lot of people going to jump in here. Askia jumps on back, no problem. I think he'd be very powerful.
Oh dear God.
There's an example for you. You couldn't even see Icy on
Oh no, and the luck comes in as well. The Yay luck is incredible timing. They just kind of need to delay. Derek probably doesn't want to be dueling that one. With this space that they made, the call goes over to bring the spike out here. And Waylay's tucked under. There's no way they consider Yay here, right?
And 2G's retaking A. No one's home with Icy, and that's a
Icy's
great
looking
first kill
crisp,
for him.
bro.
Can he
Fair
do
play.
any more? No, but he did his job, and the spike will come down uncontested.
Here's the thing, though. They're going to hear the spike eventually going down on C, but no one's ready for Ye to have lurked all the way up here.
Not checking.
I was getting a little bit of hope as I saw him like turn in the corner slowly. I was like, hold up.
Around in spawn. Bear's gonna find his
really
match.
far away.
But it's Bulldogs in the hands of both two players, and Nature's fallen all the way
Yeah,
back into
it's
long.
so hard.
Bear has a cage.
The cage is the one
Cage to
here.
play with a
And
camera
did he
too,
plant
but
in the
with
cage
so
as
little
well? He might
time,
be able
he's
to
gonna
half
have
with the
to
first
actually
cage
put
and then
pressure
cage
down on
again.
the spike, and that's where the flash comes into
Wait,
play. The stun is
He's
going to be
gonna
there.
be able to do this.
Off of the first tap.
Oh, 2 cages. There was 1 place as well.
Yeah,
Rivera.
half. Another cage.
Halfway on the first, second cage.
Bro
He's
planted,
holding things
bro
down.
planted in his
Nature's
cage.
got his back.
Ah, it's so unlucky,
Just
dude.
in the nick of time.
Out of everywhere,
a
Nature
robbery
chose
of
to
a
plant in
round
his
there.
cage. That's
EG.
incredible.
Lose the first kill
Okay.
again, Askia finds
It was
that,
close
but
though, it
using
was
the
close.
Waylay
Ah, it's
double dash,
devastating.
getting
Icy's looking
quickly
good.
down into
Icy was
long.
looking
Yeah, I
good
gotta
here.
see that again.
This little
Movement
dash
check
with
on
the
display
shorty
from
was
Icy there.
awesome.
Here it is. Up into the sky, straight in front of him, and then jumping off the side with the shorty.
Yeah, kind of the worst weapon to try and fight against that too with the Outlaw, right? So good when people are swinging corners into you, but not so much when they're coming above you, behind you, in front. Not so easy.
Suji now down to just the Sheriff. Gonna go for a pretty classic
Wow.
ISO Yoru round.
All that
Right
hype
into
from
A.
2G's just gone.
What I'm more curious about working this Waylay into comps for EG is what does it look like on slower rounds? Like when are we actually going to be using the Hinder to combo with Breach utility, Sova
They
utility?
might have the right read here. How long do they hold
so
this for?
powerful as maybe having a Tejo next to the Waylay for those instant kills, but can still get a lot of work.
EG walking up, straight into EG's trap.
Oh.
Very nicely dealt with from him.
Why does it look like Icy's having the most fun?
He's just still dashing, having a good old time, no problem. It's a very classic
Okay,
controlled EG
it's,
anti-eco, even just playing the boosted angle from Supa.
It's gone
I do
from
love
bad to worse, to be
this
honest,
agent
because now
for
EG
Icy,
just
'cause
have
if you are
so
asking
much
a man to
money.
Just hard entry into a site. I think Waylay is like the most annoying agent to deal with on the dive, because she can be zipping up into the sky, past you, going any which way, breaking crosshair placement like crazy, and then that gives pretty free openings for the rest of the team to scale
Yeah,
in
didn't
and
even
get
need to
those
buy
trades.
Yeah,
armors.
wasn't it last year on
Like, look at the
G2
money
where they were saying,
spent
yeah,
here.
Icy's just the role player
1K
first, we
was the
send him
most.
into the site, you know, break crosshairs, whatever. Now
Congratulations, we have an agent for that now.
we can do that and also live.
Yeah.
Works wonders. Interesting smoke putting that back plat to counter out an op or anything like this.
Trip broken on the entrance. Icy will pull back, and that'll expire his refract here.
And the thing about a smoke like that,
Ooh,
hold on.
just a straight up
Kill
spam.
on the
Yeah, a little
spam.
unlucky for Derek there.
Yeah,
The
Icy
smoke
gets
they're
his
putting
ult,
on
but it's like,
plat,
do we now
because
want to use
Waylay
it into
doesn't
this
have a
round?
smoke herself. Normally
Let's
Jet
see.
could, like,
2G need to
smoke
make sure they
dash
don't
out to
give
that,
away the
either
next kill.
topside or on plat, and you can
The
use
best
sort of your
news, though,
open
is they
smokes
killed
as a way
Derek, and
to
that's the person that
guard
has to
your
use the
duelist going
util
into
to
the site.
clear over
Look at
towards
the walk
close
up here
A.
from 2G.
They got to do it with bodies.
Askia alone towards A. Niji's gonna look for a re-clear. He has a gate crash on A. So the flash is up and
Nice,
Niji
dude,
chooses to get out of
patient.
there. An ult
From-
pops.
with the
That's
contact
where
we
he's
ult,
at. Can he
fine
find
with
the
it.
connection? No one really
That
gonna
is
see
a
him, and Ye's lurk
really,
takes for a
really
kill.
big
Now
jewel.
the ultimate used from the way
Just
and
got out of
Askia is
there.
stuck on this side. He has no way to get out, but Zap backs him up. Super alone. Askia good for it. He's holding strong, but not for long enough. Nice to nature.
When I watch
Just
Waylay
Zap
do
on A,
stuff
but
like
EG's
that,
not headed
it
here.
just
Yeah,
doesn't look
into
good.
mid. Yeah, he just broke a tripwire, so full awareness from silence. He's going to deal with that, and that puts Nature in an almost impossible situation. 1 against 3.
20 seconds left. His only choice is to go back into A.
And it will be Zap playing over in the corner. Really tough angle for Nature to clear, especially with 10 seconds left.
Yeah,
He's gotta
Zap
run
should be
and try
so
to plant
fine.
the spike. With full
Okay,
audio,
very nice.
the Volt
Very,
comes
very
in,
nice.
Zap takes it
Money's
down.
really high for EG though, so 2G gonna have to do a couple of these.
Taking some liberties, walking up all the way through A, keeping some great info there, and then just showing a nice, honest A flood retake.
Yeah, and even though Icy was able to use the ultimate to hit the site, you can see some of the weaknesses of that Waylay ultimate. It's not like a breach ult where it lights up the entire site.
Yeah.
You still had Askia able to just back over into the corner, over against Graffiti, get out of that, and deal with the players entering the site.
It's also not wiggling your crosshair in the same way a stun is. It is a lot easier to get that like first shot down pad
when
and
you are
actually
hit,
fight
yeah.
through the hinder.
Yeah, just don't jump or pull out a different gun, then you're cooked.
Askia again contesting towards A. This time EG are walking up in this area.
Yeah, EG are just trying to bait out this fight because they
Where's
have
the
the
actual
breach ult.
money? 'Cause
Oftentimes
the money's
you'll see,
good,
you know,
but
defending teams try to
maybe
fight
they
you,
won't be able
they
to. This
lob
would
you,
be a
refight
drop
you down into
2-4.
long once you've set up and taken into the space.
Sure, they would force.
EG are taking their time and waiting for that to come in.
2G have an
Against ICU,
ult
you
to be
also
able to
wanna be
retake,
behind
so
those ult orbs.
plan C, real passive,
Refight
fighting
for
heavier
2G.
over towards
That's
A.
what I'm talking about, though, right? EG wait that out, don't leave themselves in position for it. So now they've seen, what, 2-3 players over towards that A side. They can reset into mid. Only a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to be able to stroll into the site here.
Going for a split into that scene.
It's going to be interesting. The main thing that we need to focus on is, does Nature use this ult for sight, or do they save it for after plant?
Onto an uncontested C site. It looks like 2G's just going to try and play retake again. No, they're getting out. In goes the paranoia. So at least one member committed onto this site. The all both players.
Wait,
but Icy gets
he ulted his teammate up. That was nuts. What is that tech?
Pause right now is 2G have an ultimate to retake into the site. Dimensional drift now popped. Oskia spots the one in towards backside. That's 2, 3, 4. So the rest of 2G are soon to follow LZ in silence. Getting some work done from back on site. And Oskia
very, very nice. Superman has to go wild on site. Big 1v1 on site as well. Oh, okay. I was going to say Superman played this incredibly well because he delayed enough. I think he probably should have just carried on jiggling around a little bit, but.
And clutches up the round with a 1v2.
I'm pretty sure they buy here.
I think he was just camped out on site, saw where the Yoru or the Ice ult had happened from,
and just
was
waiting for the player to come out. Yeah,
exactly.
That is a sick Red Bull clutch. And those kind of big rounds, those hero moments.
Yeah, that was smart.
Missing in kickoff for 2G.
And it's so hard for Icy to play that right there, because coming out of the realm, you don't know where anyone's going to be.
And look how much
yeah, vibes are looking good though. Okay, so they do force into it. Derek takes the hit. A lot of light armors. We don't see 2G capitalize on it with an outlaw.
Or just once again seizing the same main space, a little teleport into the corner from Super, jumping forward, catching out Oskia before he has the chance to teleport out.
Can't be dying on those angles as the Yoru puts 2G in a really rough spot now.
Well, I think previously EG had been flashing onto that line and then swinging. That time, Icy got out in front of it. Nature didn't even use the flash, that Q that Oskia had been taking to teleport out the other.
Okay, let's see what the hit is like, because I don't know, man. It just looks like the waylay goes in for just
late, but the trade is good out of Nature. And EG, yet again, they meet resistance and they pivot.
Yeah, and it's always pivoting into Ye. His lurk's been very effective. The pistol round, a couple rounds back too, winning the 1v1.
Or is it? They wait outside A, maybe a chance to re-hit into this space late round.
Seeing if they can pull some rotations, seeing if 2G will just trying to re-peek back onto the line. You can see that Silence is getting a little nervous.
Why is it not smoked? Because it's too obvious. They're trying to just contact him.
Garage, a cam down C-Long. They have great info here.
Re-hitting with that ultimate though. Gives full information of EG.
So that kind of gives them a heads up, and they're going to use util.
Absolutely perfectly. These players are just bombarded by utility, but the scaling isn't quite there. Without Icy into the fray, it's going to be Super jumping out of heaven after the teleport from backside. Nature.
Damn, Nature fragging crazy heavy on this one. Uses breach all the round before this, and he's what, 2, 3 away. I kind of liked how they played here though. They were always going to get trades, to be fair, with how they played here.
One of the most underrated players in Americas. Obviously, EG has not been super great since he's been on the roster, but I feel like he's always been so consistently good for this team.
OG flash scored with the prime, thank you for the 16 months. Okay, forces 2G down to an eco, but they're still doing alright. Again, this comp that they have, like it's way better on attack than it is on defense. If they can get like 5, 7, it's pretty good.
Another Rico round
Big Mort with the tier 1. Thank you for the 22 months. Especially as I feel like the waylay won't be as impactful on defense. Unless they play like heavy retake or they got some fast strats. I mean, they'll have some set fast strats, but
it actually pulled multiple players of 2G onto the site. That was when EG were going for their C split. So if they get audio on that camera again, I think they're going to be trying to go for a similar type of play.
Right there.
Garage is a bit of a gap right now, and Oskia, again, caught on the walk up.
Icy's already got the convergent paths back up again. It's the ultimate, if anyone's wondering. But now just a camera placed down into Garage for a little bit more information.
Yeah, let's see what it can do. You gotta kill 3, mate.
Mindful that Gobert could have crept up into this corner. Surely, right? Yeah, EG deals with no problem. And the flank too. It's just a little bit too simple for them as, yeah, silence. You're not going to get anything done backside there with the Sheriff.
I love that whether he has his abilities online and he's ready to refract out of there, Icy's just jumping around every single corner this game. Like, if you're holding an off angle, he's going to jump at you, you're going to get triple swung. Been tough thus far, but guns coming back online for 2G. Finally, some ultimates getting close to being in play.
Alright, do they time out before the buy round? Yeah, they do.
Looks to me like someone's calling a timeout. All right, it's going to be 2G.
Yeah, I've seen some alright stuff from 2G.
Time to reset. And honestly, for them, I feel like 2G have been very focused around these early A lobby fights, right? And EG have been matching them blow for the most part. But then they've also been sticking around in that space, trying to refight onto those angles. I think it would serve them well to try and do some hunting in this mid space. You think about how many times Ye's just be able to walk up into garage.
Hello, Keeper. How you doing? You're not banned? No? Welcome to the game. You want to watch?
Either that or trying to get more info down C long. They found a lot of value with just camming there at the beginning of the round and having info for basically the entirety of that round. What do you think about
Watched
Waylay's
6
ult?
hours of VOD yesterday.
Because it feels like
oh my goodness.
situationally it can get a lot of value.
Did you DM
and
today?
It's nice when you combine it with stuff, but on its own, like you
That's the
mentioned,
real question.
it's not a breach ult. You're not going to win a round off of it, at least not most of the time.
Oh, well, I think the main thing is you have to be comboing it with other things. I think it's better to think of the Waylay ult as like a more powerful breach stun or Omen Paranoia, where you need to combo with other, big chunks of line control, the breach stun, the Paranoia, to fully clear away a site. So you could use that if you're trying to XZ over on, back plat.
Any kind of change. Not really.
Paranoia goes over towards
2G, call it timeout, pretty much keep everything the same.
Something like that, get full coverage.
It's a little bit less effective in solo queue than it might end up being for our pros.
Smoke goes over towards A, fake TP in case people are close to create pressure.
EG out of that timeout, move away from the A lobby.
Drone goes short, clears one of the question marks.
In mid. Might just look to convert this one into a B hit. Down on the left side. Dash up and over for Icy. Silence. Trying to find this player. He's been spotted out now.
That was kind of nice from EG though.
Bit of a mess on the site right now. 2G weren't able to get
if you're using this ult, I need to see Ye send it.
Link here. Icy ready with an ultimate. He's gonna pop it. A-Link instead, the destination. Doesn't follow it up though. Just keeping these players sectioned off and sticking around. Buying time alone on this site.
Doing a great job delaying though.
Ready for it, but Gobera, that's great.
Smoke one side to delay, ult the other side to delay. Smoke comes up in 4 seconds. LZ, you gotta smoke that.
No half defuse, no one left alive on this site as EG overwhelmed. Gobera needed more than that. And LZ,
they pretty much, so the delay here, like the delay here ended up being like everything. Just because 2G, like honestly LZ kind of messes up here. What should be happening is LZ should be common that his smoke is like 3 seconds away. And then it should be smoke, tap, everyone swing. But because the time's like relatively low because they've been stalled out so much, they just end up 3-person dueling.
Then it becomes a guaranteed hit. It's just a great
but they just kind of panicked and there was no set plan here.
It's now 3 rounds, 1 in a row.
Wolverines with the 10 months. Thank you so much, thank you. Am I a 100 Thieves believer? Yeah, I'm a 100 Thieves believer for today. I just think time-wise they should be better.
Coming out from Zap. That's a great tag from him, but Derek's got the moves. No stranger to the Sova. He only gets hit the one time.
Not Silver will now rotate into A though. 3 players here for 2G. But as is often the case, EG
100 Thieves never beat Sentinel though. Until today.
They're going for it though.
Yeah, but honestly it should be crazy close.
Gets his kill and dips out of there. Now the
everyone else can get one shot on this. Dude, Icy's looking kinda nice in the Waylay. Fearless, we've seen double shorty kills on entries.
Ooh, now no one actually cleared short. Oski is waiting here, only a sheriff in hand. But he knows where the player planting is.
Not even considering it.
Icy to maybe be in this corner.
It, though.
Not doing a great job of it, jumping into him. It's now 2-on-2 and he's got the ult to dip into.
Dude, he's not going to find anyone. That's going to be so weird.
Doesn't see either player. Soup has made it through heaven. Askia desperately trying to find someone. Maybe now suspects it, but not in time. Super swing successful in the clutch.
Mate, your teammate just cleared long.
On a timing instead.
Definitely like a little bit of comms issue for 2G in these situations. There's like 2 rounds where I feel like comms or plan isn't massively there. Astrovet with 7 months. Thank you so much for the tier 1, bro. Thank you, thank you.
Entry, I guess the rest of the team is running in, and then you're the second one to come in from behind.
It's just like, oh god, are we gonna lose this round?
But the Waylay allows you to take more risks in how you.
Okay, it wasn't so low buy for 2G though. Good signs for EG is the fact that they're buying the outlaw when we get the low buys. It's just freebies these days. Oh, double entry over towards A now.
That's tough. Silence is also trying to.
I'm Jux. Thank you so much for the 13 months. Thank you, thank you.
Just straight into Super's crosshair. If you check out
Who sits behind the coaches? In America, is the assistant coaches behind them. Every other region, they normally just sit as like a pair.
Tapped into right now to see the cross into garage.
Yeah, he finally shows to that camera. Does that pull rotates back towards C?
Well, Oskia's teleport is timed.
Hello,
out,
Yampy.
so
How we
you
doing?
have to do the full sprint on
Dude, I had
over.
some like weird salad bowl today, Yampy. It was kind of good. It was like salad chicken, but then there was like strawberries, grapes, and mangoes. It was actually banging. For people that don't like to mix sweet and savory, though, it's probably a nightmare.
Nasty time here. It's just a camera to watch his back, and Ye hasn't clicked into it.
Here he goes. Derek turning though, loses the fight.
Spike planted.
So Gobert now gonna dip back away.
Yampy, what do you eat?
As 2G have to
boy.
group up for this retake. LZ holding things down.
Bro was looking like me out there with the reaction time. What was that? Okay, all good. The round's won.
Very good shot from him. Wins 2G their 4th round now.
Yeah, that is a beautiful round from Gobert. Again, his garage was super weak, especially once he lost the camera. But going for that risky play down in numbers.
Dude, I would love to know how long that reaction time actually was.
B and C, he's like, okay, I'm gonna run into garage. The only way we win the round is
Minimap for sure. Oh, for sure, minimap.
After this early round, dipped away from
felt like.
And then winning the 2
Yeah, it felt like it was almost a second.
Locks it up for 2G.
And when you were watching 2G in kickoff, it was pretty rough across the board, but I think you did see some solid moments from Gobert. He was one of the few players who did have a couple standout rounds. Good to see him keeping some of that form here in stage 1.
Tell you what, 2G win this. 2G win this round. EG won't have that much money. Good chance to get 6-6. And the comp's better on attack. Like they would actually be in the best position to win. Not the best, but.
He'll stick around in backside, ready to spam on successful at that D, but can't get away with any more.
Hold on, 2G are still
I think they all need to relax though, because surely they just play for the ISO.
Evil geniuses have left the premises.
But this time they don't have a great lurk to call back into.
And Zap's got a judge in garage door, so good luck. Yay.
It's a really important duel because this would be ISO.
Instead. Might have a duel against this ISO.
EG have really tried to deny any amount of information in these mid-rounds, playing super quiet after the minute mark.
It's going to be tempting to ISO ult the planter, but should wait.
Have the ISO ultimate though. They can let this spike plant go down, kidnap one player, go for the retake off of that in what's essentially a 3v2.
Oh, but he's going for it.
Shield up, here's that ult. Who does Silence get? Face chunk on the other side. Silence swings through and
just man, holy, that got close.
Now into a 4v2.
Finding that kill is absolutely massive. Derek out of the
oh, Ye is doing bits.
Evil geniuses, even down in numbers. Currently getting stepped around. LZ spines the player.
Oh my god, what's this Joel? Ye's gonna do it all.
One-on-one. Zap the leader for 2G now. Time working.
Damn, Ye. Oh my goodness. He's actually back. It's such an important round because their money was about to be in the bin as well.
But in this one, stepping up individually as well.
Might be the big turning point, to be honest.
Getting that shot onto
Like, if
Askia.
2G watch this back, it's going to be like, well,
Thinking onto the ice.
if we had just won this one round,
For
I think we'd probably take this.
Not too shabby.
Tekka's Harry with the Prime.
12
Thank you so much for the
and 6
19
right
months.
now.
King P with the Prime also. Thank you for the 3 months.
Right
And
alongside
Arctic
Icy.
Boy with the 3 months. Thank you for the tier 1.
It really has been him when EG are slowing down in the mid rounds. Banking on what Ye can find so often. Here's a faster look again, going back to that early round default.
Yeah, we
EG were doing
complimented them
towards the
earlier.
2G
Then that
ready
they
for
like
a
to buy the
delayed
Outlaw
fight,
when
but their buy is
everyone's
scattered
low.
on the 12th round.
As we can see, everyone can get one shot, apart from Zap.
Another outlaw investment for Icy. No doubt a shorty beside that.
Are they going to do this again, where
Just
he
loved
taps
placing the
his...
refract and then walking
No
into
idea what
sights.
it's called, and then just goes in and hunts
double
with an
dash.
Outlaw?
Running out of time on his refract. He lets it time out as Gobera takes a one-on-one against Ye. He loses it.
I like that
It's
idea,
always
though.
Ye,
It's a
isn't it?
nice
Now
idea.
EG can speed up over into the A site.
The players in short are a problem for EG, but they have to pick an avenue of approach.
Look at that stun.
Maski is stuck in the corner. He's dead too.
Oh boy,
And
they got
Gobera,
wrecked
I
on
mean,
site
they're
here.
just falling left and
Yeah,
right. Silence
this is
is
nice from
terrible.
EG, to be fair.
there's only
They
one
do this a
goal
lot.
left to try and
Basically, the way that
bail 2G out of this.
they're handling, like, even just low buys, force buys, ecos, is just Icy gets the main gun that can one-shot them because of the armor, and then they just use the, I don't know what it's called, like the chamber TP thing, where you can go back, the rain and dismiss thing. It's nice.
LZ, okay. Couple nice shots, but he wasn't going to get
Yeah,
any
it's a
more
cool
than
idea.
that.
Not quite montage worthy.
No. EG,
Hood
though, that
Live
is a
with the
very
8 months.
nice
Thank
half
you so
from
much, bro.
them.
Thank you,
I
thank
think
you.
just taking some really honest
I appreciate that.
mid-rounds, putting
Yampy as well. Super Yampy gifting a tier 1 sub to Iceland, as in the country. Respect, Yampy. Thank you so much. Either that or the supermarket, I guess. Royal, thank you with the Prime as well. Thank you for the 8 months.
Looks like on the defensive side when we return.
2G lost some brutal rounds? Yeah, they really did. You're not wrong. This is kind of doable still, though. It's just the fact that we don't have the confidence that they've looked good yet.
And you'll get iPhone 16
Sinus
on
with the
us.
Prime. Thank you for the
That's a value of up
23
to
months. I appreciate the Prime.
$1,600. Only on
The
Verizon.
Dark as well. Thank you for the Prime also. Let me mute this before we get copyright striked. Again, Sinus, thank you so much. And the Dark, I appreciate it. Is Ice in the supermarket still going? Yeah, they have it out here as well. There's not many. There's one that I know of. I don't know about other countries. You're just happy that 2G aren't playing scared? Yeah, they're not playing scared, that's true. But again, I think all the nerves should pretty much be out of them, because kickoff is the worst it can get. And then I don't think you can get like much worse than that, really. So it's like as soon as you kind of experience the worst, you're not really that scared anymore. Curry with the Prime, thank you for the 17 months. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How do you know about a supermarket if you don't go outside? I mean, that's true. Not wrong. I mean, sometimes we go outside, it's just rare.
Newest player Askia had some moments in the first half of that game. Now they switch over to the attacking side, running the Yoru, ISO, and I think this is where we're going to really get to see what he
K-Cheng03
can
with the
do.
Prime.
Yeah,
Thank
honestly,
you for the 9
I want
months.
to see a half where 2G can, play the tempo of Valorant they want to, play around Askia a little bit more, because it did certainly feel like when they got stalled out in these mid rounds, he wasn't able to find that same level of impact he had just finding the opening.
What have you missed? Not too much, Bacan.
Defense, though, is where
Not too
Waylay
much.
is a little bit more difficult.
If
to
you
get right.
use
I'm
or
excited to
like
see what
Waylay
Icy has
Bacon,
prepared for
maybe looking at
They're
how
starting
EG
us off
handled the
with double
anti-ecos
high-lows
is
in
interesting for you.
Garage and on the B site.
Other than
And
that,
that's exactly
not
where
too
2G's
much.
heading. Superman up high,
There was a
landing on the shots.
relatively
This is
interesting
one for them.
breach ult back at
Great
C site
stun from
where they
Nature.
self-boosted.
They came to the stall. Icy.
Dude, Icy looks good though. Like Icy's fragging heavy.
Dealt with it nicely. It's a 2-on-2 now, and Nature.
Man, we were talking about confidence, but
Bangs out
Gobera
with the
needed to
flash.
like commit.
Now Silence on site, trying to navigate this in the 1v2. Nice shot from
Ooh,
him.
almost.
Three is not enough.
1-1 for
Evil
pistols.
Genius to take the pistol.
So much credit to Nature there. A fantastic
Kyle CF with the
stun
prime,
to
thank you for the
set
10
Icy
months,
up
thank
for
you,
his
thank
2K.
you.
Then swinging out himself, getting 2 kills on his own through Garage. Really, really good from EG's IGL.
Frustrating for 2G because it felt like, you know, they ended up dealing with Icy or just about getting there. And then they're getting wrapped out from Garage. There's still players on that B site. Exactly
On this
the
map
trap
or
EG
general
were
theme?
hoping
No,
they
just
would
on this
walk
map.
into.
We're only one map in. Who would be your dream person to watch party with? Man, I don't even know. Problem is, watching someone who doesn't know about Valorant would annoy
In the
me.
pre-show talked about EG
That's like,
being
what,
kind of a team,
99% of the people in the world?
last chances, second
There has to be
chances,
someone from
that kind
Valorant.
of thing, and a lot of players that are example of that. Yay, one stuck into this corner, does well with his stinger to clean up this eco round, but for Icy especially.
Ye might actually get an ace
Yay,
here.
he's gonna give it to us. They want an ace.
Damn. Okay. Huge from Ye.
Converts. It's gotta feel good for him. Just a stinger against the classics and an iBuy
Dude,
power
is
ace
Ye
to
gonna
come
top
out.
frag?
Nice
He might.
hold there. The team hold,
Because
look, Ye
Icy's been
pops up all
fragging
the
like
kills.
consistently,
Shout
but
out
Ye's had
Super
these
with
rounds.
the
He's had a
paranoid
4K, he's had a
also been
5K.
Stun coming in from nature from the A side of the map.
One enemy remaining.
Gorgeous work.
Of course, that's your iBuy Power ace. They're giving away a $100 Riot gift card and $100 in iBuy Power rewards for every ace we get.
He's looking good.
Unlock your ace.
Already into the next round for 2G. Buy round for them. It's time to show up now. They avoided this early A main fight, saw the presence from Evil Geniuses over there, and now are working their way into a very empty B site. We'll see how active they get in the post plant. There's some options here to try and fight over into A-Link. For now, just putting that spike down, tucking in backside with Oskia.
Oh, okay.
Just spam from Gobera.
Yeah, 2 shots.
That.
Yeah, that gets rid of the breach. A very big player to lose on this retake.
Silence is playing that angle so aggressively. He's
Oh,
got the
that's the
shield up,
first time we've
makes
actually
sense.
seen the
And EG timed
the
that out
suppress, right?
perfectly.
Took out the drone.
Icy still with the dash. The refract to get back into this site. But 2G holding strong. Silence single-handedly denies the avenue of approach on the A side. 2G.
Sure, ended up being alright. The good news for 2G is they got the ISO ult.
Yeah, that's a good one for 2G. They hold on to 3 rifles, 2 players that bought full armor, kept all 50
I think we
of
could
it,
see
and
narrate
the other
back to
player that's 5
initiation
had
and John
regen
back to
shield.
Sentinel
So,
today.
in terms of
Don't
building
think
up some
so.
hope here
I
to
think that's probably
come back,
throwing in
win
a
few
lot of
rounds.
work.
That's the type of round 3 win you
I think
need.
they'll stick with what's
These shots from
working.
Silence. Not only do
Well,
they look nice, but
working to an
he's
extent,
also earned
right?
himself that
I think
ISO
Sentinels would
ultimate
just be
here.
happy that they.
A really great
I think
tool to
Sentinels
play
would
with
just
on
be
your
happy about the
backside,
map
and
pool, to be
getting
honest.
those ISO Yoru ults rolling is one of the keys to success.
They
with
got
this
rid of like
composition.
2 of their.
Get those online.
Not great
Hitting
maps.
sites is just a breeze. See, right now they're playing pretty quick into Garage, wanting to take care of the Cypher util very fast. Maybe ulting on in to 1v1. Silence.
Free sight.
Picked up Super, deals with
Yeah,
him, and
lovely
that's a
Jules.
C
What we're
site for
talking about. They
2G.
got no smokes for retake here, so everyone can play off site as soon as they get this plant down. Yeah, one goes off site. Yoru TP to go off site as well. It should be impossible for EG to win this.
And at the same time, this Waylay's crept out into mid, so a flash into Garage, setting up for Icy, who's
Should be in the
coming
key word
around
because it
the
kind of
corner
looks
on
like.
the flank. Has
Oh,
been
that's a
spotted
shame.
now.
Icy was so sure that they knew he was here, but honestly, they were
2G
both looking at
knocking them
window.
down. EG a little bit loud on the approach, and well, the shield keeps him alive for a moment.
Maybe there's a
Derek
tap
can
of the
pick up a
Cypher
couple of
cam.
kills. 2G have done what they need to win
That
this
I
round.
missed.
No time really for Derek to work with. Wanted
There was a
another
tap
exit
of the
kill,
Cypher
but he
cam
won't be
again,
given
makes
the
sense.
chance. So 6 rounds for 2G. Starting to build something up on this attack.
I like this though.
Yeah,
from
force him
2G,
down to
right?
an
Because you
eco.
think back to the first
Dude,
half,
I'm telling you, this is
slow
doable.
mid-rounds where EG were able to work the
They're
map.
sure doable.
That's
They're
where
on the
2G were
easier
faltering
side.
just a bit. This
Now on
time,
this eco, they just need to make sure
speed
that
up
they get
directly
the
into
Yoru
C site.
ult,
You know, once that,
get the ISO ult a little bit
stun
closer.
line is gone from nature. It's like, well, let's not waste any time. Let's just go, go, go. EG want to fight around their utility, and 2G decide not to really give them the chance.
Really good confidence from Silence too. Winning out in the ultimate, then single-handedly holding space in Garage. It's going to be a brawl towards A.
Hero rifle on Icy down sewers.
Paranoia. Catches on the sun, they just flashing
Whoa.
through. I see up
Whoa.
in the air. That's lovely from him. They have to look towards the sky.
he got maybe a little bit too greedy. Should have probably just popped out of there.
2G has flipped
That was
this
cool.
round back into
That was
their
cool though.
control.
All right, it's fine. Look, the one rifle in Icy's hands could have done some insane work, but the
Yeah,
angle trying to
and
get
honestly,
shoot
the
down
fact
between
that he was the
is like a
solo
little bit too
rifle is
much
probably why he
on that
didn't
one.
take his
Super's gonna be able to find a gun off of
refract,
that.
whatever the hell it's called.
2v3.
Derek's gonna secure a rifle as well.
Husky is ahead of the rest of the team here.
2G got in this position in the last round's post plan as well. It's
Why is
so
ISO
hard
so
to
good
play
on
the
this map?
defensive side to work through these angles. It's just not gonna happen.
So,
And
I mean,
teleport into long
the
off
thought
of it
process
too.
from
It's
Fnatic
a
when
bit
they
silly.
first made it was Breach is a little bit overrated on this map.
Derek chose
And
to
with
pick
the
up this
2
outlaw.
double damage, you can kind of cover up
Unfortunately,
majority of the
there's
stuff that the
140
Breach
to
does.
LZ.
Right, you can, like this stun, you can double damage. After
In the
plan
last
over
few
towards
days, we've seen
A,
a lot more
this
of these,
stun,
like,
double
half armor
damage.
buys or regen shields.
And then
2G
obviously you
went
have the
full
Yoru
heavy
that has the
armor on
flashes
the
anyway.
Eco.
Then
Not
you
trying
just
to
kind of
take any
are able
chances
to do a
against
little
EG.
bit more. First of all, the
Makes
ult's
sense after French.
incredible.
Outlaw Icy was fine
You
in
can
the first half.
farm
That's
orbs
true.
over towards CL
And
all the
also,
time
just
these
once you're
days.
down like this,
And you
have
can
to
also just like
guarantee
force
win the
into
rounds.
positions. Normally when you have like comps and you only
It's
have
always
one
funny when
drone,
someone gets into an angle
it's
that
hard
you
to like
never
split your
have
drone
to
up
fight,
between
like,
garage
ever.
and
You
long.
can see everyone a little
When you have it
befuddled
shield,
to
you can
deal
like
with Icy,
force
but
into garage or you can
Even
force
Razor
over towards long.
getting up to
So you can kind of
elevation,
save your drone a
have to
little
double
bit.
satchel
You'd
from
be
so
like
low
hitting
on
your
the
head
ground.
on the ceiling.
So ISO
I
is
like
just
that
good
little
on this
play,
map,
and
really.
you can always count on a coach like Potter to like come up with ideas.
That's the
like
main
that
thought
when there's a new
process. It
agent
does
into
like what the
mix, a new
Breach
map,
does, or at
whether
least the
it's
main things
angles
that the
you can
Breach does.
abuse with the Sage Wall
And then
on
you have like a
spam you can
you
make
have a little bit
happen, or
extra
even
in
just
terms of fragging
dash
power.
plays like that.
And just being
Now,
able
though,
to
the
force
intention
into
is more on
sites.
finding a macro change up here.
Or areas.
EG has lost 3 rounds
How's
in
the
a row
waylay
to
been?
2G, which have
Not too
honestly just
bad.
been a
It's
lot
been
of
really
hard
kind of like
hits.
hit or
2G
miss.
has been
There's been some
controlling
rounds that are
space,
really
kinda
cool,
running it down with
and there's
the
been
ISO
some rounds
Yoru,
where it's just like,
that Comp
well,
excels at.
Yeah, and the
it
thing
just
for EG
just
is
looks like you give
they
them a
had
free
lot of
kill
success
sometimes.
in the first 2 rounds, right? On the garage like trap play off the paranoia stun line that EA was able to find the ace with, of course. But then when the execs were working for 2G, EG just don't have the tools to like fast flood retake when they're using the early breach stun or something like this. So I'd
Did
like to see
Fnatic
EG
create the
maybe go
ISO
for more
Haven comp? Yeah.
aggressive fights into the mid space using that utility.
They were the
or try
first to
and
do it.
fast flood out behind their Cypher cages on the C side of the map. Get active with this waylay.
Opping on the waylay.
Oh.
Bit more difficult than the Jet. You have a pretty limited time frame to use that refract. Now you have to pretty much be in cover to escape with the dash as well.
Come into the unknown.
It's a little bit more challenging to work with. Looks like Icy's going to be playing this one down from
Rock
ground
to
level
break
as
the
well.
trip. Recon for long. Yeah, looks like we're going to play a little bit more reactive. We got op out for Icy. And at one point, especially when Derek spots here,
Like 2G
they
are
should be
kind of
pushing
just
through
perfect
mids.
knowing how to approach this round
Can they
out of a
really
timeout,
retake
hitting
from...
an empty A site.
Maybe, let's see if Derek can get a kill.
A full 5v5 retake.
Legs from 2G, they keep it nice
No
and simple.
ults.
If EG,
Tries all the util he could
I
dream
don't know,
of.
man. The money's
The
so
last
high
players
here
start
that
to
I could,
arrive.
honestly,
Here
if
comes
they
the
don't
retake. Paranoia
get a
starting
pick,
through. Icy in the air, taken down by LZ, and it's only nature to
I was gonna
find
say, if
the
they don't get a
4-2G.
pick, maybe they save.
EG out of the
Chat,
sight.
this is gonna get close. Gonna get close.
That was a quick
2G,
one.
a lot of money. They get him
Zap
pumped
still
up.
having some
EG,
fun out
not
there.
much money.
Honestly, what a strange round, right? Icy trying to double dash into the site.
You understand what you mean now?
Instantly clubbed down.
Was
I
that
think
about
two players trying
the
to drop out of heaven at the same time.
that about the waylay?
nice
Like
idea
stuff like
for
this,
them,
it's like
but
that's a free kill.
Again, this is a situation where you don't have a jet smoke or anything to buy time once you dash in. You're very much reliant on your teammates hitting perfect util to set up the entry.
Zap bringing the energy.
Yeah, force him down to an
Decibel level
eco.
in the studio is going
Yay
off the charts.
tanks a lot of damage from a shock that was meant for his trip here.
GG. Spike still towards A, but LZ has an ult to bring it over. So just walking his way through.
Jones sees nothing. They walk into side again.
Out onto the site, and it
That
is
money is
yet
about
again
to get a
5v5
little bit
retake.
better.
I mean, EG have
Can
5 ults
they
to play with. I don't know if they're
throw
gonna
the spike
actually
over?
use any of them here
I'd
on
be
the
super
eco.
tempted to throw the spike over.
But
Again,
it's
let's see if
annoying how
Silence can
2G
get a
play
kill.
these
That's kind of what
post
it's all
plans, right? Just
about.
leaving Askia back on site.
Dude,
The
they're
rest
going to
of
go
the
to
team
another
falls
buy
in
round.
pretty
It's going to be
deep towards long.
9-10.
They've got the Soul Vault
And
to play with as well, so if EG take
they're
their
going to
time,
have
yeah, this
ISO
round's
ult
just gonna
and
slip away
Yoru
due
ult.
to time.
and Sova ult. The combos are through the roof. They can no matter what, they can force a
EG
site.
for now, though, just trying to see if someone will overheat, give them a kill.
That's the thing, too. EG might honestly choose to die to Spike, as crazy as it sounds. They've already got all their ultimates.
They'll at least send Icy in with the Bucky. Not able to find anything there. The round is lost, but EG is dealing some damage, taking down a couple players, and LZ will fall as well.
Alright, well,
But
the
with
damage
how
doesn't really
rich
matter
2G
too much.
is, it's not the
This
biggest
round
deal
is
for
going to
them.
get wild.
That ult
We
advantage
have
for EG,
9
not even
ults.
so meaningful. 2G
We have
4
9
of
ults,
their
but
own. They're
I
only missing
think
Cypher.
the 2G ones are too
issues
good
there.
that
That's now 5 rounds in
EG
a
have
row
to
for
play
2G.
aggro, like walk down middle or something.
They're going to have buy secured for every round moving forward. And they've kind of just
They can't hold a site,
beaten EG
I guess
by
is what I'm
running
saying.
onto sites. As silly as it sounds, EG are playing for this heavy flood retake. Not even flood retake, heavy set retake. And it's not working.
2G have done a really great job of being ahead in these post fights and fighting into EG's retake.
Shock to
Punishing them
break the
there.
trip.
And you know, you're talking about the
Yeah,
executes. Here we go again.
and
It's a split into C
if
with
someone
Yoru all
gets
through, and
spotted,
yet
they're probably
again,
going to get
EG
ISO
has to play
ulted.
set retake.
Well, that's a free site, and they get to save all of their ults.
Just to pull out of
So
the
now we
ultimate,
get to
they
see a
put this back
madness
down.
because we've got ISO ult into Sova ult,
here's
and then we've
the
got
thing,
every
again,
single ult
2G
here.
can
That's
play active. Okay,
devastating.
that's a good opener from Ye.
That's so devastating.
With an ultimate to pluck out Supa. This
Okay,
can
that's
take
the
away
go
smokes.
signal
This
from
will
EG
make
to
so
speed up.
So simple. for 2G.
Oh, he got out of there. Does he cancel his ult and stick back? No. Dude, Omen Omen actually got hit by the ult, so he's super slow on the on the luck. Okay, they got it half. Nature took the hit to get it half. Holy bro, they actually just stuck it out in the open in the middle of a one-way.
Unbelievable. I mean, Zap goes for the third Hunter's Fury charge there. The flank is slowed down.
That's
because
so
LZ, even though he ulted
devastating for
out
2G,
of the
man.
Whaley ult, still got hindered. And even with a player in full vision, EG steal it away.
But credit to Ye.
ASCII, oh, they kind of used...
I got active there, bro. I was going in.
No, he did, and he stopped the Yoru from peeking and stopping the defuse.
Finally break the streak.
Oh, there's no one buying for
The
Super.
Yoru had to like swing again after killing him.
Well,
That's a bit of a tough start.
hold on. Nature's still backside, though.
Oh.
Fake teleport into the back. 2G not looking to accelerate off this too much.
Yeah, they're going to cancel.
Oh, 2G lose a lot here. No smokes, no shields.
Leaving Oskia here and resetting the round.
Honestly, a tough trade, though, losing your smokes this early in the round. Might make EG a bit more tempted to play the Flood retake this time.
2G now droning over into the A side, trying to make some presence in lobby. Already, you can see they are successfully pulling a few rotates into the A side, but really
Yeah, the
setting
one
up
drone
for a
to
split
re-clear
into C
A
through garage.
gets hard,
Only the tripwire is
and
off.
they do just heavy rotate with it.
Potentially
3
spot
people
out
on
the
A.
split hit. But the timing here for
Superman with
2G
the
is
op.
everything, 'cause as soon as this tripwire is broken, I don't think Supa can commit.
Yeah, as soon as this trip
It's
gets
gonna go
broken,
into
he has
wall.
to... I mean, he'll probably just hold this
He's
angle
back
for a little bit.
exposed. Yeah, trip is broken. He's got to fall back onto this line. This is more achievable. From
Wait, how is
2G,
that not a
but
double?
apparently not.
18
Supa's gonna
HP.
get it.
4v3, again, it's a retake for EG.
EG have 2 players working into mid, choosing not to go for the flank, instead regrouping with numbers.
But 2G fought into garage. And that's exactly where EG is heading.
Ooh. Low HP goes for the luck.
Oh my.
The flank is active. Gobert spotted one. How much can he
Did
get?
Derek
from this?
spot him?
Oskia holding strong, stalls things out. Another look. Oh, it gets nothing. And Zap put in position to clutch. A wide angle, a first shot connected.
Damn, big man, big rounds. Dude, it's going to get so close. Money reset. 1-9. 1-9 loss bonus. There's 3 of them that can't buy.
I'm loving seeing this version of Zap. The Red Bull clutch for him. And 2G on double digits. That smoke. He's playing around perfectly, getting active up there on the site. Popping off too.
And that is such a big round for 2G. EG's money is reset.
It's devastating, man.
2G
EG
are about to
are
tie this game
in a
up.
rough position.
Mimi, I don't want to start this too early.
The narrative?
But in kickoff, EG had this really bad habit of getting up to double digits, 10 rounds, 11 rounds, and then proceeding to lose.
Oh, that could have been way worse. The shield saved him a little bit.
We're slipping away. 2G winning, what, 6 of the last 7, has echoes of that kickoff performance.
They've got to shore this up.
It's nice from Ye. He's got the hero gun. It's been very proactive. Had the cam as well. Cleared all the middle.
Finding the weak site.
And even dodging away from some of the active looks.
Derek has a recon. Probably needs to wait for Ye to get close.
Oh. One shot. That's all Silence needs. The flood is coming in. Silence! Oh my, the aim is just impeccable from that man.
Okay. Dude, 2G have the ISO ult.
This team wins a round.
Mysterious, thank you so much. Mysterious _ infinities with the tier 1. Thank you very much, mate.
Momentum when they won Ascension, when they made it here. It was Zap yelling like he is now, winning rounds like that.
Yeah, show that clutch again. I love it.
And Silence. He was the guy that they needed. You're missing your star player. He's not old enough to play in the league. Silence has to fill a lot of those shoes. So that's a Red Bull clutch and EG.
Yeah, force the timeout. It's gonna have to be a good timeout.
Need any of those in the first, but yeah, apart from the pistol.
I mean, there's a couple of tells at the moment for sure. Like the shocks over towards C is the only time they wanted to insta hit over towards C.
The defuse on. Nothing has been working for this team right now.
There's definitely
and I really think a lot of it
couple of things that could have been written down to give you clues of where they want to go.
Into the site, there's been
once they create fake pressure, they leave it so they could fearlessly reclear stuff.
When the follow-up is not there, when the utility isn't catching every single player. I think for EG, it's less about playing for the retake and more getting active. I would love to see Icy play around the center of that B garage.
From what I'm seeing as well, I don't really have faith in the EG retakes. I feel like the retakes with Waylay doesn't look good. Looks like the Waylay just gets sent in today. So I would love them to just, to be honest, send it.
And 2G have been very happy to receive.
Like I'm in for
this
aggro push. This is the tell again, so they just go see when they hit this shock. Let's see if they spoke about it. Medica, thank you so much for the prime. Joke goes in. Yeah, he hears it. Everyone speeds up. They hear this trip. Blind ult. There goes the ISO ult. But they know he's close because they heard and saw the trip. Well, didn't see it, they heard it.
No way! How is he ready for that? He's still going to be a problem. Holding things down as Zap swings in and trades out onto Icy. 2G change their approach. They fight towards spawn. As EG begin to approach this site, Ye out, but a walk up from long.
Zap it.
Ready to go. Needs to be massive as there's 2 players awaiting him in this corner. There's the first, but Derek good on the swing. Now a 1v1. LZ.
Oh my goodness. Comms of the HP comes in.
The gun backs away. Ye desperately trying to find something. The Cypher threat hitting on down.
Oh my god, it's close. He's just got it right. It's so close.
Should have been impossible.
I don't know,
so close. No, he TP'd the other side of the trip. Show me some confidence. Surely the comms came in for the low HP. Ye's absolutely saved them.
He was already past it. Is this really how EG win their rounds?
The bag may have just been fumbled.
And then he missed the trip.
12 for EG now.
Oh god, he missed the trip with the shot as well. Okay, one chance for EG.
You're gonna take that this time, setting up aggressively into the mid space. But 2G go for a teleport back into spawn, and the rest of the team works A.
Oh, there goes your smokes, and we've forward before we've done any smokes.
And now no smokes for this execute.
Okay, they get the site.
And Derek with an ult ready to go.
So overall, do they want to try combo of a breach stun?
Could try to jump up and over this tripwire on the other side, but Zap will hear it playing into long.
Zap needs to live.
Oh, this is nice. Breach stun, Sova ult.
Especially for the lurker.
Okay.
Hunter's Fury popped from both teams. Icy loses the fight on the flank. And into the site now, EG go. Askia, so good at holding his top, but Nature! He's better! 2v3 now. A lot of time.
Smoke on the spike, gonna have to be a spam. Shock dart goes in, cannot tank it. Oh my god, that's so close. Dude, EG even messed up their combos with the Cypher ult stun and Sova ult. God, it was a scrappy game. It was a scrappy game, but EG just come out on top.
Looks of shock.
Dude, Ye saved them twice, right? Ye saved him with the 4K on B, and he saved him with the clutch over towards C.
To see it through.
I think they probably lose if he's not playing this good.
Fight in that second half. I mean, that was scary out of them.
It takes back-to-back, honestly, miracle rounds for EG to win that game.
Straight up.
I feel worse about EG after this win. I mean 2G played a lot better than they've looked. You got to give them that.
That's why
They did fumble it a little bit. I agree.
Somehow they squeak away with this one.
And by the way, Nature, right? You just saw in that round absolutely popping off. Also in that final round, like, I don't know how he was getting some of the kills he got, jumping out of heaven on the retake.
Well, 2G,
Waylay looking weak if you don't do anything for the first 10 seconds. Yeah, I agree. Doesn't even look good in the retake. You got a combo of another duelist. It just looks weak solo duelist. Every single time I've watched it. Especially on defense. Like, to be honest, maybe the retakes can look better like this. And I would say that probably the EG's retakes didn't do it justice. If you look at their retakes, they're not like Omen Flash combo stun, really. That was 2G's map, right? So I'm hoping for a better showing of EG on this map, just to give some kind of confidence. How was the Paper X Waylay? A lot of first Fs.
Red Bull gives you wings.
But again, it's probably more down to teams like not having the right comp or comboing it, I guess. Okay, chat, I'll be back in a little bit. Got some ad spam. We've got a map coming up. Yeah, he had a 5K, 4K, and a 3K. Damn it, yeah, that's nuts. He really just carried this. Hyzor as well with the Prime. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay, chat, I'll be back in a bit. What is the next map? Lotus? Yeah, we'll see what comps people play.
Mas o LZ garante mais o abate. Teve a passagem.
He's got to be careful. You've got Ye close by. Ye gets the third on the round. EG gets a 10.
2 unreal rounds to close it out for EG on that first map. And Potter, you talked about bringing surprises. We just saw the Waylay from Icy. It was a crazy back and forth, but now we're going into a map of Lotus that we haven't seen from you in quite some time. So what can we expect from him? More surprises?
Definitely more surprises. I think every team probably on Lotus has been going back and forth for the past 6 months since the Viper changes with the Teo coming out. We've also been having a bit of an identity crisis, but we're feeling very confident on Lotus. Feel like we got the first match jitters out of the way, hopefully on map 1, and hopefully going into map 2 we can have a little bit of a more good Valorant.
Excited to see you. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Potter wants good, honest Valorant, but I think 2G might have some other plans. And that's a sentence I didn't think that I'd be saying going into map 2, folks, because it was a 13-11 win for Evil Geniuses, but 2G truly showing some grit out of that one. Wyatt?
I'm flattened. I am a two-dimensional human.
Why? Why are you flattened?
Last couple rounds. I mean,
no, that was brutal.
But they gave you 11 great rounds.
Sadness. But they almost gave me 13. They almost gave me a great map. They almost gave me a great day.
And then Prime Yeaster shows up alongside Icy, hitting some unreal stuff as well. I mean,
let's talk about that.
That set the pace, didn't it, for the first half, I think, of this map, right? Like, these guys, we talked about, even Potter mentioned in the interview, right? Having this identity crisis of the team, trying to figure out what they want to run entirely. And whatever this was, it was working to such a high degree.
Yeah, I mean, it really was just the old reliable comp with Waylay instead of Jet, as Jogamo said, a lot of teams are doing, and we got to see it. Icy's Waylay was looking nice. He had a really solid performance, especially that first leg of the game. He was the standout.
And I think what's helping him here, too, as well, is he's taking a lot of these fights and really disrupting these timings, and he's been going really aggressive in those early engagements, so it's actually been pretty cool to see Icy take advantage of that. But then on the flip side of that, you got El Diablo. Yay, back again, and he picked up an ace. He was looking phenomenal. I mean, this guy, Bren, was, it looked like we were back in Istanbul.
He's farming a couple of eco frags, you know what I mean? Like, okay, but that only...
He killed some players in tripwires, too.
Yeah, he did. He definitely did that because we won't talk about it. But he's looking good, to be honest. And if they want to just solidify that and put Ye only on Sentinel as a role and make that his thing to define once more, I'm all okay with it, to be honest. And for 2G,
listen,
you're flat, but genuinely, that is so much better than what we saw of them in kickoff. So much better.
Oh, absolutely. Round one, they win the pistol in a 1-versus-1, and immediately I'm seeing the fire in Zap's eyes. What I witnessed across their entire Ascension run. This guy was the driving force of the team emotionally. He was keeping them in it during the game, between the maps, between the days. He was the life of this squad, and it was awesome to see them back in that state.
This is what I want to see, though, when I see Brazilian players on the stage. I want to see that passion. I want to see screaming across, like you said, that old 2009 LAN style. Just they're throwing
put that pressure on them,
you know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. But previous in kickoff, they looked like they didn't even want to really be there. They were looking. They were scared to make the right play to win. They were playing not to lose. This is completely different. Despite the fact that they lost in the fashion that they did, you got to not let that get you down. This is a completely different 2G that we're looking at. They're not a free win. They're not a free win by any stretch of the imagination here. So signs of life. I'm happy to see it. I'm very happy to see it.
I was over the moon, genuinely over the moon. Zap was giving us everything that we wanted to see. But let's actually get some words from Coach Faith, the coach of 2G, to hear what he has to say as we get ready for map 2.
I'm here with Coach Faith ahead of map 2, and that first map slipped through your fingers a little bit. You're hoping to recover for the second and third, but I want to ask about one of the guys that was the big win condition for a few of these rounds. It was Askia. 2 years ago, we saw him in Ascension playing Duelist. Last year, he was playing a lot of the Initiator instead, and then he was on the Academy team. So what can we expect from him? Because we just saw Yoru in the double Duelist.
Yeah, so he's a real complete player. So he can fit everything that we need, and that's what we kind of needed for the moment. And so he's a really complete player. Yep.
I mean, it was really close. Best of luck for the second map.
Yeah, thank you.
I tell you what, it's great to see the way that Dryad just as always finds ways, you know, whether it's Dryad, I don't know how you do it. Is it levitation? What's your trick?
Rack in the back.
That's what it is. That's what it is. He was talking about Askia there, what he brings to the table, and what that was, you heard it there from Coach Faith. flexibility was what they wanted in this. And he, you know, look, it wasn't, he had his moments. There were some moments that I'm sure he would like to take back. But overall, Wyatt, I will say that he did the thing that they needed him to do, especially on that Yoru.
Absolutely. And when you have a sub, another player coming into this team, at some point here, I'm going to be done talking about Spike. But he was playing a flex role, a lot of duelists, a lot of initiators, so you need someone that's going to be able to pick those pieces up. Gobera, the other sub for this team, has continued to be phenomenal. He was the standout during kickoff, had a great map there, and I was really happy to see Silence picking things up.
Silence was great, yeah.
Cooking everyone.
It was like,
in
what,
the
3 and 4 in the kill contract?
Or 3 for 1.
Oh, yeah.
3 out of 4. Yeah,
3 out of 4.
Yeah. But he was cooking people with the ult. He was looking really good. He had some of those nice streaks going where you get that first kill shield up, and then you're just stringing them together, getting the double taps.
I think it's a good sign from them, like you're saying. They're inserting a player into the system very much last minute and playing a comp that, on paper, it looks like it's easy to play, right? You're just playing Euro ISO, you're trying to pinpoint the players so that the ISO can vacuum them up and put them into the gulag. But genuinely, it's a hard comp to play on the attack side. You need to be thinking about your motions and the way that you play it. And that was one of the things that was really missing when they last played Haven for me. So they've already made corrections in terms of how they're playing in their attack side macro on that map. I think that speaks volumes, actually, for the kind of corrections they've had, honestly. They've spent this month doing good prac and good work.
And I may need to get that tank of coke back out and take a few big hits. But honestly, I think despite losing, 2G are going to walk away from that game happy. I think they should walk away from that feeling like, oh, we can compete. Yeah. We're right there with them.
Look, I mean...
in fact, we should have won.
Yeah, they should have won.
They should have. Sorry. They should have won that damn game, man.
Yeah.
They should be up 1-0.
It was the garage play, man. It was the tripwire that was the greatest tripwire of all time. It truly was. It doesn't get better than that.
But despite that, I want them to feel good, and
Lotus?
they should, because now they know that.
I don't hold too much faith for 2G after this. All I'm hoping is that EG look a little bit better, to be honest.
Without a doubt. And of course, for 2G, a win here would be massive. Let's not forget that every single win that you get in this stage gives you a championship point, which gets you one step closer to champions at the end.
Another waylay on this map.
So these games always going to be important here, especially
I don't think it looks good in this map.
Who, as we had talked about,
I just don't believe in waylay.
Was, just not in
it's so low.
rhythm at all. And yes, you can make the argument they didn't have Spike. They were bringing in, a lot
Matthias,
of new
thank you
faces
so much.
onto the team to try and account for that. But
who's winning today? 100 Thieves SEN. I went for 100 Thieves, but
team. Exactly what we
not
want
like
to see. Gives me hope for this
overly
one,
confident.
What Potter said into this Arrival interview as well, just to pivot it to EG a little bit as well, or not the Arrival interview, but a winning interview where she was looking ahead to talking about Lotus as the next map coming up.
Sure Finn with the tier 1 as well. Thank you for the 21 months
as well. I wonder what direction EG are going to take this one in, because you can run a lot of teams running the solo duelist
whip
play.
out the chamber here.
Breach Teo, for example.
Could you imagine?
G2 are the best example of their, I think, playing that particular composition on Lotus. They do it so damn well. But teams have had success with the double duelist as well. Like if you want to run some Euro ISO, you can keep doing that as well.
Hey, what's going on here?
I mean, obviously, I don't really know how the pieces are working with that one. Maybe that puts more demand on Ye if they want to be putting him on more flexible positions himself. But it's very winnable for 2G. The overall point I want to get at here, which we've all just been hitting over and over again, is that they should be coming off the back of that map thinking, man, we should have won that, right? That's got to speak volumes. You can't get yourself down thinking about it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, folks, we do want to let everyone know that on stage, I'm sure
you I did that.
Two together here. If you haven't yet,
you should learn some
math. But essentially, we have a little bit of a delay on stage, so we're going to be taking care of that and getting things sorted and ready to go. But in the meantime, though, we'll give us a little bit of a pause for the cause. And when we return, we're going to jump right back into this series here. Map 2 underway. It's going to be Lotus with EG up 1-0. And as always, we'll see you on the other side right here at VCT Americas.
Surely this is a fast tech pause. How long? 2 minutes? That's not too bad. Locked yourself out? How did you lock yourself out? Okay, 1 sec, chat. Right. Locked out the house. Crazy. Yeah, that's why you don't leave the house, because sometimes you get locked out. Did you lock around on purpose, dude? I had nothing to do with that. What are the results that have surprised me the most so far? Gotta be one of the Chinese results, probably. Everything else has been who is expected to win, I think. Right? I think the Overdogs have won every game so far. EE? I don't think so, Dasp. The Chinese results have been kind of wild, yeah. It's got to be one of the Chinese results. Wolves being Trace. Yeah, I think that's probably is it. Especially if you look at the Wolves kickoff performance. How do you think EG will do in the league? What's the rest of their group? I don't think they can play like this and get to playoffs.
All right, everyone, and welcome
don't they have a really rough
VCT
group?
Americas. In case you're just joining us here, we want to let you all know that we're still sorting out some stuff on the stage, so we'll be sure to get going as soon as that is ready to go. Of course,
boy.
GB alongside Brendan.
Dude, they should have worn their
bring everything down. And from that
tech support
first map,
jerseys.
what
We would have
saw was a
been
completely
halfway
different
through the map right
2G
now.
than what we were getting in kickoff. And I think that one thing that we have to stress is that this is a big game for 2G, right? An absolute critical one.
We were kind of mentioning it, but it's a must-win, arguably.
Some people would say that Loud should have won against Crew.
I mean, listen, I pulled it up here. They've got Loud,
Yeah, but
Crew, 100 Thieves, SEN as their next upcoming game.
It's different that Crew looked better in kickoff. Like everyone that looked better in kickoff won their
when EG
game
is still struggling
so
to find
far.
out what they want to play, what roles do they want to solidify and cement for themselves. This is probably going to be one of the better ones to try and get that early win that is necessary
Apart from the Chinese
to get
games.
the ball rolling. 2G can't let this one slip. They really just cannot let it slip.
Yeah, especially not when they have some wind in their sails and belief that they can actually win this after.
Zeta taking a map of
pushing
the
EG to win it
T1.
and
That's a
losing
good
map
shout.
they
That is
should
true.
have won. We'll never not
I
say
didn't think that would
they should have won
happen.
it. They simply should have won that map, and they didn't, sadly. But they can definitely take Lotus. They can definitely take this series. And you're right, it just gets a lot tougher from
Then
here.
SEN should win against the 100 Thieves. Yeah, if you're using that
Sometimes you have those
full
weird
process.
inter-regional matchups where it's like these teams know each other way too well, and then it leads to some strange outcomes at times. But yeah, you are obviously looking at this one as the must win. And
Here we go,
I
we're in.
promise this is the last time I'm going to say something about
Teo, was that a
Sliggy, guys,
clove?
because we have
EG
just
playing the
really
clove
beat
comp?
that narrative into the ground. But it is true that he's coming back in the next stage. So
Tomorrow's
I wanna
Plat
be
Chat?
able
Yeah,
to
it
get
is
some
tomorrow.
wins
I have
on
no
the
idea what time
within
it's at.
Get within this
Probably something I should know.
striking distance. So when he's back and you have another heavy hitter, then maybe you can make a run.
I tell you, man, it's going to be a tall task without a doubt. Can 2G force that map 3? Let's send it back over to your casters for this one. It's Mimi and Ender.
I don't know if I've ever seen a room with more 2G copium than the analyst desk right now.
Wyatt is putting in work over there.
But you gotta believe it at least a little after that first map. I mean, by all accounts, should have won that one. EG steals it away, and now we go into the map choice for 2G. We've seen them here before, but EG didn't show this map at kickoff, and there's a lot of options here. They already showed something creative with the Waylay map 1, and we're hopping into our agent select. 2G up first, and it looks like they're just ripping off T1.
All right,
Nice,
so yeah,
dude.
they
The
watched
ISO
Masters
comp and loads.
Yes,
I like this.
and this comp even better after the ISO changes, I think. Remember, it's giving that suppression when you use his undercut, which is so strong for a lobby control. And
Clove.
That's a clove.
Clove,
for
Viper,
Ye.
Fade,
like,
Teo,
look,
Raze.
Ye was frying over on the Cypher on map 1. And we saw this played the other day, but that was also next to an Omen. The
Sure.
nerfs to Clove's cooldown on smokes going from 30 seconds
I'm
to
down
40
to
seconds
see what they got.
is massive. And having an Omen next to it can make up for that fact. Viper, not so much.
yeah, they have the shortest smoke duration of any agent in the game, and now the longest recharge. Besides, of course, Brimstone, who doesn't recharge.
But they can heal themselves up,
yes,
you know?
Yes, and Ye has the freedom to just fight B every round, no matter what side he's
I
on.
was told Sean Garris would be coaching 100
Also,
Thieves.
you know what? I'm always wondering, like, why is Potter putting this into the composition? Is it just to let Ye shoot?
Living in 20. When even was that? Was that even 2023 or was that 2022?
It explodes after hitting the ground, so you can do some like cool lineup things with that potentially.
It's a while ago.
We'll have to wait and find
End
out.
of 2022, right?
Pretty normal as 2G walk their way up.
Okay, EG on defense, 2G on attack.
Saw them out, but 2G was never committed this way.
Yeah, 2G gonna take
how
their
on
time.
earth do
They
I say
also
your
left a
name?
camera and a cage over on the A side of the
F
map.
deal.
So
Thank you so much for the prime. I
take this
definitely
fight, move back
got your
into
name
it.
wrong,
Shots aren't
but I
quite
appreciate
there
you.
for them right now. Just kills traded out as the tether doesn't dissuade 2G from fighting. They still wanted that one.
Finally, they will. Tucktail, though. Head back.
Yeah, they
other
got
direction.
that
It's a
clove
4v4,
smoke though.
There's really no util left for them except
Yeah,
their
there it
smoke.
is.
Well, annoyingly, because Cypher died, they can't actually go back into rubble and bank on that utility, so they regroup 4 players in front B, clear out this
With
front
PH,
box,
thank you so much for the prime. Thank you for the 2 months.
Yeah, open the door to make sure no one pushed up.
Yeah,
into
smoke
the-
goes down. You got another clove smoke. Oh my god, look at this clove. Look at the clove impact right now. Clove smoke over towards B makes them go back towards C into another clove smoke.
on opposite sides of the door.
Crazy, man.
Zap trying to find something front B, but LZ has the spike. Can't really get out of here.
Door open. Can LZ survive? Nah, they're swinging him somehow. He Houdinis his way out of that one.
Thing is, you know that clove smoke's coming back up. It's up right now.
I mean, it's the little things.
What you got for us?
Oh, does he even get that? The missiles nearly kill him. He runs for the hills, but a nade now going to be coming.
Smoke on the spike. Oh my goodness, this clove impact's crazy. 3 dead smokes, all of them
This round
impactful.
is over.
Huge.
Zap can't even find a kill on the way out either, so 4 ghosts carried over from EG.
Shameless? I'm just saying what I see. I'm just talking about the game.
Felt like that early fight just 2G were so committed to it, but because 3 players were tethered and didn't immediately go for the swing, Gobert was just kind of hung out to dry there. The sole player out in the open.
True.
This guy doesn't lie.
Can we get another clove util
2G
counter?
headed
The
back
problem
the same
is
direction. 5 strong
the
fighting
impact will be
towards C.
through the roof. The whole screen will just be filled with numbers. We can't do it.
Beyond hope to get a spike plant down here.
Can't tally it up.
Loved the fast exec
Whoa.
back on Haven. It's not working though.
God, nice
This
shot.
boosted spot from EG is just doing numbers on 2G. Not a single player to drop on the initial wave.
And you talk about some of the disadvantages of running the Viper instead of the Omen. Biggest advantage on your defense. Viper's stall util is crazy
Gets
to
punished
lock
for,
down C. We've seen
buying
a
the
lot
gun.
of
That's
teams
so funny.
switch to solo controller, but Viper has
Well.
always been one of the strongest agents on this map since its release.
Yeah, the orb for C control is fantastic. You also have the wall that hits front B and also the area outside rubble to make sure you can throw that up if the door on A is ever being tapped.
Yeah, she has kind of a global impact that not many other agents do on this map.
Yeah, now the one thing is, usually you get more value out of that Viper wall, like defensively, when you have like an Omen on your team who can TP up on rubble fight, then if they're getting
bonus
cleared out,
is
throw up
okay.
that wall, TP
It's not
behind
great.
and get on out.
It's not
because
bad.
they're running the Clove and Raze isn't so
Wait,
flexible.
did he
on
rebuy
that
it? I don't think they
TP
saved
mobility.
it.
Can't quite get that value here.
Dude, what the hell is this skin as well?
Icy looking to contest towards A. Knows there's a couple players here, but can't commit to a duel.
EG might have some trouble re-clearing into space as well, right? No flashes on this composition for them, so it's much more about taking these.
Where is
off
Spike?
angles
I
towards
mean,
the
he's just
dry
counting
swings
down the
themselves,
days
but if the shots
to
aren't
his
hitting,
birthday.
It's going to mean a lot of space gathered for 2G.
Only a single member anchoring on A for EG.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
'cause
double
there's a
push from
flank
EG.
coming
They're
in
gonna have a good
long
amount
on
of
C, so
pressure
EG are
behind.
gonna pull back
We
off the
saved
site,
the
wait for
trip
that
for
flank to
here.
come
Wait,
in.
this is a
There's
nice trip.
camera and a tripwire spotting that one out. It'll be all up on Gobert to deal with those 2 players.
Gobert was very good map
Speaking
one,
of
though.
trips, they know there's a flank behind.
Especially in positions like this.
2G are playing super actively on the A site.
Gobert's been spotted by the drone. Molly at his feet. Zap's gonna
That,
try
mate,
and
you
help
can't do
him,
that.
but there's no saving Gobera. Overwhelmed by EG.
Check out this spot from Icy too. Can catch Zap
Guys.
trying to run in backside.
As soon as everyone running away.
And now it gets a little funky. 2G have flipped the map. They're full playing towards spawn, but some of these players still stuck on the site. And EG about to head their way into it. Tap on the spike. Derek.
Damn, Derek's popping everyone.
Just mops it up.
This was nice though, fair play.
They disappeared.
EG
Thanks
played
to
together,
Magic.
double push behind, save the drone, break the trip, drone all the way out. Molly goes in with the salvos as well, kind of forced them in. I do feel like 2G needed to react better. Let's take some like deeper space. Either take some deeper space or fight somewhere instead of 3 pass and going backside.
Usually it's the attackers that get to play over in tree like that. Dominate on those angles.
The difference between him and Zap's reactions is very funny to me.
Yeah, try to sound a little more enthusiastic, Derek. Come on. He's keeping it calm.
So EG win the bonus on their defense side.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about the teddy bears? Okay.
What's there to say?
What were they doing?
They were there.
Poor guy in the middle. All that bad buy. Really just being carried through by LZ on a guardian.
I mean, the nade was on his head. Yeah, there goes the hero gun. Icy with the kills, gets his ult into the next big buy rounds. And 2G are really going to struggle.
There's a Molly at their feet. They're stunned up. And yet again, 2G disappears from the round.
2G's comp is really good at going aggro over towards A with the wall. Surely they do that.
Through the smokes. Nice shot from Zap.
They might be very worried about Icy's ult.
This is looking much more like the control of the first half of Haven we saw out of EG. Had the paint shells going into back rubble that forced LZ out into the angle. Really beautifully played by Icy, I'm not going to lie.
I took care of.
2G have a second shot at a buy round now.
The suppress of the ult. Oh yeah, that's
again,
true. They should definitely be going aggro A. Go aggro A with the wall and then save your... That's a good point. Guys, you can't be using your double damage like that when you're up against a Razor. That's the one thing to take it down. I was about to make the whole round about watching how they were going to use their double damage. I mean, I guess you can ult him. Okay, well.
Grab the Teo. Silence has a 1v1. Outside Super gets a kill as well. But Silence is the important one. Finds his.
Go on, do it. I was going to say, I thought he was going to just pop the guy from the ult.
1v1, and then he comes back to the wake of a battlefield.
That was the EG players who had walked up B at the beginning of the rounds, hearing that ult, immediately pinching into that space and cooking the rest of 2G's players.
That's what I'm saying, though. 2G are
devastating
trying
round
to
from 2G.
run the fast round playbook like they did on Haven that, to be fair, really exposed EG on their retakes, but EG are playing much more fluidly this time. Actually
going for the
ult.
ult.
Their sights, going for these walk-ups.
And they have a lot better active stall util. Every round, 2G is getting locked out by the Molly and the Viper Orb on C.
My ultimate is ready. 30 seconds left.
It's pretty annoying.
Yeah, it's going to be
Especially
saving this one.
Apart from the round previous to this, 2G haven't done
yeah, I mean, 2G could have come up with a way better plan, right?
Let's
Let's be
They've been
honest.
throwing the same Cypher Cam, you know, up against the wall in the back corner there. They've been throwing the same cage over on Rubble too. But they haven't been using those. And usually when you play utility, you know, defaults like that, you're trying to show some presence on the C space early, threaten that you've maybe left someone there to be a late lurk, and then move back into the A space and slowly try to push forward over the course of 40 seconds to a minute. But because of the pace that 2G is playing at, it's not allowing for any of that concern over alert coming in, over any concern of
Right,
players
let's go again. Surely, guys,
It's very
your comp
simple rounds for EG
is
to play
really
almost.
good at going aggro A. You gotta give me an aggro
I
A.
think where it really thrives is taking space in a lobby. The ISO shield scaling up behind that with a dive from the Raze is one of the reasons why T1 was so good with this comp. Something I don't think we've really seen them do most this half.
We'll see what the quick A look.
Do they want to right
is
click
like
the
from
shield or
2G.
left click the
Lotus
shield?
just 2 rifles. Ooh.
What is that left
Okay,
click?
not as much damage as I was expecting. A little high there from Nature. But still, EG, because
Yeah, they take A control. Now you can go elsewhere.
Buys a ton of time on the stall. You've got players creeping out of that
Guys,
C
please
space
don't
too.
stick around and just get spammed by an Odin.
And what it means for EG is, again, brilliant map control round to round. Now using the drone outside of the mound space, sees that there's no lurk on this side, might even actually ping Gobera, so that's a pretty high likelihood that 2G have all 5 players in the A space.
And look at the damage. Zap knocked down to 11 health just from the Odin spam. EG is winning this battle via attrition.
And perfectly reading, too, that 2G want to split back into Baby Door. EG have 3 players here, lying in wait.
Incredible timing for the molly.
Oh,
God.
Oh,
God. Oh, man. I tell you what, though, LZ did pretty good to, like, TP over it, because he was pretty wrecked there.
The spike finally gets ferried into B. The next wave of this EG retake is soon to come.
Super winnable.
But this is where it's trickier for EG. No flashes to get back onto the angle, just a Prowler for Nature.
Silence alone.
I know exactly where.
As the Vandal in hand, one of the few hero weapons of this round. Knows Nature's just on the other side, but caught out by the utility and sprayed through on the Odin. EG now getting there for
Okay, got your ult if you want it.
He's back into it. All popped. Him alone against Nature. Up and over the top he goes. The
Very nice, dude. Very, very nice.
2G's newest addition finds 4 and finally grants them a round.
2G were desperate for a round win there, and they can finally get it. Oskia goes first 4 kills of the game.
Let's keep going aggro A until they stop it.
Time for 2G.
Can they stop it? Not really. Like they may maybe like fade Teva combo.
That's a deceptively hard angle to play with
Wait,
the showstopper.
Teva nade combo.
Up onto the box there.
This fades combo with himself.
Much to shoot it off against to get that final kill.
2G again attempt to take space in A.
Derek was playing back in spawn, anticipating an Omen ult at the start of that round. But has now crept into the mound space. Again, same round from EG, same round from 2G. But this time EG
only have one over towards A, and they've absolutely sent it A. They keep saving that trip. Fade all gets used as well.
2G will attain a post plant, and
Damn,
Askia again.
It's almost as if this comp should just be spamming A
and now
at the
EG have
beginning.
3 players all isolated on their ones. Derek on
It's a shame about the
very
slow start,
delayed
though.
flank. Tripwire to find him. And DA dealing with a trip, trying to regroup with Supa. EG need time to play with here, time to work back into this space. It's
The smugness levels in the stream is dangerously high.
So late. I think this might
Yeah,
just
but like
be a save at this point.
it's nice to see
2G playing this smartly as
that I'm
well.
not
You can
just
see all going up
chatting
the rope
crap
to exit
sometimes.
towards EG's own spawn.
How do you feel about the save call? Because 2G is pretty close to their money breaking. EG would have been able to buy even if they lost these guns.
It's true. It wouldn't have been the worst thing. I do think there's a point to be made around ultimates as well, right? EG don't really have
Damn,
the
look at
ult
Bacon,
to go
man.
for, and I guess
Bacon
EG
typed
are
it
trying to
out,
take some of the
smiling the whole
kills.
time.
EG might have also thought 2G would just escape towards their own spawn.
Sure, was hoping for that.
Yeah. And yet that
Can
is 2 rounds
2G
in a row
get
now
wrecked
for
by
2G.
the Teo damage? Nah, not really. They probably have a good punish. Like, they probably have a good rubble punish. Like, smoke,
What is going
Teo,
on?
damage,
Still
nade,
shuffling?
fade eye,
Wanna be that
eye,
elephant.
something like that.
Don't think we
But
can
in
grant
terms
that
of like
one.
the
Let's do
initial
another fight
stop,
towards
not
that.
really.
But
They
this
can only
time
kind of
EG's
nade
committing
Teva.
to the brawl themselves. Sees nade, Teo missiles.
Dude, I mean,
2G held it
this
for
is
now.
nice though from 2G. Like they just waited,
Use
and now
their
they can
burst of
literally just do
utility
their
just at
push
the
out.
beginning of the round. Instead, they held it, and now we'll go and fight for this re-clear.
Yeah, as soon as the clove smoke goes down, they can get back into the space. EG have abandoned entirely, and now an Omen ult
Omen ult
into
goes straight up
backside A.
over towards A.
2G have
2G got
found much
another
more
round here,
success towards
really.
this side of the map than the fast hits on C.
They got no Omen
Realize
flash
EG are
for the
playing
retake because
pretty
of the
weak on
claw.
this area.
LZ making a play.
2 rounds in a row. This is risky.
Askia tries to bait him in, and LZ disengages.
Smart to fall out of that space, I think. 2G may be looking for
It's a
bit
really
too
hard
much there.
retake.
Couple ults. Silence. Has the kidnap zap. Has the Hunter's Fury. The first one popped. That'll grab Icy. In comes EG straight to the blender
Whoa,
of LZ.
wait, what was that decision making? Wait, he TP'd up.
2G. They
That's
decimate
crazy.
evil geniuses as they fight
Very, very nice. I think EG needs to do a timeout. They definitely got to do a late rubble punish instead of the aggro A. I will say, you got to give props to 2G on this one. Like, they were so on top of the fact that they were going to do an aggro A, that they decided to save all their util and then late hit it.
And then TP's up in the window that everyone else is trying to react. Those players
okay,
are
didn't actually go through with the
find
TP.
where this Omen is. No one's anticipating the Rays to be there too.
Losing 3 rounds in a row, EG will call their first time out of this second map.
Yeah,
Here's the thing, though,
it's gonna be a rubble
similar
punish.
to EG's defensive side of Haven, they're struggling in the retakes, right? When they're holding the C site in those early rounds.
Or they go for the aggro A and then just hold it with 2 this time.
Problem, but here
maybe.
again, 2G are abusing all of these very aggressive angles that normally you'd have, you know, some breach utility, stuns, flashes to clear away. Right now, EG are failing on that front to deal with them.
Last 3 rounds have all ended either A or B. And 2G's been opening with a lobby control every time. That's been the secret sauce thus far.
Need the Omen flash for the A main hold that
like
bad.
round,
It's not even, do you know what? It's not even the Omen flash. It's legit the Omen TP.
Had Icy playing there for a second, but fell off pretty quickly.
Like, it's nice to one person, like for sure the one person hold of an Omen is good when you can flash them out. Like to go aggro over towards there, like opening door and TPing is like really, really strong. It's like just being able to go here without having to cross all of this.
Looks to me like the setup in this round from 2G
So
splitting up,
it's more the TP than it is anything else.
Actually bringing 4 over.
And then obviously the flash can be like reactive. No one really rips the Omen flash at the beginning.
2Game is yet to win a round where they try and go C.
Well,
This is
round
their
to go for
chance,
the
but it's
bait.
a bait and switch.
We've never
In
seen
the
EG up
corner,
like this.
Superman. Do they check on him? Do they consider the option?
Nope.
No one's looking thus far. That's one, but the
Still though.
shield, it saves the day.
Hold on, Icy stepping into front B. He found that kill. EG could be right back in it. As it stands, Gobera takes the warning shot, falls back into sand.
Yeah, he's gonna do it instead. There's
Nicely
one
done
from
from
him.
Ye.
And Icy front B takes down another key player from 2G.
Nicely done again from Ye.
It all comes down to Gobera. EG have plenty of time to work with.
Does feel like Ye
Going
just
back to
saves them
regroup
all the
together
time.
as 3. Gobera needs to seize this window. Hasn't been spotted yet. Takes his timing to clip ahead. Now in a 1-on-2, finds another.
Oh,
but
that's
nature will
unlucky,
take
bro.
him
It's a
down.
really good
EG
attempt.
see yet another C plant through.
And the drought continues on C. 2G have not found a solution to this side of the map.
At least they planted the spike this time.
Fair. Bait and switch setup. Got a couple for EG, but I think the real crux of that round was their fight back into B main, opening that door and pressuring 2G from behind as Ye just held in spawn and let them run into him.
That's something EG have looked for a couple of times after they've heard
The
the
my
early,
bad's out there.
attack into sand.
What do you do?
Walk
Over
into
peek
front
on
B,
site
open
maybe?
that door, go for that delayed pinch play.
So back to the well for 2G. They're gonna take another round opening a lobby.
I feel like tucking in there and hoping isn't the best option. I mean, playing this pause is like kind of strong. Like they don't have a drone.
Not broken.
But they have a silver drone, I guess. Can silver drone like this reach here? I'm not sure. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Normally when you like tuck in heavy, you just get owned.
I see no chance to stall, but he pings
That's
out
the spike and the door closed as
No one's there to
well.
recover it. LZ has to save the day, and he'll
Keep
sneak
an eye on the
away.
lock over towards B.
Right now, EG have pushed out of C, and Gobera is front B.
Really
No one's
nice.
ready for that. With the
Yeah.
the picture, the round becomes so much simpler for 2G, and Gobera is still going to keep moving.
EG going for a double
2G
flank
having
play.
pretty much all the success over towards A.
But this lurk, an ever-present threat from Gobera.
He's so patient right now, too.
EG finally arrive and takes base into tree. Everyone is backside from 2G. Silence. Another
Omen
shield.
flash was good.
Another
Hit both at
chance
tree.
to close out this round. First tap on the spike. EG trying to win
It's
out
a
in the
really
brawl,
late
but
ult.
2G better at it thus far. The Viper's Pit is up. Silpa's out of bullets. And 2G holds strong again
winning
on the
every
A
round
side.
when they go A at the moment.
Brilliant round out of Gobera, finding that lurk into the B space.
Yeah, his luck was awesome. His luck was awesome, and then his like reaction after getting the kill was like everything.
After he got that kill,
His cage goes to heaven and then just holds for so long.
And it just put so much pressure on these EG
Yeah,
players.
Nature couldn't get
Trying to
involved
make it
for
a little
like the
chaotic
last
with all the
15
smokes,
seconds.
the Viper's pit going down. At the end of it all, that lurk was just too big.
Yeah, back over towards A. Do they get anything for the nade tether? They might, yeah.
Sees nade early on A. Ooh, that might actually catch on the supplier Zap.
Oh, what? Bro whipped out the classic and double dinked, yay.
Attack outlaw technology.
They don't know about it.
Does a little bit better than most folks.
And in about 15 seconds.
Wait, did they win every round? They went aggro A, but lost every round when they didn't? I think so.
Round 12, the last round of the half.
Somehow there's a recon outside of the map. Don't know what went on. But
C-site, where you've lost every round, or Mimi, hear me out. Do you hit the A site where you've won every round?
yeah, no, I think it is that.
Revolutionary, but I think I would go and open A rubble, and maybe then hit the A site after.
Okay, let's see what happens.
But I'm not a mastermind like him, so we'll see.
I would say if Zap called the hit C and it works this time because EG overload bodies on the A side of the map.
Oh no.
Give this man
They
a
go
medal.
C.
He's trying it.
They've got an attack op and outlaw to take these first fights. Guns to fall back into after, I'm sure.
Yeah, I
Only
mean,
two
hopefully
sets of
he has
armor on
another gun
EG.
because he's got his ISO.
And some guns to back it up. Oh, Derek. Finding that opener onto go
7-5 it is.
Successful on those lurks.
It's really hard
Not
to.
this round, though.
It's really hard to not go aggro A when you won
wanted to
every single
accelerate
round by
into
doing
C
it.
using this drone to fake
I
it
see
to
his
A,
ult, Derek
but
is
now they're
ult.
calling back into this space, and yet somehow Zap is called around.
I mean, all
this.
the ults are
Again,
good
this
at the
A site
moment.
is weak.
Gonna get a little bit crazy.
EG anticipating Zap's moves, but maybe just 10 seconds behind him.
Nature jiggling from the baby door. Zap holding this angle. Nature knows now. Oh, the rocket. That's headed into
Yeah,
the
it's a
site.
free A side again. Problem is this time
allow this
EG
fight to
have a
come down
really good
uncontested
retake.
for 2G.
Util.
Zap getting so active up into stairs.
Like they should be able
Trying to
to.
walk on the back of that, but
Should
Ye
be able to
takes him
combo
down.
the
It's now 3 on
ults pretty
5.
well.
Ult for
Like the
silence.
best
He knows
best
Ye.
player for EG to get in this
Very
ult
good
as
in
well.
these ultimates thus far, and it's no
Like out of
different here.
everyone here, like Ye was the best person to tank this. Hold up, did they not just go a little bit too fast?
Nature on 2 puts LZ into a 1-on-3, and with the ultimates, the utility winding down.
Hold up.
Pushing against him, evil
I was
geniuses.
looking at the 5 HP and I was like, maybe.
Truly a
Okay, no
half
joke.
of
2G won every
two
round where they went
sites.
fast A.
EG every
Within the
time
first 10
successful
seconds
in
because
hard
they late
anchoring
took
C
it.
with the
And then they
Viper,
lost
but
every round
again,
where they defaulted C.
struggling on their retakes. Finally, in the last round, though, they figure it out. They get the retake down pat on A and put themselves in a good position to close this game out.
Yeah, they just punished the individual walk-ups.
They
from
went
2G.
fast, yeah. No,
The
they're trying to
look
capitalize
on
off the
Gobert was
ISO.
so quick, Zap 2 falls. EG
I
can play out
was
the
thinking they were
numbers
gonna
nicely.
just do
2G
like a
competitive again,
actual like
but they
set thing with the
still
table.
have to come back if they want to send us to map number 3.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Alright, let's mute this up. Silence is good in the ISO. Yeah, I still like. I also like the fact that people are using ISO on this map still. I say still. Like, I thought more people would be going for the T1 comp. I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good when you like fully understand what your win conditions are. And I do think that 2G maybe took a while to... I don't think they fully understand it yet. But this is probably... This for 2G here is probably like the best example of them to just watch this VOD back and be like, hold up. Did T1 just spam A hits every single time as their default until they get stopped twice in a row? Yeah, they do. They can finally learn that from this demo. All right.
Lightning start to the second half on Haven. They almost rallied that game back against EG, but now they're down a map in the series, and they're tasked with the very same thing here on Lotus.
Yeah, the last few rounds have gone very nicely for them, winning 5 of the last 7. You can see, like, basically every time that Zap is popping off and around, the rest of 2G rally behind him.
It is 2-1 for Pistols.
The start of things for 2G.
1-0 for this
Looks like
map.
Evil Geniuses geared up for a sand fight. Only LZ to spot this out from 2G.
Clove smoke down to get out towards C.
Yeah, just break the one-way. Threaten popping out of this.
Double controller comps and let you commit smokes for that.
Thing is, EG have a ton of damaging utility, not so much raw initiator abilities. So they can catch you, they can combo utility, and when it works, it works. That's one down on the C side.
God, did he double dink him?
Here to hold.
He's got to get out of here.
Yeah, get on through.
Hey, well, the spacing was nice here, though.
This round's falling apart from 2G.
Yeah. Towards spawn. The fight continues, but it's less successful. Nature's dead. That's the Spike having to run all the way back towards Bend.
Yeah, keep an eye on the round the world from Superman. Super late luck.
They're going to be fast in on this
Didn't mean the pun.
There is a huge lurk from Super, but it's going to be very delayed.
So the rest of EG has to hold well.
Oh, God.
Icy revealed up top. He'll back away as Yay for the first. Can he do any more? No, it's great.
Kinda just got a delay, guys.
Again. But enough time has been bought, and Super arrives. And this becomes a hell of a lot harder. Teo missiles at Zap's feet. Only 20 health to deal with. Somehow gets
nice
the
shot from
first,
Superman.
No more to come of it.
Double pistol on
Take the
this.
pistol.
Probably going to make it nice and easy.
Zap's gotta be feeling beautifully about that one. 4 kills,
Was it 4? Sorry, 3-1. Simple maths. 3-1 altogether.
Nature just got the spam shot there.
That's kind of nice as well, to be fair.
Because they threw
like
the
this hit was
C's name
nice.
into back bend,
Salvos
right? So
for the left
classics,
of
just
water
firing
and then
bullets
double
off through
swing,
that.
the isolated
Guys
player.
gotta try and run and get out of there.
And again, the spacing was really good off it. Right, they salvoed here, then double swing this. Like this guy was wrecked.
They're in the house.
Also means you don't have to like, your pre-aim can be more to the right.
Another very conservative eco round from EG.
Not so much from 2G. Couple of sheriffs. The marshal for Zap. That's something I remember even during kickoff he liked to do. Playing an off angle backstairs. This guy likes those snipers. There's a little gap for him to play with on that smoke too.
I'm not sure if anyone's going to be walking into it. Derek has the stun in hand.
Right here.
And EG still, they are so patient when they play these anti-ecos.
Yeah.
Finally, they're gonna
Open
hit
the
that go
door.
button.
Going
Send
from
it towards
safe
the A
far
side.
back.
At least one player is flooded out, LZ.
This is what G2 are doing, right? Where they drone the right, face the left, try and shoot the drone here, and your crosshairs just on the floor, so you no matter what get the trade of the drone.
For an exec. But EG did lose one
I mean,
of their
yeah, they
three
pick up a
rifles.
gun
It's
here.
an FPX buy for them. This is not the simplest round to play out.
Not a lick of armor on 2G though. So even the
Yeah, and you're the person that needs to survive. You're the person with the salvos.
Nature facing 2 on the other side. The smoke, he gets nothing.
Well, there goes
And
salvos.
neither does Derek. Yay! Has to do so much here. Down to 1 HP. Silence with another shield ready to go. And LZ beginning this defuse. Someone has to stop it. Someone has to swing. Yay!
Straight up stick. Okay. Respect, man. They equaled them. What do they have? Sheriff, Ghost, and Marshall, I think?
Needed to get a diabolical round.
Yeah, they
like
kind of
that.
ended up giving him a gun.
that
and
one
that
straight
felt like
away.
a big
Just put the
big
smoke
change.
on the ground. And really, it all came back to that first kill they secured over on the A site. Taking one of the
a
guns
little bit
out of
risky on the
EG's
anti-eco,
hands.
to be honest, to be sending it with the gun.
And then what, with a classic and a Guardian from main? Spiking, or smoking the spike and trying to stick that one is just gonna work more times than not.
That's got Zap back high on energy.
Still 2 Guardians from EG because of the half buy last round.
Yeah, they still got a kill trip back at site though.
Gobera, nice shot from him. He'll escape. Got his reward.
Yeah, this is the kill trip.
Now an advantaged retake
EG
for
money-wise, they didn't force into this. It's just a low buy.
Even if this round doesn't look too hot from EG, Nature's going to be pretty close to the Nightfall, assuming he gets the spike down here. Also, don't forget about front B. While all the
33, any bullets?
Superman has taken some
Good
space.
spot from him to the plant in the middle though. Doesn't mean it's not a good plant for Mounds. Definitely going to keep an eye on Superman again going for the luck. This time through B, did it through A earlier.
Not enough HP to win that duel. And the classic.
Yeah, doesn't really have the best gun for it.
This
Dude,
is
everyone's
real clean
surviving.
from
Does
2G.
some armor rebuys.
1 round away from tying this game up.
Might get close. Got Sova ult for the big buy round. Got ISO ult for the big buy rounds. Wait, they're in a much better spot than EG actually.
EG have already laid the groundwork of these early rounds, you know, conditioning against 2G, right? They've shown so many of these lurk looks from Supa, whether it was, you know, stepping all the way through A on the pistol round, this last round on the eco, going into B late. These are all things 2G is going to be thinking about. Maybe trying to flush out in the mid rounds, front B especially. But 2G also have some
Okay, they got
beautiful ultimates
Clovel,
to
so
play
maybe he
retake
can
with
go
too on the ISO and the Sova.
a little bit aggro if he wants to.
EG, 1-3-1, walking their way up B.
With the paranoia there
Dude,
too.
they fake like a real aggro. They fake like a pinch basically.
2G can't hold their ground. A bit overloaded.
Now they don't have Omen Flash for retake.
They're gonna keep it going. Zap to take down Superman. That was the lurker over towards A. So an A pivot is a little difficult now because there's overwhelming forces from 2G. The ult.
Dude, they got a double with it. Ye pops his ult. Do they wait for him?
Now a bit stuck into
Oh,
this corner.
Ye gets the
Comes
kill.
back to life and takes down Askia.
And this is where the power of the Clove kicks in. Yay, sped up, pushing into this A side. Zap on the off angle. Gets
Zap
4 on
did
the
a
round,
lot
and
on
it's
this.
still a 2-on-2.
Derek has the missiles back.
They got missiles and nades. The smoke on the spike is probably not going to last long enough to fill it.
LZ has
So they
one
might get
smoke.
half. The smoke will go out,
They'll
they'll
use
tap
it
it,
immediately.
salvos will go, then nade.
LZ
Oh,
onto
okay,
the
all
spike.
that.
A nade gets him off.
Did he
and
get
kills
half?
him too.
It was close.
Tried to greed for the half.
No half.
And
There's
he's not rewarded. Now missiles. And Icy ready to run into this smoke. It fades. And so too should the chances of Gobera.
a nice
Icy for 4
reposition.
and EG
Reposition from Icy as well
back in
during that.
control.
That was such a hard round for EG to win. The fact that Icy and Jay were able to fight themselves out from that tight little choke.
Yeah, no, it got stressful. The Sova ult, look at honestly, the Sova ult at one point was going to kill 3.
You also have to consider that 2 versus 2, right? When they have the utility to put down onto the spike. You also have Ye, after death, putting down a smoke. So 2G, those players are constantly checking behind their backs, trying to figure out if they're getting wrapped on whatnot.
Sova went to double
Had no
damage.
idea both players were actually set up in tree.
You have to feel bad for Zap. Got 4 kills that round. With the Clove res, though, it was still a 2v2 that his team couldn't win.
So pistol round, he gets a 4K, loses the round. That round, he gets a 4K, team loses the round. Send some help.
It's a good timeout though.
He's
Like they
gonna
only
need
lose
it.
one,
They'll
we
take
call
a
it timeout.
Get Coach Faith in for a word. What? No!
We can't be having that. Someone gonna deal with him?
Sancho's not even here. We don't need that kind of violence.
Don't check his stream. He's on top of the world right now. Just brutal scenes out here in Americas.
Pivot round here for 2G. Money's on the edge. They have an ISO ult to work with.
ISO ult, fade ult. Let's check everyone's money right now. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't buy next.
So 2G ready to fight
dude, if
into the
2G can
mound
win
space.
this round, it's really
For a
close
second, I thought
game.
they were going to have the undercut from Silence
Like this
chucked on
is
out,
the
but
big
instead
rounds,
he wants to play
basically.
front B.
Is what I'm saying.
Can maybe support from there.
It'll
open
be
door, get
relatively
across
easy
the
for
box if he
EG
wants.
if they win this.
Or just send out his ult.
Oh, and they kind of faked this earlier. Yeah, they faked I wanted to go aggro. Wait, he got the fade though.
He could be in trouble too. Has a second TP in the ult though. Silence unsuccessful. And it's all crumbling for 2G now.
Yeah, once again, it feels like Zap's here in a 1v5. His entire team falling before him and getting pinged out by the drone.
Imagine
is
how big
just
that kill would have been.
brutal.
Fade ult.
This
I mean,
round's over
honestly,
before it even
they lost
starts.
the Raze ult.
EG not
Anyway,
even
Icy got a
taking
kill.
lick of damage. And back in the pole position.
And that round was the timeout, you know?
Yes, that was the round. We had ults,
It's
we had a
devastating.
gun, we had just talked to the coach, and was not enough for 2G.
Chat, who got the first kill here? This
Feels almost
Icy
like
as
you
well.
waste it after a moment like that where everything
I don't know if he
goes
saw
wrong.
him
You've
or
gotta
just read
change the
it.
plan. You can't run that same look again.
They were going aggro.
Now that you've spent those key abilities.
Look at the money, too.
It was Icy. Oh man,
They're
it
gonna
all
be
kind of
pretty
snowballed
broke
wrong,
this
right?
next round.
Because Icy was one away from his ult, which is probably why they wanted to go aggro. Got the kill anyway, managed to get the ult, goes over towards site, and then they lost the fade. The fade ISO 1v1. That's so
Well,
devastating.
they've got plenty more time to think about heading into the next one. But they need to tap into some of the magic they found in the second half of Haven.
The fade I hit him? Oh,
Locked
really?
out these last 2 rounds. Now, things they're going to be considering, A, money miserable for 2G, but also a nightfall over for Nature. So winning something like that could be big for them. Again, in theory, EG's comp should be a little bit more reliant on their big exec ultimates to take sites.
At the same time, they found value with getting players lurked up late over towards A, threatening the Clove on these B lurks, and really consistently kind of forcing 2G to worry about a lot of different avenues of approach.
Karokati, hello.
If you think about one of the things that, you know, this 2G comp does so well, we saw T1 using it a bunch, was using those undercuts very
Two hero
aggressively to
guns.
dominate fights
Two hero
over,
guns.
a Rubble, but also having the
Money's
flexibility
outrageous
to,
for
you know, play
EG.
that
They
ISO
still
over
got
on the B
fade
site,
ult.
then walking up front B. You can be very fluid and influence the map from very far away.
EG would have to mess up,
The issue for them
basically.
is without an Omen, EG is never going to want to early fight into a Rubble when they know there's the risk of an ISO being there. They are only ever going to re-clear a Rubble.
Is Sova good on this map? Sova's fine on this map. So, like, the comp from 2G is so fine, I promise you.
And set up these utility combos to clear out Rubble.
Yeah, talk of the re-clear, here it comes. Molly,
It's just they
Nade,
didn't
the Orb, and
understand.
that space is in the hands of evil geniuses.
There's a lot of times where teams copy comps, but they don't understand, like, why it's working for a team. This was a prime example, but I think they found out from this game.
Straight up exec here for EG. And already Silence is dead. Zap is going to try and desperately swing in too, but with the lesser weapons, they can't find anything, and it's a pivot.
They're not going A. Of course, Yay is lurking up into B. This guy loves it. Sure, a camera's going to spot him out, but the cavalry's here.
Both hero weapons still alive for 2G, but now it's just them.
The fans know it. They know what's coming.
Nature, yeah, he might
2G,
be on
both
for
players
4.
completely alone. Walking into the site. He's getting one satchel
Damn.
for a second. Okay, Oski awake, but that still puts Gobert in a 1v3, and there's no chance for him to win this.
You don't think?
No.
6 HP, not enough?
Tail missiles,
definitely hunt this.
satchels. Yeah, I don't think so.
Starting to slip.
Everyone
Still,
can
I mean,
hunt
again,
this.
that was the half buy for 2G. Not going to be too bad. They got the Nightfall. It's the small victories for them. Those aren't going to cut it in the future rounds, though. They need the big ones. Especially now that EG have just proven round after round. These mid-round pivots are really exposing 2G's defense. This B site is always a gap later on.
Round 19 is going to basically be the last chance for 2G.
Yeah. So if we get into a slow round again, 2G need to be way more proactive at clearing front B. I feel like they've had 3
Both
players
value?
fighting
I mean,
this
through
A
the
space,
roof.
Then they get forced back, and then they stay on that
The
side of the
non-stop
map. They're
value.
not playing so fluid at the moment. And it's allowing EG
To be honest, I
just
kind of
best
peaked on the
them a
pistol,
macro
but
scale.
it's all good.
After showing a bunch of slow rounds, pretty much sitting in spawn, EG open a bit quicker, taking space in C mound. And if they choose to go
Derek
here,
one
there's only
away.
one player to anchor.
Dude,
2G's
Nature
gonna
3
basically
away.
be forced to play retake.
Yeah, I guess 3K into
Already from LZ,
3K plant there.
Icy already into the site. The swings are coming on through, and Silence is unable
Dude,
to
Nature's
find
gonna
his
be
mark.
able to get an orb and have his ult for the
Kills
next
back
round.
from Gobera. over towards mid, but it might not be enough. It's a 3v3.
Probably the last round, depending on if they can win
The
this.
Hail Mary, the
They get the
rocket
good
from
plant,
Askia.
but they go Razor.
Nature is already one off of the
So they can just
Nightfall.
go 2 mounds. And then Clove's just going to tank the Razor.
There's the rocket over the top. Askia
Yeah,
finds
there's the
Ye.
tank.
That's
But
what he
they have
needed.
no vision block,
They're
no
gonna need a little
cages. Like the
something
2 should
extra.
win this.
Because offsite EG plays. A satchel onto Mount.
Oh.
Askia swings in, and now it's only Nature. Gobera holding this down, and
Okay, we
Zap
panicked a little bit.
defends his teammate well.
Really wanted to get that
They
satchel.
needed that round, and they've got it.
It's pretty consistently
Yeah,
been
he's
Zap
a
and
guy-
Gobera stepping
he
up
kinda
when
messed
2G
up a
need
little
them.
bit
Here it's Zap getting
in
the
this.
last kill, but as
Hyper-focused on the
Gobera
satchel.
getting the pick on
And then
mid,
didn't
right? Every
Derek
single
disown
round we've seen it,
Ye
we've
with
said
a
it,
stun as
EG
well?
have had these lurks.
And I think with the
Constantly
peak,
punishing
I honestly
2G.
think Ye
That
might have
kill
had
you
the
just
kill if
saw
he didn't
there.
get stunned.
So meaningful. Also, Askia seeing Ye's shoulder.
Is it Ye's fault for being
Gets
too
2G right
close?
back into that site.
Oh, you can tell he's frustrated about it. Oh my goodness. Didn't hide that one.
Nature's got Nightfall again.
That he does.
Derek's got his ultimate. Good luck playing the site. It might be time to abandon C, 2G.
The last couple rounds, EG has hit C. 2G have committed 1-2 players onto the site who have died, and then their team has ended up at a disadvantaged position on the retake.
You're going to see Zap playing just off site.
Got
probably,
C
and they're trying to
pressure, they
flood
go
back
pick up
in
the
onto
orb,
the
they pick up
Nightfall.
Nature's orb.
Assuming EG stick around.
And now for their A
They broke the
reclaim.
trip, the cam, and now they'll head back and look for an A reclaim.
Drone, we're setting up
so
the
right
molly.
now, yeah, we're going to use the Nightfall over towards C more than likely to try and pull this player. Because the smoke went down, EG think and assume that someone is
Prowler
up
goes
here
in,
and
Fade
really need
goes
some help
in.
settling on this fake.
Trying to keep rotate here. Smoke gets
They
used.
spotted LZ at this point.
Dude, LZ's gonna do so much. He's got the worst gun.
Paranoia.
Yeah.
And he backs
If he,
away.
honestly, if he gets out, he did incredible.
Ultimate use to try and flush anyone out of
Tail
blue room.
ult
No
doesn't
one's
really
home.
do too much. Gives him a little bit of space
And
to
that'll confirm
cross over
EG
towards
that they just
door.
want to send it into A. Rotates coming in for 2G, but
Fado
he
hits
might
2.
be a bit late. Only LZ here. He's just getting bullied by utility. Dead to the missiles.
Got Fado
Icy on
into
the engine,
Teo.
but Silence, the savior for 2G.
And Zap down into drop. Looking for a moment, gets his. 2G are pushing forward
Superman
on the
has
retake.
ult.
Even as the spike goes down, but it's just Zap with no gun out. What is going on? Gobera was miles away.
And now it's a retake into a pit. A 1 versus 2 for Gobera. But the Viper just on the other side.
They should have played opposite
1v1.
positions. Ye had ult.
Gobera up against one of the greats. A tap on the spike, but he doesn't know where Ye is. Ye and all to work with, and that round
Okay.
is
Very, very
his.
nice though.
EG, 1 away from putting 2G to bed.
4 chances.
EG just not wasting a moment on that exit.
Ye? Nah, Ye's been
Once they
outrageously impactful. Both
And it's
maps.
unfortunate too, because yeah, LZ tries to teleport out. All he has is the Sheriff. And Zap, I think because the pit goes down with the spike being planted, he thinks he has a moment to try and
Why
catch
didn't he
up really
check
fast
tree?
timing. And he knows
Last
the
kill was
pressure's
like
on,
back
'cause
of sight,
Gobera
I
is
guess.
so far away. He is in a 1-on-2.
Graffridge, thank you so much
It's
for
an
the prime.
unenviable
Thank you for the 24 months. Oh boy.
Yeah,
Well,
that's a brutal way to start this. Askia dead in an instant, a lot of ults being used. They absolutely need to win this.
no way.
They don't.
His silence lost again.
The silver lining of Zap getting that kill, but it's still a 3v4.
LZ has held on to the space into Rebel, has called in reinforcements of Zap. But LZ still doesn't have a gun. You'd almost
Was it
expect
every
2G to
ISO ult
creep
on defense
forward.
was one from the EG
This
player?
drone only sees the typical lurker. That is fake information.
And 2G. Do they
You
fall for
gotta.
it?
He had a stinger. Yeah, you gotta give him a better gun though, right?
Walking up is LZ. Straight into EG.
Y'all don't know the stinger.
2G
The
though,
stinger
great
tech.
paranoia. That gets
Yeah,
him
I
the
think like
space
if
to
he's got
escape.
an ult and
Honestly,
he wants to
that is
ult
fine.
off contact, like
And the truth is,
especially as
with
Zap
LZ
wants to
having
use
the
his
ultimate, he could
Sova
potentially
ult
ult
as
over
well,
to C
you gotta
if
trade
2G
guns
wanted
there.
to try and hold on to this site.
Like it's pretty
Don't think
criminal
they're
to
gonna
have
the
a
opportunity to do so.
stinger.
Missiles go on in, clear away
When you
Cypher
got-
trips,
when you got
and camera
2
spots
people
out
with
all
Vandals.
4 players on EG.
Even 3 people, right? I felt like
in
the
the
Rays
smoke.
had a Vandal
One
also.
of the 2 Vandals in his hands, but he's already dead. And now only 2 left alive. Make that one, yay.
There's so many
On
rounds
this
with
flow.
2G where you can kind of tell like
He's got 2 lives to close this one out.
they're just like a tier below.
Zapping a 1-on-4.
Honestly, maybe most teams in Americas.
But Ye's up there. Not gonna happen.
It's just some decision making that
EG start off stage 1.
it's hard to defend.
Taking down 2G in their
Okay,
opener.
they at least improved though. They at least improved. They got a little bit closer than most of us thought, I would say.
2G had their chance, but in the last 2 rounds it slipped away. And it's going to be another 2-0 loss on their record.
Still looking a lot stronger than I think we saw from 2G during kickoff. But on the other side of things, Evil
Was it the easiest game in their group? Yeah, probably.
Equalize in that first map, even
Gonna
once
be a
things
rough
start
year
getting
for
a
them.
little bit ugly towards the end.
It's gonna be a rough year
Come
into
back with a much stronger Lotus to close things out.
they get their full roster
Yeah,
back,
great
really.
day from Icy and Ye.
What was it, Spike in June? I think you guys were saying.
Yeah, the Waylay was so fun to watch, especially the slower side execs, because you'd expect a double dash into side, everything like that. No, Icy was a little bit more composed than that, taking his fights as they came. And Nature, too, with some huge rounds on both of those maps.
Yeah, Nature frag pretty heavy.
It was fun up there.
Ye was for sure the guy though.
For EG. Hoping to build more off of this. But looking at the strength of schedule, this was the one they needed to win. They have that goal checked off, and now it's on to even harder opponents.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time in stage 1, right, in the regular season. You got, what, 5 weeks of gameplay? 5 opponents trying to take down. Getting this one was big. I do also want to shout out Askia, right? First time stepping onto the
That's true.
stage
He
here
played it right.
with the 2G squad. That first map had a couple of big openers towards the start of things. Here too, clutching some important moments as well to take some rounds for 2G.
They did a good job today, I think, of dispelling the narrative of being the free win team. Kickoff, they only won 17 rounds. It was a stomp into
How the
another
game's
stomp.
been?
It was brutal for 2G. Today was different.
This
a
was, like,
close match.
scrappy,
1 or 2
man.
rounds different on either of these
This
maps.
wasn't the best game to ask that question.
I think they already won more rounds today than in kickoff. So
Yes, quite
success.
literally. 19 today, 17
There
in
you go.
kickoff. It's only up and up from here.
Yeah, it was also great, like seeing Zap up there, finding himself a little bit, fragging out, having fun, getting rowdy, getting loud. That was a good look to see from the leader.
It absolutely was. I mean, just great stuff across the board from them. But EG looking great today. They have their first win of stage 1, and for your
When's the
Verizon
EMEA
post-match
pick'ems?
interview, it's Dan Dryad
Probably
standing by with
Tuesday.
Icy.
I'll do them and upload
Thank you
them.
guys, that's right. I'm here with Icy after that 2-0 win against 2G. Can we hear it for Icy?
I predicted SEN over 100 Thieves. Nah, I've predicted 100 Thieves over SEN,
How's it feel
but
good
it's a
to
close
start
game.
Stage 1 with a win, and also with your Waylay debut. Can you tell me what it was like to play this agent? You were going insane on that map 1.
I mean, Waylay is just really fun, I'm not gonna lie. It's a fun character. I hope to play on more maps and just, keep owning, because I was dashing in there, shorting people. It was a lot of fun, so it was, yeah.
It looked really cool. And something that we noticed as well on the second map is you guys are experimenting a little bit with the compositions. We saw Ye on the Clove as well, as we just talked about as well, you on the Waylay. So how do these compositions come to be? Is it just Potter? Is it everybody kind of having an input? And how do you feel about the meta right now?
A lot of it is Coach Potter, but I would say, like, a lot of it's just, like, comfort roles, like what we feel nice on. We try a lot of comps in the, like, break time between kickoff and stage 1, so we were just trying things, and I think we found the comps we were looking to play in the meta, so feels good.
And a lot of them were really clutch, and everything that you were able to do in these maps was pretty impactful. So going into the expectations, because on kickoff, we didn't really get to see much of you. So what are the expectations that people should be having for Evil Geniuses on stage 1?
I think people should expect more wins. I think that we had a rough kickoff, and we all know that, and there's things we're touching up on, so I think we're improving on the things we need to improve on, and we're feeling better going into stage 1.
And that's something that I like to hear for EG. My last question is, it's a double question. So number 1, that next match is 100 Thieves against Sentinels, that classic. But those are also the next 2 teams that you're going to be facing. So tell me, who's winning that next match, and how do you feel about facing those 2?
My prediction is I'm going to take SEN 2-0.
Okay.
2-0.
And then, let's see. I mean, I'm looking forward to both those games. I think it's going to be a good game today, and I look forward to playing both those teams, because I know they're both pretty solid. So, yeah.
That's going to be a good matchup.
Just went
That's
straight
the
for
one
the
that is coming
2-0.
up next. Icy, thank you so much for the interview. We're going to throw it to a break, and then we have El Clásico.
Alright, chat. Big game. Sentinels 100 Thieves coming up in this fancy months. This game is going to go map 3. I mean, you would imagine so, but seen crazier things. Dude, map 3 in a split would be perfect, though. Okay, chat, we'll be back in a little bit.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The rivalry between SEN and 100 Thieves is fun for us because we get to have as much banter as we want.
We got to see them at Masters. They looked horrible, thank God.
Prowler might force him off to the side here, but 100 Thieves still need to get this defused. It's up to Zelsis. The Vibes Merchant himself has to salvage. And Boosty Boy gets his team in the game again.
I mean, Booster as a player is terrible. Like, I actually don't know how he won a champs. It's kind of like me winning Madrid.
He's horrible.
Actually, now that I'm talking about this, we're kind of the same, and I hate you, but I love you at the same time.
This is it. The Null Commander set them up, and instantly around the corner, Zelsis waiting. Oh my God! What a thrifty!
Xander's insane. I mean, he's much better than Bang. I just want to beat Sen, so Bang cannot say anything else and make him like regret his choice of leaving us.
Now it's up to Xander. Can he stop this? One headshot, two, and a defuse for the raid is interrupted. Xander has arrived.
We're gonna destroy him.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas, and a big hello to all the clout chasers, co-streamers, social media gremlins, and anyone like that on the internet that enjoys some good drama, because it's now time for Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. You got GB here alongside Brennan Wyatt as we break it all down. Fellas, we've sung this song multiple times in the past.
It's like Rocky V at this point.
Really is.
You know what I'm saying? It's
it
like,
really is.
I said a hot take before we even came into this. I was like, just put the game in the bag. I'm tired of this match between these two. Maybe that's a hot take. I don't want to deflate the hype out of the room here. You guys can
the game that is placed the last of the weekend to drive
it's
the
carrying
most
the
hype and
viewership.
excitement.
It's like really pushing.
It's the main event.
Yeah, Bren's like, don't want it.
I was more excited about 2GEG.
Ooh, hot take. That actually, hold on a second.
I'm expecting more pushback at this point.
Or this one.
By the way, none of this is planned. We can get into this segment actually anytime we want. None of this is planned.
Well, look, guys.
It's this one. I mean, this does. Honestly, you kind of segue nicely into this point, which is that it keeps happening.
Yeah,
we've been getting this for a long time.
And it's a little one-sided.
It's
a little one-sided.
We all remember when SEN took the win in the JBL Quantum Cup.
Yo, I think I casted that one. Which one? No, never mind. That one's later. Never mind. I casted a JBL Quantum Cup ages ago. I remember, and I don't know if I got paid. Jokes aside. In any case, I'm kidding. Of course I was paid. Come on, guys. Mimi tells me I'm rich all the time. Now, in any case, though, folks, it is the thing, right? This is the Clout Wars, as we had talked about previously, and it's because these are two very popular teams. A lot of people love these guys. You know, whether you're a 100 Thieves fan, you know, going off online, or whether you are a Sentinels fan who has just constantly been huffing the copium after Bangkok. There is a lot going on here, but I think it's safe to say, though, that this, Wyatt, is still going to be an exciting matchup, because we got to see what's going on with Sentinels post-Bangkok. What's going on with 100 Thieves?
Oh, yeah. Listen, people always post the image, this isn't a rivalry, the whole thing, and that's because SEN always seem to beat 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
I think they've got a great shot at winning today. They had a fantastic match against each other at the beginning of kickoff. I'm excited to see them run it back, personally.
Big questions, though, I think, for the Sentinels team, because they did have a really strong kickoff performance. They peaked towards the end in the finals against G2. I think they played the best that they really have all year long, and we didn't see signs of that, really, over the course of Bangkok. So that's what I'm going to be looking at, to be honest, for this one. And, of course, you know, you get your drama. It's like drip-fed to you at this point.
Yeah,
you're just locked into the
drama, you know?
Locked into the machine.
Get it all set up a little bit.
I don't know why I'm so bitter coming into this. I got no reason to be bitter. I got no skin in the game here. I don't know why I'm so jaded about all of this. But listen,
you know what it is? It's because you made Brandon to a 2G fan. That's what it is. You made Brandon to a 2G fan.
So
and somehow I've
crouched down. Let people see the tweet. We're blocking the drama.
We're blocking the view, guys.
Look at this.
Hold on. We just got to make sure that we let everyone see the tweet. Now, here's the thing, guys.
Can you move your head?
When a team struggles, we often hear about the vibes being an issue. Here's what Zelsis had to say in his Bangkok press conference.
Don't shut.
A big thing we're struggling with right now is we need to find the balance between hardworking and having fun. I think everyone on this team is super hardworking and wants to win, but I think a big thing of wanting to win so badly and wanting to work so hard is a little bit, you know, sometimes you're just running into a wall at a point, and if you forget how to have fun, then you're really just running into a wall. So I think a big thing for us is we need to find the balance between working hard and then also enjoying what we're doing, because if you're not having fun, then I mean it's very hard to play when you're not having fun, right? It's a video game at the end of the day. It's competition, and you know, if you're not having fun competing, if you're not having fun as a team, then it's very hard to pull through.
And you could definitely see the mental of Sentinels was rattled post Bangkok here. Did not have a great showing out there. Going out 0-2, not what they wanted to see, not what Sen City wanted to see. Bren, what were the takeaways that you got from Sentinels in Bangkok?
You can definitely feel like something was off watching their gameplay, I think, overall at Bangkok as well, in terms of the chemistry. The players, the coaches, like Kaplan has spoken about it to death at this point as well, because it's been quite a while since we've seen them. But there were issues that they need to correct. They have been working on these moments as well where you need to, I think what Zelsis said, it kind of hits the nail on the head, to be honest, which is you need to have fun at the same time as winning. You can't take it entirely seriously, applying all this pressure on yourselves to perform under this aspect of competition, because when you crack, when things go wrong, you need to be able to smile about it, brush it off, go next. GG, go next. And I think that's the biggest issue that I've seen currently with this iteration of Sentinels. They've got the talent, but in terms of that like mental resilience, that aspect of the game, it's not tangible. You can't measure it in terms of stats, but it's missing there, I think. They lost it when they got rid of, well, not got rid of, but when Sassy and Tens were leaving the roster. I think they missed that aspect somewhat along the line, even though they've shored it up with more firepower.
Yeah, I agree. It's not tangible in the form of stats, but it's tangible in this. Yeah, there's a presence, there's a feeling.
Like, I feel comfortable if I turn to my left and I see Sassy right next to me. You know, and honestly, like as a player.
Beautiful bald man.
Oh, yeah, that is true. I mean, I am impartial because we're both, you know, beautiful bald men. But I will say that, like, when you see someone like that and then you turn to your right and you got freaking Tens right there, too. It's like, that's a big confidence boost, right? But now you got a lot of young people coming, a lot of, you know, new faces coming into this one. Makes it a little challenging.
We got a lot of young people coming
together. A lot of the youth.
Video games.
All the youth coming together here, of course. Now,
right, old man.
Here's the thing. I'm going to punch you in the neck. Now, here's the thing. Sentinels released a revealing clip that showed the team after they were eliminated. Let's actually go ahead and check this out and we'll talk about it.
We're gonna be emo, and this blows, but I'm gonna say some stuff and it's gonna be kind of harsh, but if I don't say it right now, it's gonna eat at me, and the things that I say apply to me as well. I'm not just yelling at you, like lashing out at you guys, like it also applies to me. But like truly, we should be embarrassed and disgusted with how bad we looked. Like there were so many rounds that we threw, and this series should have been an easy 2-0. And even when we're at our, like, it should also be a bit positive that, like, even when we looked this shit, it should have been a 2-0. But, like, truly, we looked completely fucking terrible. And I think our biggest thing is we have no adaptability. Like, Cap can give us a bunch of game plans, and Amin can micro us however much he needs to, but when we're in a situation that we haven't seen 100 times already, we just fucking crumble and freak out and lose. And that's going to be the biggest thing going forward. Like, we can go back in VOD and be like, this round's never going to happen again, this round's never going to happen again, this round's never going to happen again. But this whole game is rounds that will never happen again. Being able to adapt and do it on the fly in the moment and do it together, that's what makes the good teams good. And we just don't have that right now. And I mean, I don't have a fix-all solution. Like, we can work hard and get better at it, but I think we need some urgency.
And they're playing this one.
In the server, in the match, that we need to put up urgency, but like in our regular lives, like we need to get better at this, and we need to work together to get better at this if we want to win these tournaments. We get in so many good spots, and then we just throw. And we can get in these good spots as much as we want, but if we don't know how to close them, if we don't know what to do in a 3v3 or a 3v2 or a 4v2, we're just gonna lose. Like, we can close these rounds so easily and make these games so clean. We just need some adaptability.
Damn. That was the harsh truth, but exactly
you need to hear
what that Sentinels team
Swifty for life, thank you so much. Thank you for the 26 months.
I agree. And for a player like Zekin as well,
I haven't played Marvel Rivals.
But he's having to step into that maturity leadership role for Sentinels as well.
The Salty G with the Prime as well, thank you for the 11 months. The Boostio Masterclass incoming. I mean, he can't frag as low as he did last time.
Zekin has only been around very mature individual players, and he's been
I do think he doesn't frag as heavy as the EG days. I mean, honestly, none of the EG boys frag as heavy as those days. But I think Boostio isolated on his own, like a big reason he fragged so heavy was just op usage.
Actually, he has been molded by some of the most mature players in top Valorant history, going back from Xset into SEN into
also been coached by Kaplan for such a long time at this point as well.
Absolutely. One thing I do want to extract from that whole monologue he had, though, was the mention of urgency, and not just in the server, but outside of it.
Jogama?
And tying that back to
Jogamo's the closest. But you still gotta look at how heavy Jogama fragged on like Lotus and stuff.
And now
he still doesn't reach those levels, but he's definitely the closest.
Having to come back against a fresh 100 Thieves team that are hungry off of a loss to SEN. And they're going to be firing on all cylinders. I think despite where they were at, they were so impressive.
How's my pick'ems going? My pick'ems are going good. Maybe not Pacific.
You're going to need that, and you're also
I took some gambles on Pacific today, and they did not pay off.
Players like Nari, for example, who you gotta feel that for this individual in this moment in time, Brent, he's got to meet the the moment. He's got to be here with the SEN squad. Kind of like what Second said, show that urgency with everyone else.
Absolutely, but I think it's no secret. Everybody knows it. Narrator's a player that wears his heart on his sleeve, is the kindest way to say it. He is incredibly emotionally driven. When the going gets rough, it can be very tough for them as a team. There's been many moments where Zelsis is having to step in and really just kind of just interrupt Narrate before he really gets going. And
on this
bring
game,
down
I
the
have
general
no idea
vibes
what
of
you
the
just
team.
asked
Like,
me.
This is something that we've seen repeatedly since he's been brought into the roster. And
Welcome,
I don't say
Jose.
this to
Hello,
single
mate.
him
We'll
out
talk
as an
about you.
individual, but it's a very good moment.
It's then
for him to
how
reflect on his
you're
own
the only
career
one
later
like
down
from the
line.
EG
Look at
lot
this
that
as
kind
a
of
moment
frags
reflective
to
of
a
how do I
similar
turn this
level.
around? How can I keep the
We were saying
emotions
that
in
most
check,
of
not
the
let it
old
bleed
EG, like
around
your
the people around me, the
champs
teammates around me,
run,
having to
they're like no
constantly
one
be telling me,
frags as
it's
heavy as
okay,
that.
listen, we'll keep it calm, it's
From your old
okay,
team.
just focus on to the next round. That's what missing when I see this team right now in this current iteration.
Kind
And
of
that's
calling
the
your
difference
boys
between
out,
what
but
makes a good team a very great team, and a team that's going to be lifting
don't come for me,
trophies.
man.
So I don't say this to single out Narrate as an individual. I don't ever really want to be put that pressure onto him, considering the amount of
We
pressure
were
that's
saying the
always
main
on
reason
the
that Boostio
players.
doesn't hit
But I
those
think for
levels
him,
is because
this
he
is a
doesn't
golden
op as much.
opportunity for him to
Because
really
obviously
evolve and
cryo
take the next
ops
step as a player.
majority.
That next step that really turns you into one of the
And I feel like
greats.
Boostio was
you're so
fragging
right, and actually we did
heavy
get an opportunity
back then
to
because of
catch
his
up
op.
and narrate earlier on today. Dryad standing by.
I'm here with Narrate ahead of that 100 Thieves versus Sentinels matchup that everybody has been waiting for. And Narrate, you already played your first international with Sentinels. What are some of the learning lessons from that international event in Bangkok that you're hoping to apply for stage 1?
Yeah, so I think in Bangkok, we learned a lot about our team, what makes us, play better.
Just be
what makes
playing
us
the
play
game,
worse,
yeah, that's
things
true,
that
man.
affect us,
What
during
we
the
like about
game
you.
and outside of the game. I think one of the biggest things we learned is, just, keeping the team vibe up, learning to enjoy the game as we're playing it on stage and off stage. And yeah, I think we're going to go into that match with that in our heads today, and yeah, hopefully it'll go well.
Excited to see it. Best of luck.
Fun is the word of the day for Sentinels, but when I do think of a team
What does that mean,
likes to
Dave?
have
Oh,
a good
that's
time,
actually
it's
true,
100
Saint.
Thieves on the other side.
Yeah,
You
but
got
Saint, I
Boostio
don't know
over
when
there
I'm gonna have time to do
walking
this.
around
It's
the
more
hallways.
like a
Here's Raven
Tuesday
with
kind of
freaking
vibe.
boombox, living his life to
The
his
week's
best
so
degree here.
busy.
But here's the thing, it ain't all sunshine and roses for these guys either, right? They got eliminated at kickoffs by Energy after
What do I think about
put them in that
PaperX
spotlight.
DRX?
So this is an opportunity for 100 Thieves to really correct a wrong.
Some of the comps are a little
believe
bit
that this 100
crazy.
Thieves team were
But it's
performing
PaperX.
far
Honestly,
better
both halves.
in this
Some of the comps are a little bit
server than
crazy.
if
Because
you just
DRX had a
look
mad
at the
one on Haven
standings
as well.
Where they finish at kickoff actually shows. They were a high-quality team. They played
I
some
don't know, man. It
fantastic
feels like
maps.
PaperX are a
I
little
think
lost.
They really just own themselves with some bad map pick ban decisions. Really overrated
Is
their
he
mind,
next
kept
Sunday?
picking it and losing on it.
Maybe
But on other
not
maps, they
Saint,
looked
maybe free.
phenomenal, like on Split, where they completely dominated SEN on in that matchup that they eventually lost. So I'm looking at them to be cleaning that aspect of the game up, having some better pick bans, and hopefully figuring out their bind.
Yeah, no, there is, well, I mean, that's something that they won't be needing to worry about too much here as well, right? Which I think is a bit of a plus for them. But of course, we'll see what we get from 100 Thieves when they take the stage in just a little bit. For now, though, let's hear what Asuna had to say as to Dryad ahead of today's match. Excuse me.
Oh, I see, Saint. Wait, what time is it at?
And Asuna, we saw on kickoff that you guys were finding your style. You were
That could be
playing a lot
pretty
of Neon, and it was fitting you really well. What can we expect for the stage 1? Is it more of that? Is it maybe a little bit of Waylay? What can you tell us?
Obviously can't hit anything about Waylay, but definitely a lot of Neon and movement characters, just trying to surprise people. But we'll see. Maybe we'll lean into G2 style comps. You never really know with our team because we have a lot of flexible players and we can play anything. So yeah, but it should be exciting in this SEN game.
Can't wait to see you. Good luck.
JB2 with the prime. Thank you for the 21 months. Thank you for that.
100 Thieves
Oh my goodness, what is
didn't
this?
look as bad as their standings were overall showing. And a part of the reason for that, I think, is that they come into these rounds, these games, with very good ideas overall.
Wait. Why is it taking so long? Wait, has it actually just died on me? Are we going back to Twitch or? Internet said no. Oh my goodness.
Preset plans is the key to victory.
What the
JT, how
hell?
this happens, and they end up sending.
Oh, for God's sake, dude, really? Let's refresh this, man. Let's try again.
Part of the reason for that, I think, is that they come into these rounds, these games, with very good ideas overall. And Zix preset plans is the key to victory. JT, how this happens, and they end up sending.
Wait, is that just stream just dead?
A fault line, Sage slows over the top, Salvo's coming out along with the nade, and it's all combined. If you take that into account and you build plans around round 1, round 3, round 13, and the bonus round conversion if you eventually get it, that's going to be a key to victory. The second moment that I pulled as well is this round 13 as well, so let's play this one out. It starts off a very standard A-round take, where they send it flying forwards. Round 13 is from the exact same
Is this
game
going to
again.
lag on us, or are we good?
Flying forwards. It's a bit slow to begin with. They catch the contact, they use the fault line, they push them back and away.
Okay.
But the overall goal of it, actually, if I just zoom in real quick onto the minimap, is to get a bit of a collapse going as well. They're going to path all the way through into vents to try and capture these players, push them up through mid on top of it, and get the squeeze going onto them. Now, it doesn't end up working out. In the end of the day, Sentinels end up realizing this. They react appropriately. They pull backwards and away from it. So these opening advantages. But the point of this that I really wanted to show you is that they are putting clear thought into these opening game plans to try and snowball these advantages. And when it works really well. On this particular map on Split against SEN, they ended up winning in a dominant fashion because of this exact scenario that I'm talking about, with Ziggs putting in the thought with these preset ideas. It's also one of the reasons why 100 Thieves should be much better.
Which telecom company is popular in the UK? Mate, they all suck in the UK.
Opponent, rather than going into the tournament and having to play
No matter who you go for, you're going to have internet problems.
So, listen, I'll send it back over to the desk to just talk it over for the final few moments of this one. But 100 Thieves should be looking better overall. Just, I think, in the group stage, it's going to be suiting them a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, Wyatt, you've been big on the 100 Thieves stocks. You think this is going to be a win for them today?
Yeah, I do. I mean, look, in our 90-50-10 prediction thing that we did at the top of the day, my 50% chance was 100 Thieves go undefeated in this group. It is the softer group, though obviously there's still high quality teams.
50% chance that 100
I
Thieves
really do
goes
think that there's a strong
undefeated in
possibility
this
that they
group.
could pull that off. Format being a reason, I think they're going to look good today.
He said it with chest,
All right,
though.
folks, well, here we go. It's now time to get the show on the road for Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. Let's send it down to the stage and bring out NA's finest. And let's go ahead and welcome out your first
Must use when I compete in CS. The old MX518, like with the old skates.
Fun fact about this SEN roster, we've been doing things all throughout the weekend here with our block party. Sentinels only team that has been here every single day, and even when they're not playing, they have been putting in a ton of work to support the community that's coming out, and you hear the crowd. They love these guys.
Yep, I already submitted my Holo 10s card to PSA. Hopefully I'll get that grading back soon.
I would imagine that 100 Thieves are going to pick like an Ascent.
Well, let's go
Would
ahead
make the
and
most
see if we
sense.
can bring out their opponents
Or
here
an
in just a moment.
icebox.
But there goes the SEN boys as they get
Definitely
ready
a big
for this matchup. It's
advantage
gonna be
being able
tough
to
one,
play a
but
map
let's welcome
that
their opponents
we've
to
had
the
more time on.
stage. It's 100 Thieves!
Fracture. Let's think. What would the Sentinels needed to have focused on?
Excited for this one. Lots
So they would have had to have
fans coming through as well.
ice.
Yeah, absolutely. And a
This thing,
long time for them
Bine's
to prepare as well
Abyss
for this
gone.
upcoming matchup, so they've known for quite
Icebox
some
is
time now,
Sen.
and I'm expecting
What map did
similar
they
stuff
look
that
good
I kind
on?
of went over in that Telestrator. Good preset
Split.
plans,
Yep.
good ideas to try and get that early advantage, snowball it. And there's a bit of beef between these two teams.
Did they
We were
only
kind
look
of
good on
alluding to it, I
Split?
think at the beginning
They look good on
of this
Split. They
block
look
before
good
we got
on.
into this game here, but we've just, you know, bang moving over to Sentinels. These 100 Thieves boys, they're kind of out for blood, honestly, a little bit. Now, I mean, I'm sure it's a little bit
They look good on
tongue-in-cheek every now-
Lotus.
ever so slightly, but
They did look good on
there is that
Lotus.
rivalry between these two teams, not just the history over these entire years of VCT.
Wait, that's
that's
Paul in the
existed as
background.
a competition where they played countless times, but even just internally, these players, they want revenge, I think, for what ended up happening this year.
Yeah, they most certainly do.
Paul sometimes.
We get with the maps here.
Okay, so they pick Paul. Oh, they got away with floating Ascent as well. Haven's interesting. I think honestly picking Ascent might have been the play here, just purely because they would have had like 2.5 weeks. I thought they would have gone for Ascent, to be honest. But they're feeling super confident on Haven, so let's see.
On defense on that map. There was a game, in fact, against
Quankalizer with the Prime, thank you for the 15 months. Thank you, thank you. Maybe just more picking what they feel like is better for them instead of what might be worse for Sentinels. Dude, we do get split third map? Wait.
I need to see a bounce
Surely.
back from him, and he could carry them over the finish line on this first map.
Yeah, the pressure is on for both of these teams, I think, in terms of just showing up expectations. It's a weird scenario to be in, but with Sentinels having performed so poorly at Bangkok, they're going to be wanting to come into this match setting the kind of tone and pace, I think, early on for stage 1. And for 100 Thieves, it's a little bit about revenge as well, and actually showcasing that they're not just going to be going out early whenever they get the chance to play in some of these tournaments. This is the big one here. The map pool, I think, is shaking up as well to be really quite interesting. You've got big maps that allow for a lot of slow macro play. It's really going to be coming into, I think, the calling to some degree as well for these teams. Opening with Pearl and Haven, we are going to be in for a treat.
Ooh, absolutely. All right. And I mean, we are getting from SEN. They're taking
what they're
us
playing,
to
right?
what we've been seeing from them. Hell of a lot of Zekin on Yoru. John QD playing the Tejo, Zelsis his Vice, and towards the end of kickoff, really starting to heat up. He was having some of the best maps he ever played. That is
Boostio Vice, Cryo Yoru, Asuna Neon.
Neon, Yoru, incredibly fast rotates. On defense or attack, you're going to be able to work the map, not just on the attack side. On defense, you're going to be able to Yoru TP exactly.
I mean, Cryo Yoru can just up all the time.
As well. It's going to be difficult, I think, for Sentinels on their attack. They're going to have to push and pull very effectively to ensure they're not running into stacked players.
It's funny that
Extreme
going into
Genji Bus Boom for
2025,
sure.
everybody was so annoyed at Asuna playing Neon after getting bested by Jerwin in an off-season tournament. But then in kickoff, his Neon was phenomenal.
Well, folks, the arena's packed, the hype
Congo
trains
Bat,
are running,
thanks so much
and
for the
this
13
Southern
months.
Gifted all over the place. So let's go ahead and get this show started, shall we? And send it over to your casters. Who better than Riv and Van Silly?
That's right, we're ready to get into this matchup. It's gonna be a good one. We see Sentinels bringing out the same comp here for Pearl. 100 Thieves bringing out a third different comp and 3 plays now, and they're going with
Sentinels
a double duelist
changed
comp
their
this time on
sitting
Pearl.
order.
Exactly, you can't start week 1 of VCTs without an El Clasico, or as Xander like to call it, the
Yeah,
El
you're actually right.
Clasico. And I like to
John
call it that
and
way
Bang
too. But
switched.
the most important
right?
thing into those changes that you just mentioned, Riverton, for
Wait, it was
100
I
Thieves
can't
is the
remember
first
where
time that
narrate was.
Cryocells picks a Yoru ever.
How do you guys
So
spot that
now
stuff,
when
man?
White's talking about, hey, I want to see a resurgence of Cryocells going into split 1, how he's going to look like with the operator. He has a good chance to do this with this Yoru, especially on this map, and on the defense is where they start.
All right. We've got 100 Thieves on defense. We got Sentinels on attack.
And the Vise, and now a double
And we've
duelist,
got
but
a
still keeping
full
that Vise
pass
in there
and
for
stack
100
over
Thieves.
towards B,
They look over
where the
towards
Astra
the
kind of
B
gets
side
solved.
here with a bit of a
Oh
default
boy.
look towards the right,
Or
but
like we're
great
sending
pressure
it.
as they push forward. John Cutie starts us off with first blood. Detail cycling back and forth. Doesn't look like 100 Thieves wants to give up the space too
No one
much.
else
They will
committed.
continue to push back Sentinels to figure out how much they want this B long
Yeah,
position.
Yoru
And great
TP's over
hold by
towards their
Cryo as he
Fawns.
already
Fawns,
teleports
the
back over to
group
see
is
what's
a
going on.
3.
And now we get into
What do we
the
do?
mid-rounding,
Does
where
Zelsis
Sentinels, you
tries to
remember what the Zekin just talked about in the
walk
video,
out and they
where
just
it comes down
react?
to adaptability. If they're not facing against something that they're used to, they kind of just crumble. And this is a perfect example right here with this double duelist that 100 Thieves are coming out with. And we're in this mid-mark where Sentinels
Deep
are kind of
walls, so they never have to worry about
giving up here this B
flank behind.
rotate in the very beginning because they were
Not
getting
too bad.
pressured by 100 Thieves. But they're slowly going back into this split.
Yeah, they're very healthy. Easy to keep peeking that long side. 100 Thieves are going to sniff this out and start leaning back to the correct way. Seeing the stars go down, they try and position for a bit of defense, but this street lurk could be huge once the engage happens. EU's eyes are on that position. Oh, but his eyes get closed really fast. Lights out for
Xander's
him.
got a
and
killer
Sentinels
on.
come
Oi,
flying
nice
through.
shot.
Xander just able to creep around the backside of the site now as he waits for Cryo to come in. Zelsis and John Cutie trying to pressure the plant.
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
Oh, slowly.
Low
The creep
HP,
in from Cryo,
14.
ever so quiet, is able to get that first one.
Probably
And just a
too
sliver of
much,
health here for
you would
Zelsis.
imagine.
It looks all too over here in favor of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I think Xander messed up by
Says no.
tapping.
Zelsis says no, does find out where Cryo is, gets out another
Oops.
finds. Starts to delay a little bit more.
Yeah, don't want to set that one
6
off.
shots in the Ghost. Knows the defuse is a fake. Sees the leg, gets to play the time, gets to play the
Oh my
position,
god,
but
he
now
actually
behind
owned
the
him with the
box,
Fawns in the
vines
end.
go down. He's playing Cryo.
Oh my god, I cannot believe he's won that. That's so wild. They definitely messed up by tapping the spike. He tapped the spike and he's surrounded by the Fawns, and then he knew that he had to be on the spike or like near the area because you couldn't move anywhere. They managed to just spam him off, and then he misses the Fawns, and then owns him with the missed Fawns.
Possibility that Cryo loses from HP running back to the spike or losing on time.
He locked them in. He locked them in twice with the Fawns. Crazy.
Big battle coming in from both sides from the pistol round. And it ends on a 1v1. Beautifully played by Zelsis. And Sentinels continues with early aggression on the A side. But so far, 100 Thieves, they've been reading the correct stacks from the pistols to the second
shot
round.
the fast phones. Oh, okay. Then why is he standing in the place to get spammed?
Asuna at the point.
They kind of played 1v1.
Looks like finally they'll decide otherwise. Falling back from that smoke, giving a chance here for Sentinels to potentially take control of this long A and the orb. But they're just using this
They kind of just misplayed it, but
to insert
got him into that situation in the first place, so I can't be super mad.
Yeah, they look around.
Everyone buys heavy into this one.
Last time Sentinels did.
3 heavy armors, 2 regen.
Default on the map, so they don't have to fully regain any position with too much utility.
Big map manipulation. So Zekin already TP'd back with everybody else. You see here now the inserts on the initiator of Narrate instead. So at that minute mark, they're trying to see if 100 Thieves are going to try to push out. But 100 Thieves have found a little gap.
Yeah, they got a good timing. And Boostio might hear them. Does hear them.
It's going to keep the 2 players towards the A side ready to go.
Nice shot.
Ooh.
Does he get out of here?
Did not expect that push up that far from 100 Thieves on this round after having sourced the map. Sentinels get caught off a bit, and the same thing goes for
they work out the ones here. We still got 20 seconds.
Through mid, and now he gets to play the push and pull on the
That's
backside.
not in this pos always farms, man. Teams need to start spamming it. That is giant for 100 Thieves. 3 gun upgrades as well. The late push over towards middle. Boostio hears them, get to the shot. They don't get enough from the flank coming in. And Asuna really owned it. Yeah, that pos is so strong.
Nice! Yo! Same thing as us! Yo,
Chest pounding coming from both sides.
Yeah, everyone's pounding the chest, man.
The third round now is going to be Phantoms almost across the board. We still see Boostio with the lower buy, but Sentinels with a death ball looking to clean up
Rough start for
those
Sentinels purely because now it gets worse. 3 guns, 3 upgrades, 3 people good money. All down to an eco. They're going to get ults. I say they're going to get ults early, but Zelsis going to get his fast.
He's going to have to spray a bit.
Zelsis does have his ult. They pick up a gun.
Zelsis
definitely needs to...
Right side now.
He might consider ulting this. He's got flash. Oh, double molly. Wait, he can delay for so long.
Popped off on the first and second round. That's going to delay the retake even more for 100 Thieves.
Keeping that Phantom protected here. You see it right in front of Zelsis on Narrate. They start to move in. Forefront of this is going to be Asuna to make the distractions, break the crosshairs. The rest of 100 Thieves come through with shots over the shoulder of their teammate to clear the site. And John Cutie Sheriff has to really ring true here if they're going to find anything.
Asuna did a lot here, though. Managed to beat the flash, and then when the rest of his teammates got flash, he just swings out heavy, draws all of their crosshairs to the right.
It was a long rotate back.
I feel like Asuna's been pivotal in both of the rounds that they got so far.
Staying as a pack mentality on the defensive side allows for you to have better trades here with better weapons. Again, the only thing that they had on the side of Sentinels was that Phantom picked up by Nari when Xander got caught a little bit off, but in the end, still a good round for 100 Thieves, still very clean, no shenanigans coming through, back for Sentinels. And we talked about the op now. At the desk here from Wine, already is about to get tested.
Isn't the Neon meta over? I mean, yeah, but it doesn't mean that the agent's not good. It's just not overpowered anymore.
For Sentinels, though, they are just trying to expect maybe that type of Euro peak TP away, so they just want to play it a little bit safe in the very beginning. They also don't hear too much initiator utility coming out. Finally, as the Prowler comes through, they know here that EU's playing towards Art. Try to push him back.
Hell? They have fawns that go here.
Super quiet. And everybody's kind of on a solo mission right now.
Yeah.
With that safety of gate crash, it's easy for Zekin to look for that first kill. You see the same thing as you were saying from Cryo. Still pushed up long. So that information to be sourced, that Sentinels is definitely working the middle of the map because you also have Boostio and Asuna so far up street.
Everybody could be heavily focused towards the middle A side because of this position right here from Crowd.
Yeah, and this might force them to go fast. Oh, that delays them for so long. Rotate 3 is going to get here.
And that would actually even slow things down.
I say rotate 3. Honestly, the Yoru might even get here in time.
Once again, to stop the push from Sentinels.
They still have Boostio on that lurk, so the focus is now towards A site. Zekin's trying to open this for his team. Maybe some util over the shoulder to gain that space. But it's just going to be some of the dry peaks.
Big
Relay
stun.
bolt coming out. Yeah, that's going to be a hit and no more movement forward. But Narek still finds Cryo.
Whoa,
They're trying
whoa,
to peek
whoa.
out of the woodwork, and these are the shots coming in favor of Sentinels until 100 Thieves close in from each side.
Could have gone a lot worse.
Just Boostio left after the firefight inside the site.
And they don't know where he's at. It's been a while here since the action has continued.
It's a great shot from John at the end here.
Judy off that plan. Very nicely done as Sentinels are able to tie
feel
things
like
up 2-2.
100 Thieves are going to be a little bit gutted, but they did okay damage.
With the information that they gathered, the wall that stopped things up, the stuns that came through from Austin.
Why is no one ever
Towards
holding
end,
the
a
plan
refresh
for
out from the util
Sentinels?
from Sentinels to re-hit
Yeah,
back
a little
towards
bit
the
of
site.
flashback here.
They're actually pretty good in those protocols.
If Xander had committed,
Taking space used, you saw
it's so funny because Xander here probably could have killed John,
really
but
nice job coming in from the
he's
side.
expecting
Second, just freely moving. And they said, "Let's
he's
look at
expecting Sentinels to
see if
have
they
a
can
better
do a little bit
better
more
setup than
damage
they
here."
have.
Some ults coming
And
online,
doesn't
seeing
like
that.
feel like he has enough time to actually transfer. Like he's so sure that someone's going to be in a position to cover the spike and trade him.
Sentinels start pushing forward, and even the wall from
See,
behind.
he's kind of
also
expecting
trying
Sentinels to be a little bit more drilled than they actually were.
Oh, he does hit Zelsis before he gets behind the smoke. Second joins the team, has to get out of dimensional drift. Narrate will
Weird
watch
round,
the
man.
flank here, but it's actually a ruse. Austin has already run back.
And getting that pick or also forced out the Armageddon from John Cutie. Sentinels were ready to split towards this A side, and it's so smart here for Austin to fall back, play the
Yeah,
numbers,
this
and also
this
waste the time
position's
out of
sick as
Sentinels.
well.
Now they only have a fatal to
Yeah,
move forward and
and
try
then
to
you just go
retake a
back
site.
to another
At
angle.
this point, it might be we have to re-clear with util. We give our positions
Wait,
away.
is
but
Asuna
the
just
nightfall might be the key thing. So Narek
incredible
has
at
to
the
stay up
moment,
so
I
far,
feel like.
but he's about to peak up against Boostio.
They have this backpedaling
Pivotal in the
information.
two
Now,
rounds
Boostio
that they
can stay
won.
safe, but look,
Looking
Austin is
pivotal
still
in
pushed
this
up. They
one.
didn't stay
Boostio
Tuesday
caught out in the
there.
open.
A nice pick off by Sentinels, pressuring mid. They still have a lot of work to do. Inserted is Bang. But they got about 30 seconds to get back to this site, and they're going to have to work through 3 members of 100 Thieves to get that spike down.
Should be a lot easier, though, as we mentioned, this Nightfall available. That should hit all 3 of them if they don't fall back. And it should be an easy take. But a grab well and a spam through.
Beta gets a lot.
Yeah.
Dude, I
Great
cannot
utility
believe
usage.
the Sentinels won this.
One for Asuna. Dashes it into the smoke, tries to get that spam, see where
Oh.
they might be. Oh, wait, goes in the ultimate.
Whoa.
They're gonna peek it, they're gonna swing it together.
Okay,
Beautifully
Sentinels
done by
steal
Sentinels
around,
in the moment
and
to pick the round.
oh man, Boostio's got to apologize for that one. I don't know what he's
By the
doing.
overdrive, but thankfully, the fundamentals continue here for Sentinels.
Like Asuna
It's
did
been
so
chaotic
much
so far
good
every
work,
single time
and then
that
it
they've
just
went
got
into
all
these hits on
erased
the
from
attack
Boostio
side
getting caught out in the
of
open here.
And we keep going back and forth. I'm just loving so far the communication and positioning from both of these teams. And it comes down
Jesus,
to these
look at
raw
that peak.
fights where whoever steps up to the plate, whoever feels it more is going to take it. It's Narrate. He's been pretty good and consistent so far. And although an emotional player, he's actually bringing the vibes up for sure with how he's opening up these
Yeah,
sites.
I mean, I think this timeout's good. Don't even think they need to
Fantastic
change up their
job
play.
all
Just
around. The mid-round calls are
couple
so
of-
good from both teams.
couple of
100 Thieves
mistakes.
in great position to see where the calls are coming from, and John Cutie and the squad, like you said, knowing they have Nightfall, well, it gets the most value where they think we're going. So right on A, and they're able to push on through.
Yeah. I got to say, though, at least in the 5 rounds that we've seen so far from 100 Thieves, they've been, again, doing a great job understanding where Sentinels start on their defaults, or at least in the round.
Very
true. Keeper,
The
what are you
pistol
saying,
round, they
man?
had the perfect stack. Anti-ego
Why are you
as
like
well.
this
Then you
sometimes?
have that push from Asuna, but what happens after that is...
Keeper, go play
once
DM
they
or something, man. Come on.
Stuff Sentinels. They are actually the ones that decide to fall back a
Maybe
little
we
bit
should
more
ban you.
and give Sentinels a little bit more space to work with. So instead of closing that gap and tightening it up,
What the
it
hell?
gives a chance here for Sentinels to really move in and push the forefront and get those perfect trades and not get too much value of those that are able to flank in the very beginning. So I'd like to see a little bit more pressure coming out from Sentinels. Sorry, from 100 Thieves.
Right.
Something that they did a lot during kickoff as well.
You're playing Marvel
Definitely gonna
Rivals.
favor
You're in
Sentinels double
Grandmaster.
initiator
Yeah, but
comp. They
mate,
can work a little bit with
can't
that
anyone
push
get
and pull.
Grandmaster at the beginning of that
100
game?
Thieves do give
It's
them
the
a
same as
window to work
Overwatch,
with.
mate.
Start that pressure.
That window gonna shut though.
Beautiful flash. That almost caught Zelsis there, and thankfully for that flash, they pushed him back, and Sentinels now knows that the pressure's up on middle. But a smoke's gonna keep them from working a little bit here into the A site. We get to that mid round. 100 Thieves again. They were great stack in the very beginning. Do they actually want to continue to push the tempo against Sentinels?
Let him have
Fantastic
something.
sees there from EU too. Just how everybody walking
I'm kind
away
of good
from
on
so
30
Sentinels
hours
were
in.
pretty stopped on
This,
that
mate,
entryway
you've
with
kind
the
of just
smokes
answered
that
your
they
own
had coming
question.
in
30
from,
hours in, you've
Xander.
got the best rank.
Nice little communication. And now this,
feel like anyone can
again,
do it.
this re-hit. The time Sentinels has to think, where they can always pick apart the map so far.
Yeah. For 100 Thieves, you can see it in the mid mark there.
There's a higher
Just sticking
rank.
together.
Wow,
They
he's
do
not
have a
even
lower
bragging
buy.
about the highest rank.
So it makes
That's
sense at this
crazy.
point, so you're hoping that you're reading correctly on this stack, and so far so good. Asuna will be the first at the point. Just got caught in the high gear, but still gets the kill at the second. But it's a 4v4 with 37 seconds left. Nobody else has showed their hand, so this gives a chance here for the
Xander might
stack to
own
still
it.
work.
Marked, so they know they can get around the corner here to Xander,
Ooh,
but he
this is
wasn't cleared by
patient
the
though from
Prowler on this.
Sentinels.
Backside util fired out. Zelsis with 2 with the Phantom through a few smokes here as they start to clean up the rest of the members hanging out from 100 Thieves.
Imagine he
on the
hit the
A-site.
shot,
Bring themselves
and
to
John would have
4.
been super low HP.
Great damage done though by 100 Thieves.
All right, give me the big buy rounds.
All the
Give me the big
flashes
buy
are
rounds.
huge for Sentinels to save these rounds. And of course, Narrate picking up the last kill again. Can we get the turtle Hans in the chat?
Baby. Nice job. Let's go. Yo, what is this? All right. We go back in. Round
Okay, Astral
7
for
off there
Astral. So we
Cryo
get the mind
again,
games in this
so
one,
we're
and
gonna slow
Boostio
things down
does
a
have
bit.
Visor. We still, okay, we do get the op out. That's like the main thing for 100 Thieves. It should always be priority to try to get Cryo and op, especially when he's probably on an agent to make sure that he can op.
Sentinels are still trying to see what this drone does by pushing cryo cells away, if 100 Thieves are actually going to react more towards middle. So they're just waiting for these pincer maneuvers that 100 Thieves may be cooking up with. And that's just going to be a stalemate at the very beginning.
They like this art play. At least getting a little bit of space to see how 100 Thieves will react. There's a few times they push in. No noise made on this time. Well, maybe they did. It's actually a lot of respect given from 100 Thieves to prowl out who might still be there. Okay, now, yeah, they definitely made noise.
Yeah, they're fighting this heavy. Do they
Interesting.
just
Well, they
scrap
get a
the
lot of
art
util out of
pressure and
100
just
Thieves
accept
there.
it? Yeah, they do.
Also, you see the setup from 100
45
Thieves.
seconds.
Usually the Vice
This is
wall
nice from
always
100
goes up
Thieves,
towards
knowing
that
that they're
long
going to
beam,
scrap
right,
this and
to
try and pivot
snuff
over
across.
towards B, especially
Because
once they
they
have
Cryo
the
with this
pressure
rifle,
from
with
B.
this op, they're going to count on him first.
A
So they can use the
4-person
wall
stack from
somewhere else
100
and
Thieves
have
on
more
B?
focus of
Dude,
defense
how
on
do
the
they
A side.
possibly lose
But
this?
that said, now we got 30 seconds left. Everybody grouped up for Sentinels for the re-hit towards the A site, and once again, Cryo is about to get tested. Easy kill of the first.
He ran out with the skills out.
Dude, Asuna?
We all do it. EU taking down another one. That op's going to be ringing free
25
towards the back of the
HP.
site still. And yeah,
Dude, they went for
absolutely stopped
the-
in their tracks here.
went for the
With
Astral.
under 15 seconds left, that is going to be a save for the side
I mean,
of
yeah, they needed
Sentinels.
something.
100
It's a
Thieves
big
go
win
through
for
this
100
one
Thieves, to be honest.
flawless.
Everyone's surviving. Their money's literally in the bin, right?
That was a little
It's
bit
like
of
they got
too much,
150
time
between them.
wasted out for Sentinels.
So
Again, that
the
2-1-2
3K
that they
is
started.
huge.
Still didn't
They
get too
got
much information.
one armor
I think it's our
rebuy, that's
first
it.
B strat. Come
Yeah,
in
6
here around
pistol.
7.
Like, it's like the best possible round for
Man.
them. And they got the Astral out of them.
So they probably weren't expecting anyone to be there, more anchored back in the site. But now they know that op is there. So
It's a
things
lot of
change
regen
here
on
and
this.
how late you can bring the round and who's going to be watching those hard angles towards site.
The thing is, they have to be wary if they're moving towards this A side, trying to avoid the op. There's always the Nightfall from EU.
How's
that can really
100
slow
Thieves
them
getting
down,
these
and they're always
reads?
leading
I mean,
heavy
this was
towards this A
kind
side
of
and for 100
basic in
Thieves.
terms of they
Sentinel has to be
shut
ready
down
for that.
here.
And even look at
Or
the
they
change
shut
out
down
for 100
here.
Thieves.
There's
The
low
op is
time,
actually
40
moving towards the
seconds.
aim in as well, so it'll be
It
4
would be
players
rough
getting
to
ready
go
push
all the way
through.
over towards here and exec with 25 seconds. Like, you kind of have to force through door.
Everybody, but they still get the
It's just how the map is with the time. They did great to shut down ARP, though.
To the other side here. Center moving
Dylan with
quick.
the tier 1. Thank you with
That's
the
thanks
22
to Narrate
months.
with that haunt. Got the ping, sees some players towards the boxes, allows a free kill onto Asuna. TP is still up here for Cryo, so you could TP across towards the B site if needed be. But the rotate is actually going to.
Okay, this was nice from Sentinels, though. Get the kill. Good pressure here. Know that the rotate might have come in. Oh, the tag as well for sure stopped him. This is nice though. Like the angle of this all looks good.
Dealing with Boostio as they get themselves situated with the spike down.
Dude, the improvement of the Teo. Oh, that's nice. The improvement of the Teo all
little bodyguardage
from kickoff has been incredible to watch.
Keeping
Because some of those
themselves
ults
pushed
were
up.
criminal.
Celsius ready. Push forward, looking for more. Trying to clean up one
Yeah,
more
you
for the
guys got to
ultimate.
save this for sure.
I wouldn't be surprised if he goes hunting for it. That's a great call. But already the TP escapes.
The thing that we're talking about from sorry, the thing we're talking about with 100 Thieves.
That's one of the
Thanks
things
to
here for
Sentinels
100
now,
Thieves with
loads
the
of money.
aggression. You get punished out of that with the Neon. I mean, it was something that was similar when we're pulling this Neon comp out with no Sentis on Lotus, for example. And you're forcing the team to be fairly active around the map. And when you lose one so early, there's just so many gaps to explore. And Sentinels read that perfectly to go back towards the middle street fight.
Yeah.
Knowing there was such a big focus of players leaning towards A in the very beginning. The best thing that could have stopped him was basically Brustio if he had a setup of a Vise towards streets, but he didn't have it at that point. Oh, yeah, he couldn't see
look how strong that is. Like the timing of this round is beautiful.
They're realizing that they're giving that window to 100 Thieves, so moving quicker, just absolutely executing off of that first push and not really giving a pull, just pushing on the other side too, throwing 100
I think both
Thieves
these teams
off
are better than
and
EG and
catching them
2G,
in the
yeah.
loop between sites. The op is still there for Cryo here.
Yeah, heavy lean towards the A side at the very beginning, maybe to try to get the Vine.
Infed Var, thank you for the 28 months. Thank you. Appreciate the tier 1. Okay, nice and simple on this one. Yeah, pick up the orb, Vice all in. Problem is that 100 Thieves. 4 people here.
Making sure the damage goes through. They're seeing maybe if they can get a few more bits of alt, or util out rather.
Yeah.
And they hold it.
Yeah, I think they held on to it because both initiator util from the Prowler and the drone from John Q and Nary didn't spot anybody. So they weren't really sure if you're playing outside of site, already ready to play the retake. So they want to save it for a little bit later. This might now become a fake towards the A site unless they get great control towards Art and re-hit on the split.
Might be alright for 100 Thieves here. It's looking pretty good.
Nice
pressure over towards door as well. They should in theory keep 2 towards B, but maybe they did the flash and got info over towards B because there was a rotate that was very early, and EU's now in the right position to use the fatal.
Double initiator, right? They should have a util to make this happen. Oh my God!
That was nice. A little higher, lower.
Just unload. Uh-oh. Okay, swings it back.
15 seconds left. It will allow Sentinels to get a plan. Celsius catches players off the
Dude, he
rotate.
could have got another here. Plant does go down.
No way they swing this round too.
There's no way they're going to win it.
On HP for Asuna and for Nary. An ult available on the post plan. This is actually a winnable situation for
Look at the mind games of these two in Swan.
Has one tag there. They don't know
Big
what's in
shot
the
from
operator
Cryo.
coming out though.
Beautiful sees two.
Oh my gosh.
No way. That was wild, man. Big round from the right.
A big kill that he had onto Busio, where you thought here through the X-ray that he was going to be the one getting caught off guard. Panic, wins the shot, gets to the site, everything stays cool right after. But this position right here to start, again, was a beautiful setup for 100 Thieves.
Dude, I mean, that setup is so good. Even the rate's low.
We're going back to what Zekian was mentioning before. Adaptability is there right now for Sentinels, but it's not really there for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, if you're ever
Is
looking
that
at a round where a team had
Rob
to attack, that is a big check mark there for Sentinels.
Oh, that's a devastating round for 100 Thieves to lose.
Oh my gosh, they read this. They read it completely, but they're going to read the speed back onto him. Relay Bolt gets a few stuns there, but they're still trying to get the trades when Zekin is more than ready to return fire.
Yeah, how's he
The
alive?
clone helps him out get out of that situation.
Wait.
Oh my God, just
2v4 into a 2v4?
Where's Boostio?
Back-to-back 2v4s?
Oh, they're guaranteeing this one. Gift wrapped with the dimensional drift if they can find him.
The respect on the anti-eco, but unfortunately doesn't get the ace. And now a winning condition. Busio always good with the Sheriffs. Heard where the TP came out from.
Very nice, man. Gets the plan as well. Dude, it's a 2v4 into a 2v4.
On the day, the iBuy power ace coming through strong.
Last round was a 2v5? Wait, was it 2v5? I thought it was 2v4.
Look at that. The piss round was perfect. The small change coming through here from 100 Thieves was that they added
Either way,
more
it's
players
brutal
to push
rounds.
behind Asuna so they could fight towards that top.
Yeah.
But there was just so many players left for Sentinels.
Remember, each ace giving you the $100 gift card and $100
Just waving to the fans.
Power rewards. Hashtag
God, they're
unlock
wrecking
your
them,
ace
man.
on socials.
I feel like
Man, we've
100
got
Thieves are
quite
going
a
to watch
few
this back and be
They're
like,
being gracious.
should
It's
we not
awesome
have
to
like
see
8
coming into
rounds?
Stage 1 as well, that everybody
I think they're going to watch it
is firing
back and
so
feel
hot.
like it
Back
should
to
be
mid here
8-2.
as we're getting to round 11.
But the mistakes are there. The mistakes are there and the individuals are stepping up for Sentinels.
Without the haunt, Prowlers to start at the very beginning. leading out players, but as they're adding this pressure on this,
Damn, the confidence is outrageous.
So they could pinch through this. Escapes to safety at 150 HP still.
Somehow. Okay, they move out.
4 pass and reaction to push middle. I mean, yeah, it's pure madness. I don't blame the rate for not considering it.
That has to be John Cutie joining with the team.
I like that. Just
at least 100 Thieves did it with numbers.
Yeah, caught him off guard, and now Cryo's holding alone inside the site, though.
The reaction
time. Oh my god, permaflash.
Understanding it's not going to be the right target. EU, everybody trying to dodge the ultimate, the overdrive from Austin. He slides in, he goes down immediately though. Great reaction by Sentinels as they turn around and they start to wipe
Where's the coordination?
Know where Boostio's at. He just got the kill into Zelsis, moving towards the back site.
No way, man. Just taking time. 4K into a ace into a 4K. The rate, Zek and Bang.
Some players, but Sentinels continues to have such a great buddy system.
Who's next?
That's twice
who's stepping up?
The overdrive gets a little bit of damage, but there's just not enough DPS to get the players down, so the trade comes instantly.
Man opens it. He's like, man, these kill sounds are too loud. I gotta turn them down. I'm hearing them too much. I'm hearing them too much. All right, final round of our first half.
Trying to hide from the fade eye.
Action in mid lately. Both teams trying to pressure each other a little bit more and get under each other's skin as we go back to the extremities on this last round.
It's just how fast they went.
So in my opinion, right, you kind of the reason they went for this comp mostly is Aston is good on Neon and Cryo can op on Yoru. Chat, how many rounds do we see Cryo with an op?
Coming out on their side.
Who?
Almost caught Boostio off guard.
Question mark?
Oh, what a double peek. Nicely timed. The Guardian still doing damage now from all the way back in sight. And they just slow down this take. Cosmic Divide comes up, so there'll be protection wherever they want to go here.
Because he died here with an op. And then he had an op here. 2 different rounds.
Oh,
I think that's the only rounds.
Yeah, even continuing ult for info. And even if they use a Cosmic Divide for a hit,
round 4 and 7, and that's it.
You still have the Vice ult out from Boostio for the retake. And just that ult and keep it in that spot. Cryo now takes full control of the A side.
Sheer activated.
I miss when 100 Thieves used to do that thing where they would save 400. Save 400 for their pistol so they could get the op out early.
They'll start to move through the street. Guarded well by 100 Thieves here. They've split their forces.
He saved an op once, so they got it for 3 rounds.
Just to delay this one, but it is going to be in power of Sentinels.
Yeah.
Ooh, trades through the wall. Nice delay. Trying to keep that angle from Sentinels getting into the site, and that's where they just start to crossfire down.
I was going to say, imagine it as well. Man, Sentinels is unbelievable to get 8 rounds here.
Calm here in the last round, despite the Cosmic Divide and pulling out their ult. You already had Cryo in the front of the A main, so when he didn't hear any footsteps of players from Sentinels pushing through towards Park, easy for them to hold the crossfire here towards B. So they find a silver lining as well on the attack. They're closing that gap. 8-4 going into the half. I think we're into a very good game here going back into the second.
Can't wait to see what that double duelist comp does on the attack side. I'm also excited to see what Dryad's doing over in the streamer booth. What's going on?
I'm joined by 2 very special guests, Nicewick and Illum. Can we hear it for them? They're supporting 100 Thieves today, just like a bunch of people in the audience too. And Nicewick, I want to ask you, you said you've been on the esports grind. So what is something that Valorant has that no other game has?
I feel like I'm all about community when it comes to esports. I just love passionate fans. And coming from Apex, the community is so passionate about the esport.
Apex guy?
And then I think seeing the Valorant Twitter and how much everyone cares about this esport in general, and also how much Riot cares about this esport, it really made me want to be a part of it a little bit more. So that's why I'm here today.
Yeah, everybody's so passionate. We know that for sure, especially for this matchup. And Illum,
is it Tarek of Apex?
Oh, okay. 3 days ago. So tell me, why should everybody support 100 Thieves on this match today?
Because we're just the GOAT, you know? Just straight up, we're the best. It's definitely no bias here at all, you know? I'll be so real, I'm pretty new to the kind of Valorant Pro scene, but I've been really enjoying, the whole thing today has been amazing. I'm gonna be here like every week. Every single damn week I'll be here, I'm telling you. But
I might not be.
No, you will be, you will be.
Oh,
agreed, we've agreed.
Every week. And that's what we want to see, guys. Now, it is 4-8 right now on this map.
EBK with the Prime, thank you so much, thank you.
It's not going great for us right now. I think we could all see that, but I'm expecting a little bit of a bounce back. So, 13-9 us.
13-9?
What about you?
You know what? I could see a 13-9. I could see a 13-9. We'll take that. Yeah, I'll agree.
Yeah, I think I'm also going 13-9. We're in the same wavelength here, right?
Wait, 100 Thieves?
Yeah, of course.
And with that, we're going to send it back to the casters. Yeah.
One round for SEN on the second. All right, all right. I mean, there's copium going around today, but they could be right. They could be right. The double duelist comp could come out firing. We've seen teams plan for this, and no, their attack side is stronger.
That's exactly it. Having double duelists on the side of 100 Thieves on the attack now, and Xander potentially the one that's going to help open things up to support
carries
Asuna.
Apex. Oh, really?
You're leaning
I'm
for a
respect,
split
man.
towards the B site at the very beginning. Boostio looking for a push towards A. Just trying to identify if Sentinels want to play aggressive themselves, but they're actually playing a little bit further back, trying to play double flashes to counteract on a push towards B long, and heavily lean towards B.
Did he spot it? He didn't spot it, right? This is a nice pistol.
Smoke goes up. It was going to be a dismiss, but they're going to fight through it
Oy,
here. Flash goes
that
out,
team
just
flash is rough.
preventing the kill there. Onto Zelsis, still has to hide onto column as Asuna is bringing around the fire down from street, but Zelsis lives.
Wait, wasn't it team
He's
flash? It was
still
his own
giving him
flash,
hell
right?
here, and he's got Xander down to half. Oh, the right click just hits low, and he
God,
gets it.
this is a disaster from 100 Thieves, I'm not gonna lie.
Solo mode activated
There's
here
so
on
many
B-Long.
rounds where the coach must be losing his mind.
But it's only going to be so much. They return the favor very fast on that trade, and now Bang and Narrate have eyes on the
Falcon
spike,
Cat,
and
thank you
they're
so much for
working
the 5
together.
months. Thank
The
you, thank
util
you.
to support Zelsis around that. His own flash at the beginning, but then a recall smoke just to isolate the 1v1 at the top. Delays well enough here for the rotate from Sentinels, as they had their own battles to fight at the beginning towards street. Looks like the last two players kind of want to give it up, even if the spike is up.
30 seconds left.
I mean, if you look at that respect, Asuna slides in and shoots them both. Why not?
Well, you're forcing him to walk and re-clear every single angle. So
Yeah,
the more that he
it's
does
gonna
that,
own
the
him.
more of the clock gets wasted down. So now he has no choice but
They
to make
got
noise,
Fade Eye as
go
well.
for the plant, and these guys could slowly close that gap, making sure that they keep the buddy system on his post plant.
Ooh. Hey, he gave that a really good try, though, fair play. Managed to
it
dodge
looks
the
that
Fade Eye as
sketchy,
well.
You wonder, but no, they had it. Sentinels still trading off each other. They're
Oh,
Narrate
dude,
nice and
this
healthy. to get the
self-flash
final
from
frag and
Cryo,
get the pistol round for Sentinels.
and then
Narrate
Zalsis
continues
got
to be
away,
super
and
solid
then
for
he
Sentinels
tanked
right now for
Zalsis'
these
flash.
crucial kills.
It was
Now
like the
winning another
big,
pistol.
jewel in the rounds.
Although the last time they won the pistol in
Flashed
the
himself
first half, they got
twice.
thrifty
Nah, the
right
second
away.
flash.
So now they want to keep
The
it
second
clean.
flash is Zalsis' flash. I'm
we
like,
just saw a quick buy from Asuna too.
Yeah,
Can't
yeah,
wait to
you
see
had
if
it.
that sticks when we get back. This was crazy from Zelsis.
Yeah. It makes sense. You get a plant, sometimes you want to gamble for a stinger buy. Has worked out for some teams, as we know. But this time it's Asuna. Looks like he's just going to keep a bucket.
double pistol for Sentinels.
Sheriff onto Boostio, but it has to be fairly quick somewhere, and it'll be towards Art.
Okay. That dive in, also giving Cryo a chance to get out safe on that right side back towards A. Good bye. Bang doesn't even think twice about that.
Backflipped out of that one.
Oh, the tether timing there is incredible.
Oh my gosh, they're all so low, just trying to get into the site too. Vulnerable down here, and it's not going to help. Quick cleanup from Sentinels as they just go back and
nice
forth
in this.
on the members entering the site of 100
One
Thieves.
gun rebuy,
Sentinels
that's it.
grab
Not
round
even
two,
now,
nice
right?
and clean.
Yeah, looks like
Oh, no, it
Asuna
is,
is just
yeah.
really counting on some player
Do they
playing
decide to
towards that
buy?
double box just down towards Art. So he's slotting just for
Or are
that
they
one
fine
kill
with just taking the
to
hit?
hopefully allow some spacing for 100 Thieves to close through, but
Nah, just
Sentinels
the
did a
Sheriff
great
for
job
another. Okay.
playing so passively
Um,
when he hurt the high
sure.
gear. The
100
sprint
Thieves need
coming
to get
through
like
from
2 in a
top
row.
middle.
Heart
Which allow
Attack Jack
you
with
just
the
Sentinels
Prime.
to
Thank
play
you for the
further
60
back
months.
against the
Thank you,
classics
thank
and
you
just
for that.
getting easy kills. Not even allowing 100 Thieves to get a plant. Although the only one suffering from this buy is Asuna from getting a smaller shield with the investment of that Bucky on the previous round that they lost. And they'll try something again, working back towards the arm. But here's a push towards arm A, though.
Rinse and repeat, a little bit stronger at A. Like you said, they get a quick kill coming out of Zekin and start to push
Narrate
back.
ended up getting a
Man.
Bucky. Oh my goodness.
So there's art control. They just
Big
keep
fan.
pressuring and
Big fan
flexing
of
to
it.
get mid. And now they can insert so easily.
Thing is, they lost control towards the A side, so Boostio is already down. So no lurks, no inserts. Now it's just bear fighting, trying to close that gap right here onto Narrate. But it looks like Cryo doesn't want to push down towards Art. Just try to meet up with Asuna. It's about to come.
So sketchy. Having a Neon this far back behind the lines. They're trying to figure out how to guard it. At least 2 or 3 people looking
That was
this
a nice
way. You
look
can
from
see
John.
Cutie
Bails
still
him
wondering
out.
if they'll come out the backside there. And now Xander playing with danger here. Zeus is just on the other side of the smoke. There they are to find him.
Okay.
Zeus still sources a kill right off the
Fade
bat.
out was
Taken
nice,
down by
but-
Cryo. And it looks like they'll finally have the site. 100 Thieves slowly work their way in, but hurt on the way. Oh my gosh, this is not ending. Not giving each other time to think. Oh, looks to pull
It's
out
an
with one shot, and
incredibly
it's
good
still going to be
bonus,
100
though.
Thieves getting that one. Asuna
Like even
gets
the
Vandal to
surviving
end the
member
round.
has to
A fifth
rebuy
one now for
armor.
100 Thieves, and they may be able to
Big
start
rounds.
something now after the
So
bonus.
much damage, yeah, incredible damage. 4 rebuys, 1 armor.
Nice little play right here from Xander, catching Zekin. If it wasn't for him here, it wouldn't allow 100 Thieves to get that split into the B side, especially when it lost Brucio so early into the round.
This is
So
the
the
one. Dude, they
continuous
have the
lurks of
Fatal
the
though.
Astra towards
Fatal
long B.
is the difference. Does Sentinels want to try anything aggro, try to get their own ult?
And it seems as though this
Is
time
it- they're
Zeltis
2
doesn't
away.
want to let that happen.
Like 2
So
people, 1
playing
away.
back to his position where he had such a good spot at the pillar. And Sentinels
Dude.
once again not giving a chance for 100 Thieves to even
I mean,
set
I'm a
up.
big fan of it. It's only EU that
Quickly making it a single duelist
even can tank a bullet here.
Taking away a lot of the pressure. And what a thoughtful
Dude, it's
buy,
crazy
too, with all
the
low armors here.
crazy
Sentinels
how
really
much better
thinking
the
about entirety and
outlaw
the state of the game as they're
usage has
taking
been.
it
Wait,
round by
okay,
round
good.
and looking to make it happen again.
Oh, dude, really? I'm not touching it.
EU actually fires back on a Zalsis, a little wayward there with the shots.
Whoa.
No charges.
Street now getting so much aggression. They got to find a way to get the spike out. EU's not in a great spot, and they're going to be able to take this one down as Sentinels just pressure 100 Thieves out of position. Looks to finalize
they're
the
just
kill.
way
Though
better on
high
this
level
map.
Zekin will grab a 3K
He's
now.
way better on this map.
11 to
100 Thieves, just too
Just
many
two rival
little.
gangs fighting on the streets.
Too many little things.
And Sentinel stands up and steps out of that fight, only losing a couple of players in the process. I do respect what they were doing here from the crossfire setup from both Narrate and
There's a couple of
and
players that
Celsius
look
here. He went for the
uncomfy,
jump
for
spot
sure.
just to see that there was one tethered, so he could actually swing out to go for that fight. Then we went back and forth. Narrate found a perfect timing on that spray through the smoke. Did not reel it out here. The flank to come through from the back lines. Now Sentinels are only 2 rounds away from closing it. Off the round with the barriers up. Hero Stinger onto EU instead of
God, it looks
giving it
so
to
frustrating
Asuna.
to play at the
He's trying to
moment.
play with the Sheriff. But desperate measures to try to hit towards the A site, but every single time towards Art here, Riv, it gets denied.
It's John Cutie the difference. Narrates there just on the right side to help as well, and it looks like it might be the
Yeah,
Stingers
real
can't
clean.
get through,
It's like a
and
speed run at the
100
moment.
Thieves get stung. Match
7
point for
chances.
Sentinels.
I don't think this is getting lower. And John's flaming him. Cronin though, again, thank you so much for the 26 months. 100 Thieves, come on. I mean, it's not their map pick. That's the saving grace at the moment. They did pick Haven, which will be. I mean, we'll see what it's like. Again, outside perspective, I think they probably should have chosen a SEN just purely because they would have had more time. But we have no idea how stuff's going in Prax.
I feel like all through all these rounds too, we haven't really seen 100 Thieves try to probe out towards the A side to see what the defense was kind of like. So if this has to be a Hail Mary to finally get into the A site overall with all of these ults, if they forgo and forget who actually plays towards the A side, any type of pressure coming out from Sentinels, that could be a nice little surprise that the defense could bring just to shut down the first map.
Man. Just looking at the alts and what can happen. There's going to be a lot up the next round. Won't even go over them, but it's going to have to be something 100 Thieves uses to get through this. We haven't seen the double duelist get off online because Sentinels keeps it offline. Just about every round they're taking out one of those duelists and making it tougher for 100 Thieves to get into the site.
Yeah, you'd think with the double duelist or Cryo playing onto this Yoru, you
What
have like the
else?
clone pop flashes trying to come through, but it seems as though it's a lot of Prowlers and Asuna slotting towards the art side, but not too much to support the second wave of util needed to enter towards these sites. And Sentinels are doing a great job here. Maybe it's just the fact that they're playing so much further back. And 100 Thieves are playing for the close range fights with the initiator here of EU.
Okay, let's focus on what the plan is after this timeout.
It catches them a little bit off.
So they got a lot of ults to play with. Smoke,
Little flash
smoke
presence from
deep.
Boostio, quick rose over
Bait-Eye
towards
hits
right
the
side.
wall, so it scans
just so
behind
Sentinels gets the
where they've
audio
already
cue, and it looks like
cleared.
they're trying to do
But
that
they have
across
to
the
use a
map here.
prowler
Make
they didn't
Sentinels
want to
think
use.
every place is
It's
getting
nicely done
pressured.
from
And you can see
Zelsus,
they're
right?
actually
Yeah,
taking a
nicely
little
done
bit
from
farther back line
Zelsus.
of
They wanted
scrimmage.
to send the
Zelsus just
clone out
peek
towards
out
long to try
stop
break
the
the
clone, so
wall,
he can't
but
even activate the
Zelsus
wall
managed
too,
to
so that
stop the
wall's gonna
clone,
stay
so
up
wall
here
stays
towards this
up.
B site. So throwback crowd gets
And
fully denied, and this is
they're going to
perfect
feel
now
like
for
they
Sentinels on the
created pressure
defense.
over towards here, but honestly they haven't done that much, and
There's
they might
Cosmic.
get 3 people in front of the Astro. Well,
See how much room this actually
we'll
gives
see
them
what
to
these
hide.
three
Crowd's
want
not
to
going
do.
to be able to find much. They're really going to be on the other side of the wall. He gets 1. And that gives Sentinels a bit of room to hide here.
yeah, they
could
all got to
come
play on
flying
site though,
through
because
this
Banger's
wall.
got ult.
Unexpected.
So what do they do?
100
Like Astra
Thieves
ult, make sure they
have
play in
that
front of the
left from
ult,
Xander if things start
Vice
to go
ult
real
when
bad.
they
You
know
Talked
they're
about
in
the
front.
galore out from the defensive side. The best thing here that
Let's
that
see.
they have on 100 Thieves is EU, just to try to counter it back. That's why he's tucked in safe here in the corner, getting ready to pop it back against them.
Oh, one's grabbed. They see that
Did
trail running out
everything.
of sight. Arsenal's gone.
And they can just tap this. Gonna have to guess when to do the Astra. Honestly, you would still hear the
this
defuse
is gonna
though.
be real tough. Everybody's trying to
Spike
tiptoe
gets
around the
tapped,
side
Astra
right-
Suck
side
goes
right
in,
now to
and this
see
is
who
pure
can get the
chaos, man.
first kill. Nobody wants to be that first one. They are just handshaking right now, but it's Sentinels with 4 out of nowhere as they start
Okay,
swinging
really
back and
nice from
forth.
Sentinels.
And that's gonna be
Handled this
Zelsus with the
very,
final
very,
one.
very
The
well.
final round in the
Just super
defuse
calm with it.
as Sentinels
All the
take
ults at the same time.
Dominating
Your
victory
ult,
on the side of Sentinels
Astra
to
ult,
kick things
Fade
off
ult.
here
Lovely,
in
lovely,
this
lovely.
El Clasico, El Clautico between both 100 Thieves and Sentinels.
Okay,
And
I mean,
it
only
was
thing I
an
want to say is I
all
just
along.
hope
You
the
saw some
100 Thieves
great
look
things
better on the
coming out
next
from
map.
both
And it's a little bit
Zelsus
rough to
and
get
Neri,
exposed like this
openers
early
and
on
closers
the
for
map.
team. Man, they were looking so good here on a map that, again, you're going into, you mentioned it at the beginning of this game, they didn't come here with a compositional change on the side of Sentinels.
Yeah.
You know, coming back from Bangkok, having a little bit of
They
less
felt
time to practice or change comps, but it was still good enough to come up against a brand new comp out of 100 Thieves. They were not flustered, and this right here probably is what starts the momentum for the side of Sentinels to know that they could fight toe-to-toe with the compositional change.
That play was crazy. The amount of 3Ks,
It's done.
4K,
Nah,
second coming up with
it's
the
not
5,
done.
that ace.
Every map is its own little
Gets it
beast.
onto Boostio. Incredible stuff for Sentinels coming out in their first game here.
If they start looking bad on their own map, then sure. Then we kind of lose faith for most of the year as well. But I think it's. I imagine, dude, Haven can't look this bad, chat. Trust me. Just blurry with the prime. Thank you, the 4 months. Okay, Spam Smads will be back in a little bit, right? Thanks for the cope. Yeah, just a map diff, you would imagine. Also, the fact that they picked Haven over Ascent means they have to be good on Haven, right? Captain Quebec 100 with the Prime. Thank you so much for that as well. Another month, another Prime. Thank you, dude. Thank you, Captain.
Nature sure is
Alright,
full
peace.
of wonders.
I will be back in a bit,
Rebel
chat.
gives you wings.
We got Haven coming up. Let's see what they choose. Couple points.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
above onto Heaven. Maybe there's timing to be taken, but the flashes are picture perfect. Everybody blinded up.
So they are taken down one by one. The flash comes through. Bustio capitalizes on 2 more.
It's a statement map for Sentinels. On their map pick of Pearl and Kaplan, something that we saw during Bangkok and after Bangkok on those blocks was a little bit of frustration for the team, the things that the team was doing or not doing. So how do you make sure that everything is fixed for the stage 1 to make sure you make it to the end?
Yeah, I mean, it all started with just taking a break after Bangkok, and we've really emphasized both letting our frustrations out more directly to each other, makes us a closer team, but also knowing how to be a little bit more patient, right? You know, we're a new team. We got second in kickoff. We should be proud of where we're at. We should realize it takes time and go a little easy on ourselves. Not forget to enjoy it. And I think that the gameplay benefits of that are already shown so far.
And the Sentinels fans were absolutely enjoying that map. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
And Sentinels continue their winning ways in this rivalry against 100 Thieves. They're up 1-0 right now in this series. And dare I say, pretty dominating performance. 13-5 on Pearl. GV here along with Bren and Wyatt. And yeah, I mean, Wyatt, this was... Look, you guys were selling me on 100 Thieves, and I'm still on board. I'm still on board. I'm not off of the train yet, but what happened?
Don't get rid of the dividends just yet. Okay? When we're taking a look at the map pool, I don't want to exaggerate and say that this was necessarily must win for the series for SEN, but there was a lot of importance on Pearl because when we go to Haven next, it was a map that they were banning in kickoff. Then they finally had to play because they were in a BO5 against G2, looked lost. Then they played it once at Bangkok. Couldn't beat DRX on that map. So I think Pearl was very important for them to win, and they didn't just win, they completely dominated 100 Thieves. I mean,
showcasing everything that the coach and the players have kind of been talking about that they needed to work on off the back of Bangkok. And Kaplan said it there in the interview about, you know, just remembering to have fun in the moment, not take it too seriously if the going gets rough for them. I think there's nothing that indicates that better than winning the pistol, immediately losing it, and not just letting that kind of crumble. And
this was so stupid.
Yeah, take control. This was a silly moment.
Stupid. He messed up the razor vine trying to throw it onto the spike, but it actually worked out perfectly because Cryo had to push into him. Zelsis was a menace on the Vice. He has really taken to this agent after a little bit of a slow start in kickoff, but now it's looking like one of the best Vice players in the world. He consistently is top fragging for the team when he's playing the Sentinel role.
Yeah, it's massive that Zelsis has found himself an agent that he most certainly can make himself at home with here, but really did not expect that. Now, can he keep that going in the rest of the series here?
And potentially, honestly. The thing that I was really impressed with, other than obviously Zelsis' individual performance, was that the one thing I highlighted about 100 Thieves having really good preset ideas on like pistol rounds, bonus rounds, if they get that conversion going. Now, 100 Thieves had a really cool idea where they were like fighting B main on the opening pistol. They were like deep pushed up with a multitude of players, and Sen were able to just navigate all of these really tricky, chaotic situations over and over again. They were not doing that at Bangkok. Nats was just running a mockery over them, man. I mean, he was like in the walls against them on bind. That was their last moment at Bangkok, and they were suffering from communication problems. You could see it made manifest in the way that they weren't clearing corners. They were not communicating properly.
Yeah.
This time, that was a very chaotic first half of Valorant that we witnessed between these two teams, but Sentinels navigated it really, really well. I think they didn't get pulled into the chaos and get, you know, let lost and loose, I think, just not making sure that they had a handle in the moments when it was really getting messy.
I think some of the numbers prove that point, are a testament to thriving in the chaos. Despite winning 13-5, 100 Thieves actually had 9 first kills. They converted several rounds where they were down a man like that. Really impressive, and it was in scrappy situations that they were able to pull those, you know, advantages 100 Thieves had back, evening things up.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. But let's go ahead and hear what Coach Zix has to say as we get ready for map 2.
Oh boy.
I'm here with Coach Zix ahead of that second map that we're going to see your map pick of Haven. And this first map doesn't go your way, but what are some of the things that you're telling the team to make sure that you win your map pick? And what can we expect from Haven? Can you tell us?
I mean, to be honest, like, it's easy to look at that and kind of feel like we got steamrolled given the score, but I think the reality of the situation was, I mean, if you're watching the game, you kind of saw, like, we found so many man advantages throughout, like, the entire defensive half. And to me, that is definitely a good sign. Like, even though we ended up losing a lot of the rounds and didn't end up converting, it's really important that you are a proactive team, that you're able to find advantages. A lot of it for us is just making sure that we kind of clean it up and make sure that we're able to close. I definitely think, you know, Haven's not one of the maps that they really like to play. I think they're 1-4 over the course of this year. So we're definitely feeling confident, and we're not really like shaken at all, even though it was 13-5.
I really do want to see that third map, so best of luck.
Thank you.
All right.
Guys were gosh darn geniuses.
Fair point. No, it was a fair point.
We were saying the same
But
thing. were
they
winning those
did
rounds, and
mess
actually
up a
is pretty
lot of
big
the
though,
mana
right? Coach Six
bounces
saying that. He's like, hey,
station.
I was taking a positive. I'll make sure I take a positive from this
He
result.
seemed genuinely very positive. That was not, inauthentic. No. It was so close.
Only a few battles could have went our way.
To map 2. He actually seemed like, no, there's some positive takeaways, and now we're going on to the map.
Yeah,
where
and the
SEN
positive
have been
takeaways were
historically
accurate.
Pretty poor, and we can get back
They
to
do
1-1,
just need to
take
clean
this
up,
thing to
like you
split.
said.
There's a real chance, though, that that's
My
a potential
favorite
trap,
non-Valorant
though, that
game.
Sentinels just kind of laid out open.
I mean,
That's
TFT
what I
probably.
keep thinking
TFT's fun.
here. It's been a long
CS
time
is
since
always a good game.
Haven, and yes, they were bad at it, and they didn't really know what compositions they wanted to run.
That is true.
But they've had a long time to prep and cook on it.
Yeah.
I think it's dangerous to expect like the same
And
old,
yet
same
no
old
TFT
that you're
stream.
watching from Sentinels in kickoff.
Dude, when
and
does the new
and
patch
expecting
come
the
out?
same kind of value. And
Maybe
yes,
we
there's
play
only
then.
so much you can do with the time that you have. But it was
there
a
a new
weak spot for
patch?
Sentinels. They knew it was a weak spot. They were 100% going to be working on it once they got back from Bangkok. So the fact that we're going into
Feels like
Haven
it's
now
been
and
the
he's still
same
got that
patch for a
similar
long
level
time.
Of confidence, you need to.
April the
you need hope
2nd.
Still, right? You can't just be
Yeah,
thinking,
maybe we
oh
play a
man,
bit
that's,
then.
oh well, it's all going to go wrong for us. But genuinely, there's a chance here that Sentinels have just kind of laid out the trap and 100 Thieves have walked straight into it.
You convinced me.
Yeah.
Okay.
You've actually,
you were too easily convinced.
What do you mean?
You're too easily swayed.
What? I've been steadfast in the most horrendous takes at the beginning of stage 1. No one has swayed me off of getting every single
I'm
prediction
down for a new set.
horrendously correct.
Dare I say diabolical, Wyatt? Huh?
Listen. You can never say I'm not a free thinker. The lone 2G predictor.
Hey, but you know what?
In this case, I'm not free thinking. I'm just going with Brent.
And they're all out here just upgrading skins.
Sheep, just go to Lemming. Just go with
I
it.
think
Didn't add that one up, but
I
makes
think it's
sense to me.
something you really need to be worried about. I mean, it's one of the glaring weaknesses that Sentinels have, I think, that they realized off the back of kickoff. It was a map Haven that they were essentially perma-banning. They were never playing it until they were forced to in the finals of kickoff. And they pulled out a composition where they clearly didn't look good at it. And same story for Bangkok, man. I mean, listen, we got a bit of time here. Zeltis is just making purchases. He's pulling out the credit card details and making all sorts of buys on the
free money
the tournament clients.
What do you think SEN intend on playing right now?
They could still play the Euro ISO like they were trying to, but just making sure they actually know how to play it. Do you know what I mean? Like, rather than just winning their attack side rounds, if they put some thought
Damn,
into
the
it,
slug
the rules match up
approved.
actually really nicely
Mad
to play that combo on
respect.
Haven.
I'm with you. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at seeing Narrate running around just shooting people.
Yeah, but
he's feeling
We
silly.
made it.
Oh man, I can't help but keep going back to that thing that you said earlier about the potential trap, right? You know, like could it be? Could it be? I don't know though. It's a tough one, right? Because
Dude, why is
Ziggs
there always
has just
tech
such a
pauses in
level
between the
of
maps these
confidence
days?
there that
I don't know.
perhaps there's just a little bit more that we're not getting. What are we going to see on the 100 Thieves side? I guess. What should we be getting here?
Bro, I don't even know. I mean, it's been so long since we've seen 100 Thieves play.
What would you like to see,
What would I like to see? I don't know. Well, for one, Haven is a great time to bring out once more the stuff that I was kind of detailing that they were really good at on splits to try and get
Please
those
give a
opening
positive
advantages.
note about
What I
100
wanna see
Thieves
them
after
fix
that
from
game.
That first map is actually converting the first kills they're getting into round wins.
Asuna was
Because letting them
doing
slip, as
his
much as
role
Zig was
well.
talking about positives and being like, well, we got the we actually were getting all the first kills.
And
If you're not
their
converting
pistol
it when you're in a 5v4, that is
ideas
an
were
even
good.
wider problem,
I give you 2.
in itself, that you need to start correcting into this mid-round. It doesn't matter about your ideas. We know that they're going to be coming in with an absolute Google Doc spreadsheet. Okay, round 1, round 3, here's what the plan is. Round 13, round 15, this is what we're going to do. We know that they're going to be able to convert and get opening kills with their ideas, because that's something that 100 Thieves have always excelled at. But,
Best of 3?
You know, previously, I was crediting them because
He asked him for a best of 3, and the cameraman didn't know what he was saying.
That first map, I didn't see any evidence of that. They were getting the first kills, and it wasn't manifesting in round wins.
See all the players
Going
getting
to
ready
range,
to go.
bro.
Well, you're seeing Busio go to the range, so I think that's a good opportunity for us to talk about just a quick delay on that stage, obviously, as you guys can obviously tell. So once we're ready to go, we'll be jumping back in. Why?
Yeah. Oh, I was looking something up because you made me think, well, when was the last time the 100 Thieves actually played Haven? Because I didn't think they played it in kickoff. And that's correct. The last time they played it off-season against Trust and Plug.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying.
That was the one map they won in that BO3, though.
Like,
they won here. That's a good sign.
I'm taking a massive grain of salt with any off-season results as well, because, dude, in my eyes, who the hell knows what we're going to be seeing, man? Who the hell knows?
Yeah, anything is possible in Valorant if my time in this game has shown me anything there. But look, folks, Master Bangkok wasn't all doom and gloom for Sentinels. We actually got an opportunity to catch up with Coach Kaplan and Zekin about their favorite memories of the event.
I'd say my favorite memory of Bangkok was our meet and greet. I did not expect the turnout that we got at that meet and greet. There was a ton of people. It was like hours and hours, line out the door, and just the amount of like outgoing, friendly energy people had, it definitely caught me off guard.
I thought it was cool. There was a lot of Filipino fans. Like, it felt like one in every like maybe 4 or 5 people would come up and be like, we actually flew in from the Philippines, came to watch.
I think it was my favorite meet and greet to date. Just tons of people showed up. They brought gifts. They were just super. I just loved our Thai fans and like really lifted our spirits after getting knocked out.
Zaddy Wash, but thanks so much for the 22 mums. Appreciate the tier 1.
Bangkok, Thailand was a great time for everyone out there for sure. Lots of awesome fans. Got to see some of the really sick
Dude, it feels
activations
intrusive,
that were there
man.
at
Let
the
him be.
arena too. It was a really, really cool time. Seriously, if you get an opportunity to come out to a VCT Americas event, heck, even, look at all these beautiful people out there enjoying VCT Americas at the Riot Games Arena. Ain't that right, people? They're looking good. Cheering, enjoying themselves.
What's he
But of course,
typing,
folks,
man?
We do want to let
He's
everyone
gotta
know
be
a little
giving it.
delay on that stage. So we're going to be waiting just for a little bit longer. Once we're good to go, we will be jumping into the action. But it was a fun time out there for sure.
Yeah, it was. It was pretty good. I was expecting them to say something like, I really enjoyed the food, but the fans worked.
Yeah.
Like, if they enjoyed the fan meeting.
Dude, the fans were awesome. I actually got to go out and like walk around for a little bit and meet some folks. It was really cool. Good time, good time. Go to a Masters event if you get a chance to. It's a super fun time. But yeah, folks, we're getting ready for this matchup here, and we're talking about what we were hoping to see coming into Haven. And the last time we were talking about, was it 100 Thieves? And we were talking about Haven. They played, it was Trust and Plug. So not a lot really to go off of here.
I see them loading into the map.
We managed to get 3 ads in.
I'm seeing an agent.
Oh my God, there's a
Spoilers. Wait, Neon ISO?
Oh, it's pandemonium.
Neon ISO. No flash. Two minutes? We're just getting into game. I mean, it's better than a Jet Yoru. I mean, that's true. You can default over towards A. When do you need flashes on this map? I mean, as long as you have a good default with pressure on the map, it's probably okay. Garage? Yeah, but they can just send it in with a shield through Garage. I guess is the thought. If defense takes A lobby. Yeah, but you got an Omen. Got an Omen Neon. You should always be able to take a aggro on attack. How was Cryo's Yoru looking first game? Honestly, not great. It might have been a bad game, but if that's what we're judging it from, it needs a bit of work. Could have been better. Yeah, that's how we word it. Whoever got for NRG against MIBR. Wait, when does this game happen? Is that next week's game? Week 3. I'm actually already excited for that game.
ISO. They are taken down one by one. The flash comes through. Bustio capitalizes on 2 more. Welcome back to VCT Americas. The players are heading into Haven. It is our second map, and 100 Thieves are hoping to get the win so we can head on to Split.
Yeah, I have big question marks of what 100 Thieves will be pulling out here on Haven, because as the Des mentioned, they haven't played it since November during the offseason. Yeah. And that's when they came out with a Neon and a Breach. But going into a conversation of Asuna before going into this tournament with Sage Jatween, he was mentioning that they've been workshopping a lot of Waylay and Tejo.
I think Boone can beat Genji.
So
I mean, they can beat them.
There's going to be
They'll
something
probably just take them
out
out.
of that in terms of, hey, will we see a bit of Teo moving through?
And so we see
Will they
a
wanna follow
Yoru
the meta
ISO and we see a
or do they want to
Neon.
try to potentially continue the double duelist range that they've been testing out here on the first map that has found success in the past too for other teams? And looks like it is going to be the double duelist instead. So Cryo going into the ISO, so they lose the Breach. So losing the Breach for now will not allow for you to, really set up your Neon into these fast-paced moments where potentially it's the combination now of ISO and the Neon Suns themselves. Because remember, ISO also had a little bit of a buff with the suppress, and I think that's also something that Asuna praises quite well in terms of the agent switches and the agent tweaks that ISO has received in the past.
Absolutely.
So there might be a good plan here for 100
There's like a
Thieves
Capcom
around
from
these
100
two
Thieves.
agents to
I
still
think it's
be
fine.
as aggressive as they want to be.
A complete 5 swap from the last thing that they played.
I think
here,
as
kind
long
of
as the
reminiscent of
as long as
older
the
comps
ice,
100 Thieves
I
brings
would
in, but
rather
you're right,
would I rather
Breach,
get rid of
it's
the
so
Yoru or the
interesting to
ISO?
see.
I think I would
You're gonna
rather
have a
get
lot
rid
of
of the
freedom
ice,
of
the
movement
Yoru.
once you're getting to the sites and you're just
I
relying
had
on
to.
that old school fundamental util.
I'm down to see
blinds
what
the
they got
finds,
basically.
and
100 Thieves on
getting
defense,
into
Sentinels on
sight.
attack.
A little bit of a C work here to start, and a push up on A-Long.
Not even a recon at the beginning here on the
Yeah,
defensive
we
side.
actually get to
So they wanna be
see
way more reactive for
actually get
100
to see
Thieves,
the right
but they're
click of
turtling a
that.
little bit too much. Big space.
Okay.
Potentially was there here for Sentinels to overtake, but Nary just tried to
Sure.
walk in, try to see if the Cypher was playing there.
Just wanted to 1v1.
Still on this line. Asuna is going to be able to tell the crossover, and they're seen. And just a slow lean, not even too much rotation too. 100 Thieves realizes anything is possible still. And you can see the insert here coming in from Zelsis to get the audio cues.
Yeah, right now Zelsis, as you mentioned, just with the camera too to look back. If anybody's going to try to move down towards sewers, and he's in a safe spot where he could actually take care of like a lurk or a flank in the in the later round. But after breaking this camera here, it's going to be difficult for him to fall back. The rest of Sentinels though still able to walk in, but stopped by Cryo.
Very nice. Savior as well.
The
Savior kill. Zelsis 40 HP would have to 1v5.
But he's
I
got
think so.
4 standing in his way, and the spike is very far away.
This could be a fast pistol for 100 Thieves.
This time at
It
half HP
was
and no razor vines will be a
Uno
little
on
bit
the
more
first map.
difficult.
No hard feelings.
Gets taken
Maybe
out. Taking
maybe
the
believe
picture
a
on
little
the
bit with
one.
that
3
second
for
kill there.
Cryo on the ISO. Already a change for him.
I love the crowd that also has the copium hour.
Didn't
He gets a
really.
second kill
I'll be honest. I
piece.
didn't really like the pistol from Sentinels.
You got to give the energy. You got to build the hype.
Exactly, but now it's just a lot of walk contact that happened in that pistol round here. 400 Thieves, but, or sorry, 4 Sentinels, but it doesn't seem like they were ready for the positioning out from 100 Thieves. We're at the very start here. Xander was playing out in the open towards that C site. Caught one off guard, but at least from this pistol, Sentinels knows a little bit of the initial setups that 100 Thieves may be exploring. And in this round, we talk about that double duelist pressure that is available. The push down from EU as well, and here's the contact
Dude,
fight.
Asuna might farm this. Oops.
The TP,
Guys,
the
they're so
chaos.
low. Who gets all the kills?
Cryo in a bad spot here. Gets the quick shield up, and the push from EU is going to be huge. They
That's
clean up the
nuts.
rest of
All with one clip of a
Just along
stinger,
the
4
choke of
kills. They were
A-Long,
crazy
and that's
low
a
though.
quick
Crazy,
second
crazy
round here.
low.
Asuna, the only one falling.
Probably
The reaction and
one of
confidence from EU
the
to move up
probably
towards
one of the
sewers
better
after to
two.
save the round for
I mean,
100 Thieves was
legit the
huge.
best 2
Because
agents
especially that the
to
TP
be
broke
as
the
close as
crosshair
they are
placement,
to
a
ults
huge
on the
selfless
fence.
play on the side of Bang, just so that they could take down Asuna. But as soon as they push forward,
Oh my god, I have a stinger.
Dude, that's such a good clip for later.
But yeah, at least whenever they caught Asuna down, thankfully here.
Okay,
Kraus still
bonus
had the
round.
double tap
100
and the
Thieves.
shield to
Want to
save
send it?
Now in this round, though, as you have
Ooh, don't want to
somewhat of
send
a
it.
bonus for 100 Thieves are
Late.
walking down again. Another one of those moments
Oh,
where
this
it's a
is
great
nice.
read.
Oh, this is real
Stun is
nice.
gigantic. The follow-up there from everybody, and nothing Sentinels can do on their
Yeah, I
bonus
like it.
round. What an anti-bonus.
And such strong rifling coming out from 100 Thieves in the very beginning. The upgrade for free, a couple of them as well. And the last two, thankfully, at least a spike is dropped towards the spawn. You wait off the clock. You're trying to see if anybody overextends. You might have a chance to turn it back into your favor if you've done this before. On a 2 versus 4 on Pearl. But this time, 100 Thieves are making sure here that they're playing a clean round. Where they don't have initiators to find utility, you're playing more passively, watching angles, and then now using the drone to clear out towards middle. They haven't seen anything yet, and it might be a tell now.
The bonus? Yeah, the bonus idea
the
was...
last 2 players of Sentinels are pretty much going to save their weapons going into the next
we
round.
did say that. When someone asked for the
look at
positive
the very
100
beginning
Thieves,
from
they
the
said they had
Thieves
nice
to
pistols,
continue
which
to
they did again.
their opponents in these
And
clutch
then...
moments.
I think it's
I
something
mean, at
we
least on
missed
this,
from
they had a
the first
good
map
idea
with
for
100
the
Thieves,
bonus
is the double
rounds.
duelist wasn't ever really
As soon
able
as
to
Asuna
double
gets
duel.
that
They were
first
just
kill,
kind of sitting back. They were playing defensive duelist the whole time.
It's kind of just
Here they seem
done.
so much more activated.
Gets
on
the
Haven
first
already.
kill, insta-stun.
And it's closing a gap too. I think that's the other layer that's being added by 100 Thieves, and I like that. I mean, you've heard the conversation from Zix.
No
and
point in
Dan
100
Drive
Thieves
between the
just
maps,
hunting
even
here.
though they've got
Like 100 Thieves, just take this.
13-5 on Pearl.
Like you could
They're still quite
maybe
confident in the results here, and
give me an
that's also
argument that Cryo should be
losing the
looking, but
discussions that EU
with
even
50
had on their own
and being this
podcast, 100
early
Thieves were
on,
saying, look,
like
we're
third
not
round getting
results-oriented.
3
There's moments
3K
where we
each,
win against
it's
Sentinels
like
or
it's a
lose
blessing.
against Sentinels, get dropped into the lower brackets of kickoff.
Like the
but we're
best
still
thing
going
that
to be
can
very
possibly
confident
happen.
playing against Energy because we know what we have to fix right away.
Right.
So technically, right now, it looks like they fixed a few things right away in between the maps. And they're able to have a strong start here on the defense, coming out again with a slightly new comp.
It's pretty easy to identify. It's like, does it not work, or did we play it wrong? It's like, no, we played it. We played it wrong.
Yeah.
We're fine.
Yeah.
Just do this, and we'll be right as rain. 6-1 for EU, 4-0 Cryo. Really great kills across the board as ults start to come online.
And now we're juggling their hero rifles over to the double duelists here on the side of Sentinels. Zekin and Nari
Oh god.
working together down.
God, they hit so many. Oh my god, dude. Did the double damage? Chat, I think there's a world where the double damage hit all 5. And I'm not even sure if that's... I don't even know how that's possible.
We had to wait.
I think it maybe hit 4.
For a 5-second round. Continuing with the Hunters
They did
here and
it
a beautiful
again.
recon dart as well to capitalize on the thrashing that 100 Thieves just delivered there to Sentinels pushing down that area.
Again?
Dude, don't tell me they're going to do it a third time.
Why not? I mean, it's unstoppable. You just throw that relay bolt, and that's at least your alt orb every time, so Sen can't get that.
The thing is also once they push down and maybe there's no pressure and you see something from middle, maybe Crow can start a gulag, right? Because he has the kill contract to work with. That could maybe isolate an early 4v4.
Okay, do they want to take the AWP, or do they just want to insert Asuna? They just want to insert Asuna. And the good thing about this is you don't really know it happens because they're silent the whole time.
Sentinels is saying, we'll take the right side of the map.
They
We
do
don't
it
want
off
any of
sound or
that.
if Asuna sees
Still going to be
one.
a little bit of an adventure, though, for Zelsis. We see Zekin right there in mid as they're taking a little bit of space and exchanging who is inserted in that area. But what's
Definitely
the
want to see
move?
Cryo
Spike
use
is
his ult into
still
this round.
down. It looks like they're
100 Thieves
just
with the
trying to
ult,
give 100 Thieves
super
an
fine to
idea
play
that they're
retake
all
over
around
towards
the
A.
map.
That's a suppress, so the drone's not going to get any information out towards Garage here from the very beginning from John Cutie. Yet Zelsis still wants to walk in.
Get to the 50-second mark, they lose Garage. In reaction, they push down middle with
Right on the
3.
trips into the site. Man, 100 Thieves is in such weird positions. It'll be interesting to see how they get together. Looks like 3 actually coming from the flank and 2 from spawn. Sentinels is going to
Yeah,
have
they
to
gotta
adjust for
speed
this
up.
big time,
It's a
and
little
that
bit
might
weird
be
on this.
Zelsis coming from the flank.
Zelsis is probably going to get a lot for
I mean,
his
they know
lag.
there's a flank, but they don't know that there's 3 players from 100 Thieves about to fight behind. John Cutie gets a dink.
They're fine it.
Yeah, that's
ISO'd
nice.
out. It's going to be the kill contract over here.
Keep an eye on what Zelsis can do. He probably at least has one here. Ooh.
Doesn't even think twice.
John
Zelsis
won
does
the
get
duel.
the kingpin flank coming in, but Boostio is now known in lower.
Okay, it's about damage now for 100 Thieves.
Zelsis to get himself to safety, to get inside the site so they can drop Boostio and just set up a defense that is impossible for
Yeah, you
EU
might
to
as well go
penetrate.
for this.
Beautifully done by the IGL of John Cutie, winning the 1v1 fight against Cryocells. And that just wasted enough time to give a chance here for Zelsis to get great value out of his own flank. In the back of the spawn.
The only thing that I didn't understand
it seems
from
the
this
position was
is
great
why
from the
Boostio
beginning
just
here
didn't
from
play
100
Heaven when he has
The player
double
incident
kill
towards
trip.
Wall C. They still had players playing towards Garage. And
Info
as soon as
spotting
you saw
down
the
middle,
pressure
info
coming
spotting
through
down
here from the
towards
Owl
C.
drone, it pulled the
Just
rotate
reclay
across. There was
Garage with a
actually an
recon.
over-rotation from 100 Thieves sites to give up the A site. And it made it very difficult for them to just readapt here. Busio was the one that over-rotated over. Thinking of the triple flank was going to be the best thing for 100 Thieves to do. Now with this round, it's Asuna solo here towards the long A with no support in util. The wall too is going to help.
Dude, Asuna's in trouble. Just needs to leave
He's
site.
putting the pressure back on just as hard too with those few rounds 100 Thieves
Huh?
had.
Ooh, nice, bro.
Beautifully done.
Oh, dude, I thought they fully dodged it.
Just a miss there.
I fully dodged it. I like the idea though. Slide out of the way, use the neon to dodge the ult. It's kind of cool.
SEN on top for this one by 1.
Cryo needs to come up huge here and does have the suppress to work with as well with the undercut. We'll use it towards and hits 2.
Oh, double damage did actually hit double.
Ooh, too good.
They just cannot get in over each other's utility there.
The
Sentinels.
HPs.
Crossfire on the entrance as the A. Utility being able to delay is too much for 100 Thieves. And EU, again, the last alive will fall.
Hey, very
to
nice for
Celsius.
Sentinels. Yeah,
Sentinels
I mean,
grab
as
a
soon as you have the
second
ISO,
round.
kind of just too strong
That's
on
what
the
was
tank.
missing here for 100 Thieves. Yeah, they had a nice undercut coming out from Cryocells, but when they tried to cross her and fight from heaven, we still didn't have the recon dart available here from EU. They didn't want to wait the extra 5 seconds because they wanted to catch Sentinels off guard in the post plant, where they could get situated, running back into position to potentially get caught off guard by Cryo. But in the end, it's Sentinels having a great crossfire setup from Graffiti and from Hell, and slowly catching up here and closing that gap in this first half.
Okay, lost 2 rounds in a row over towards A.
This time around, almost grabbing narrate, but this time with the wall bang because
And the Fees go for a punish.
Now Sentinels have to react in a
Yeah,
different
and they
part
do
of
the
map, but at
DRX
least we have
of
Zekin
Omen Flash
activated
from
in the
far
front.
back as well.
I love the aggression trades already
Like
in
Omen
this
Flash
Haven
from here.
matchup. A lot at C. Now we're getting this jockeying
Yeah, this is nice
position
from
for
100
A.
Thieves. They
Mid's
set up 1
taken
over
again by
towards A.
Sentinels. And now 1 down. They got to figure out a way
Busio,
in.
big jewel coming in.
Running garage, the camera spotted.
Surely don't swing through the smoke.
Zelsis. So lean towards
Dude,
garage to
at
fight
least they
back.
did
It's
together.
beautiful again
End up
for
bringing
100
pretty
Thieves.
nice timing.
Double swing.
But Celsius one more time has made his way through the enemy line of defense. Yeah, he's losing players in the process, but this is a big fight now that he could win.
Last player standing.
So quick on the shots. 100 Thieves knowing their numbers
Dude,
up.
everyone's
able to
money
play
is like
these
incredibly
back
good.
Angles
Like we see a
far
buy
away
v
from the
buy,
enemies of Sentinels,
maybe in the
far
next
away
2
from the
rounds.
trades that they could have, and it is 100
Sentinels
Thieves
1-9,
slowing
everyone's sitting at
down that pressure
4-4.
Sentinels
No,
just
they'll
brought in
buy
and taken
heavy
around
armor
for
here.
themselves. Now 5-2
So,
on the scoreboard.
feels like Sentinels won't be able to buy next.
It's not too bad so far as you're looking from the style here of 100 Thieves.
Enemy remaining.
They're going for the right click to push the wall a little bit more slowly towards the very beginning here. So they're actually timing that decently well with how aggressive Asuna could
Definitely
be
a couple
by
of things they can
high-gearing
talk
up
about
towards
here.
the long A
When they
side.
when
So
they
instead
went
of going for the
aggro,
fast wall,
I think they might,
timing's
because
a
they
little bit
didn't
off for
see
the
where the
players that
Omen
wanna
Flash
follow
came
behind that
from,
wall.
but they heard
I
it.
like the idea
So
of
I
that.
think they
But there was still a gap
thought
that
that they
Asuna
might
was
have gone
able to,
4-person
to
aggro from
overtake
A
here to
here.
overcome.
So they might just
And
be
now the
ready to
timeout might be an
insta-react if that
opportunity for them
happens.
to figure out the right way here to really stop Asuna in his tracks, because even for Sentinel's side,
Dude, imagine
they're not
100
playing
Fees
any
go for
type
their
of
C push again
free
here.
target that could really stun
Must be
back
so
against
tempting.
Asuna.
Right. He's happy to just run by that wall. I mean, you got to think that it's super annoying. If Sentinels is going to throw that every time, you have to wait for it to come down long. Are they behind it? What's happening? He just doesn't want to deal with it. It's too much time. He needs the info right away. And we'll see if he keeps doing it once we get back onto the mini-map, where they're positioned and how aggressive they're going to go. It really hasn't even been too much of the mid-map control anymore. They keep flexing to the extremities, and that's where we're getting these
Did you
really
count the C
early
push?
fights.
I mean, just use util early. You could either use Cypher Cam, Recon, Drone.
The setup. Looks like they
You were
will be
convinced you
assisting
could do double
Asuna once
damage.
again towards this long A.
But Hunter's Fury to work with this time around too, that could just blast through the wall and do some damage towards long if Asuna tries to run down again. And so far that high gear is activated. Looks like they will try to go for it.
He's itching to get out.
No undercut this time around, a high-low. I love the TP on the top here.
They end up doing a high low to try and beat the
Plays above
smoke.
the smoke,
That's cool.
but nobody pushing
And
forward.
I haven't seen someone play on top of this box for
Potentially now
years.
have a re-clear, a double swing instead.
Safety to get out, walls up. And yeah, this is Sentinels trying to source out what kind of trickery 100 Thieves will do, right? We just had the spike picked up on that attacker side. and they realize, okay, Asana's going to be over here. There's a bit of utility that covers him. Let's hit C. They know they'll get the softer site right away.
Trying to get a drone Hunter's Fury into the site potentially.
Double kill trip.
Busio just got pinged, moving back towards the spawn. John Cutie, though, doesn't want to hold on to it, or is going to hold on to the Hunter's Fury for now.
Second.
Firing out, gets a good one.
Yeah, ended up getting pretty decent trades out. Cross map recon can't really get them anything.
Have the site, but worse for wear here. This could be tough to keep it going. They catch you on the jump as he was just trying to get to a different angle.
Omen Flash hit so many.
Playing towards the back, Asuna in the front.
Ooh, there's the overdrive.
It's unlucky. If Asuna had, if Asuna kind of trusted in the Omen Flash there, I think he's won that. It got a little bit rough because they, you know, the push spawn here, he only saw 2, so they didn't know about the third. And I guess he could have been over towards there.
The players are kind of swinging in a tangle line, if I can put it that way, or a train line. It was an easy lineup potentially if he had the Vandal here. But if anything, it's more to praise
if he ulted off that Omen Flash, I mean, they all got hit from the Omen Flash. He would have killed them all. But again, like the only reason he didn't is because he only knew where 2 were.
So again, very quick thinking coming out from Sentinel's camp. Closing their gap now by 2, fighting towards long.
They missed the flash. It didn't go around the corner.
Yeah, every time they go aggro A, they kind of...
But still, Zakin was just
every time like they go aggro A with the neon here, they are just winning.
Easy to start this round out and make sure they can play back in the sights. Now, Busio still peeking man up and takes down Narrate like he was never there.
Will be another one of those rounds again. Losing 3 players so early. When the barriers come up, the last 2 potentially no choice now, especially with John Cutie's HP. To save their weapons, but they're still in a decent scenario or a decent economy to be able to buy in the next. And it's not the best here for 100 Thieves' side, so if they could actually knock some weapons down, maybe turn it around as well. 100 Thieves in this moment are not looking to stack sites either. They're trying to play numbers, but also making sure that they're playing good defense.
Save? No, they're going for it.
First contact will be Asuna here.
Quick tag. Dart safety. John Cutie very low. You know Austin is going to hunt this one down. A 3K already for him on the neon. And that's actually just Cryo grabbing that one. 6-3 here. The flawless coming in for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, like just their money were getting low. They win another round. Everyone's surviving. Speaking of getting money low, Sentinels kind of got to win this, otherwise it's a really rough half. And again, the comp is better on attack than it is defense, but
maybe the best thing you can
we haven't really.
At least a 1-for-1.
I mean, you'd imagine the 100 Thieves comp's good on attack, but
the idea was still there on the side of Sentinels. They just need to, unfortunately, throw a different type of flash here to get better control. But for this round now, Sentinels, you were mentioning this buy that they have an ult available for Fang as well.
Yahoo, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you so much. Hope this goes to a 3rd map. Feels like it. Oh, what a shot.
Damn. Zakin feeling it on that peak, and we're not expecting the dry peaks right now. There's been so much utility used before everything happening. Easily catching someone on autopilot for a moment there. Oh. Almost getting a nice trade back through that ping as we get a cross-map trade there. B, they're still trying to pressure in. The shield comes up big, and it is not a double tap that Busio is able to get onto Nere.
Timing's good. Spike.
Down to Spike here, it does so.
Spike down mid.
Slides out. Look at just creating distraction, getting the kill, playing his life, playing the pressure. You guys forgot something. And yeah, they're just gonna ult onto it. It takes way too much to get that achieved now. As the paranoia comes through, they know exactly where this is coming from.
And with the paranoia hitting the recon dart, now the last 2 players of 100 Thieves have to go in with 0 information. Even maybe walk out through the smoke, and I don't know if they're going to try to go for it. It'll be a 3-2-1 swing, but there's still good players to help out here from Sentinel's side.
Oh. It's actually the play. They swing back in. They're going to get 1. It's not going to be the trade though. Bang is able to find the 1-2 punch.
Yeah, this was like a big example of why the ice was just sick though, right? You just force the shield and just run into garage and win the duel majority of the time. Like that's so strong.
Now have a Hunter's Fury going into
this was obviously a lovely shot.
Peak was really nice. coming out from Zeki to start. And again, positioning very good for Sentinels in the post plant. Bang, who gets the last 2 kills here. Saying that he tweeted out with a victory he had previously in kickoff against 100 Thieves that picked the right camp to play for. But the Hunter's Fury available for 100 Thieves. They've done a big trap play in the very beginning, fairly aggressive from the start.
Okay, and every single round that Senna goes to here, they win the rounds.
They've been there every time.
Actually, that's a lie. They lost last round. They did that.
This push, not giving enough respect to it, and that is going to be.
Dude, he's crazy confident. Get out of there.
Just keeps waiting towards that
Whoa!
spot. Just waiting for the Hunter's Fury. Beautiful shot by Asuna, but
okay, honestly,
now they're just gonna play the numbers.
you got full freedom. You're allowed to do whatever. Yeah, honestly, I'm not even mad.
A little bit of an overextension there.
You see what he wants, though? He's gonna fight more. He was not giving up that position. He is hungry right now. Love seeing this Asuna on the field. Bang as well, though, picked up 2 big kills in the last round and continues now into round 11 with a great starter at B. Ooh. Just on the other side of the wall is danger. He's going to make it out to teammates.
Classic overheat. You guys are only calling out the overheat because he died.
3 inside.
Him getting the second kill was an overheat in itself. But none of you typed it.
Oh, the spam. The spam starts them off just to whittle down the numbers. They're going to go ahead and isolate 1. Cryo, the better ISO in the moment, but is it going to be enough?
Surely not. Surely not. Surely not. Oh my goodness.
As Bang gets out of the
How
way
did he nearly win that?
3K for Bang as he comes up big with another clutch.
I feel like he tagged him once, but thankfully here it was full paranoia so that Bang could close out the round. But man, that would have been crazy if Cryo was able to close that. But you see here, yes, he was beautiful from Asuna in the very beginning to take control of the
overheat twice? Yeah, I'll give you that.
But as he overextends and he dies, he forces players to rotate over to cover that spot and the map control that they've lost.
Yeah.
And that gave the perfect gap here for Sentinels to be able to move in
timeout
and go
to
for the
get
plan.
one more round?
So
Sure.
it looked like very
Tim
confident
_ we with
but
a
that
tier
should
1.
not have been around
Hey,
for
why did
100
this feel
Thieves
like
to
a tech boss more than
when they
anything?
had such great openers from punishing the Celsius lurk towards the A side first and the double kill towards the back.
That is one of the big things
The
I
rate
think for
is
Sentinels here. We saw it on Pearl
confident
2.
enough
They could lose a few
on the
members, and
ISO.
they
I think he's been
still
looking kind of confident.
adjust. They getting that adaptation in the
He's
round.
been doing most of
They
the
have
stuff that you want to
practiced
see.
so much, and we see it there again. And they get the 100 Thieves timeout here and could very much make this a 6-6 first half with the momentum that Sentinels have.
Yeah. And I was trying to say, too, the idea of Asuna playing back towards the spawn earlier, before the overextension, you saw that EU is kind of just still staying towards that back of the spawn, trying to see where, if Asuna's closing that gap and he doesn't find anybody.
For a
and they're trying to
one-round
build it up
timeout, I mean,
towards
I
the
think
B
it's so
side.
fine.
He has the Hunter's Fury
You feel
to
like
work
you need
with
to get
fight back
7,
towards the front B,
or you
maybe
feel like
even
you
assist
got.
Asuna if he's getting pushed back
You got
towards
something.
the sewers. But again, losing that
You
player
can win
doesn't
the
allow any of
rounds,
that
or
plan
maybe
to
you
really
feel like
coming to fruition for
your
the side
team
of the
can win the
defense.
round easy, but they're
The
kind of
silver
just
lining is that
messing it
they
up,
have
and you
5
want to make
ults
sure they don't mess it up.
work with on the defense for the last
Okay.
round.
All 5
Like
will
they
be
should
used,
legit get
no
this.
doubt about it. And it looks like that Stinger and Sheriff will be there
They
for
got
the fight
the
too.
2 best
Spike
ults
down
and then
in
3
spawn
backups.
Still. Looks like Sentinels is saying, which ults will you use, maybe? Oh my
I'll tell you what
gosh,
though,
not gonna get
like fair play.
anything out
His
of Zek in this
fast,
round.
his fast shot aim is incredible.
They pressure the Hunter's Fury. Why wouldn't they? This is just like the C long push. We're gonna go back into the isolation alt, and it's gonna be John Cutie.
That's wild from John.
Cryo's ultimate. And the
That is
Western
wild
is
from
not gonna know
John.
that Bang is creeping in. And that is just terrifying as Sentinels now have that C coverage, and it's going to be a 2v2 to end the round with Bang still alive, the one clutching each of these for Sentinels.
So the 4th ult and last one available for 100 Thieves allows to get the information and a free
see how these
upgrade of a
picks up a
weapon for
gun.
Bustio, giving a chance now for both players to work together. Quick tempo towards the C-side retake. 1 for 1.
Can it be Bang again?
Damn, bro, how are Sentinels winning some of these rounds? How are they winning some of these rounds? It's rough from 100 Thieves. There's some rough. In both of the maps combined, there's some really rough ones. Dude, he melted in there. Double ding.
Into the kill contract. But that was what was needed here for once again Sentinels to turn it around, and we have a clean slate moving into the second half, 6-6.
It is explosive right now on Haven. We're going to take a quick break.
Dude, he's so much more confident now than when when he was fast on their team. Let me just mute this for a sec. All 4 ISO alts have been lost. Wait, really? In this map? That was one. That's kind of nuts. No, that feels like that's right. I think that is right. P.Birdman with the Prime. Thank you for the 25 months. Thank you. Meteor would never. Nah, Meteor, dude. The Meteor ISO on this map is incredible to watch. Dude, is this bait or not? I'm trying to work out if this comment's bait. I hate when IGLs don't sit in the middle. Utter woke nonsense. Bro, how can you be angry at that, man? Like, come on, dude.
And we are back.
It's gotta be bait.
Players just want to get back into the game after
It's gotta be bait, or you have
half
like
here on Haven.
you have
Split
one of the
looking
most
like it could
depressing
be
lives
on the
just
cards
because
here.
you
We
hate
got 100
everything,
Thieves
man.
now on the attack
There's
side
no way you can have
to
a problem
see
with
how
that.
much of this aggression they'll continue to bring.
There's no way. How can people be angry at everything?
It's definitely been back and forth towards the tail end of the half with how Sentinels have had some really good hero plays with the gaps that they were able to exploit into 100 Thieves' defense. And now on Sentinel's side of the defense, they kind of want to do the same kind of thing 100 Thieves did, but
Where are we?
unfortunately,
We're at 1-0 Pistols, 2-1 altogether.
They walk down for contact and
Sentinels go for their own full-person walk down, and definitely John's got to accept this one is done, and there's a camera for retake.
Done for you, but they get A. It doesn't matter. This push now from
And they got rid of the shield, kind of nice.
Spawn.
Trip's going to let them know there's a flank behind.
Fast plant on the beginning of this first round.
Trip gets broken.
Similar
They clear
scenario, they
middle.
break the trip. There's 2 players flanking instead of 3 this time for Sentinels, but they're
Oh, this is
also
indecisive.
taking it
What are you
out.
two
They
doing?
want to add more players back towards the A. I think they're waiting potentially for John.
Wow, they got to wait for Narrate. Narrate's going to be late here. Might get close
Now
time-wise.
getting positioned.
I think it's the right choice.
EU double
Just
shot.
having that late flank is the one where the power is going to come. You see a few members pushing through.
Wait, the Omen flash into the TP in the corner. It's kind of nice.
Not expecting that to scoot on by them. The right clicks from Bang here are going to get a few down, but it's not going to be enough. 100 Thieves are able to find
Sentinels were
every
looking
kill
so
needed to
good
get the first round.
for the retake, and then I don't know. I feel like they overfought it. I would have been so fine with the ISO going behind.
The classic shots weren't connecting, and 100 Thieves were able to stay alive long enough.
The Euro TP, no, the Omen flash Euro TP is awesome.
Look at that position.
Especially when, I mean, the Omen flash hit 3 as well.
Cool, but that was a nice
What's
one.
the pistols?
With the slide with the last kill. Big pistol that was needed out here for 100 Thieves.
The pistols are 2-2. 2-0 on this map, 2-2 overall.
That was a good site take, good site hold. The post plants successful there from what we see so far, but it's not full util or guns yet. We got a long way to go in this second half. But orb control is an idea here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that they're giving it to Cryo, because already from the first round, EU had plants. He's already got 4.
Yeah.
They don't want to bring up the Hunter's Fury right away. The main thing is to try to probably leverage a kill contract to open up a site.
Yeah, I mean, you would do such a similar situation.
100 Thieves waltz right
This camera
into the
retake.
plant, and they will have
Cryo
that Phantom up as long as they
definitely
can protect
wanting
that
to
now,
try
so they
farm.
should be good. Just grab the other guns if they fall. There's the high. Yeah, it's just right next to the smoke. They're looking to get all the alt points cleaned up here. 100
Yeah,
Thieves,
still nice
quick
though.
kills around.
Cryo
They lose
2 away from his
but they'll
ult.
recoup those guns and make sure they come into this next round ready.
Definitely got a little lucky there, because he was flashed, so he was
he tanked
unintentionally
it,
left
yeah.
the players come through and was able to plow a few there with the Stinger.
See it again. Yes. It's just pure white on the screen for a moment there.
But 100 Thieves have given a lot of tells now in that anti-eco. So already an early alert coming out from Bucio towards middle.
Well,
the hits that they have.
there
stay
goes the
within
bonus.
Playing
They
close
buy into it.
smokes as well to play the anti-flood.
It's a buy v buy basically.
These are going for a bonus pick into the bonus round, sorry, into a plant towards B.
Whoa, that is. You can tell he's confident. Look at what he's going for in the big buy rounds.
Wall comes in, but they're still in front of it. Cryo a step ahead. Cryo a flick ahead here with Xander just over the shoulder on the Zekin as well. And Xander's going to do a acrobatic shot.
It's nice for 100 Thieves. I cannot believe the Bang went for that one.
It was an A, it was a
Did
C,
he have his
it was a
Omen
B.
flash?
They've been everywhere in the first 3 rounds. 100 Thieves get that bonus.
This is what you want to start seeing from the side of 100 Thieves. Sometimes or most of the times we've been praising how good they've been.
He did Omen flash.
Trade capabilities, buddy system, but now this was all individual plays.
It wasn't too bad. Honestly, it wasn't too bad. His timing was like his timing was slightly off.
Oh, okay, there it is.
Well, there goes this round. Yeah, and we got a big buy round coming up next, and Sentinel's gonna have to deal with the Cryo.
This is looking wild. The walls drop for Sentinels, and they're seeing 100 Thieves members just about every round. A search out here for John Cutie for an alt point as he's looking to go down to the spike, but this is kind of what you wanted to see out of Pearl when they got the double duelist side. And we mentioned in the break, we're like, what if 100 Thieves started on attack on that one? Well, at a half, they can start on attack feeling pretty comfortable here. They're going with 4 straight rounds.
They really wanted EU to get this kill. That was lovely from 100 Thieves.
Well, so that EU could move in towards the back of the spawn and capitalize on that kill and get the Hunter's Fury for the next round. So now that's 2 big ults.
Yeah, they're min-maxing well.
We were just questioning before, how come we didn't give the orb to EU? Well, towards the end, they're able now to
yeah, and they got their 2 best ults for the big buy rounds.
Their attack signs. 400 Thieves.
Yo, he pulled out his knife and he was walking towards you guys.
Like I said, these guys have the vibes. Never flustered, even though losing a 13-5 on the first map.
Yeah. 3 away from taking Haven now. Crazy stuff. We just started the second half, fans.
True. A quicker pace back into control of Garage, realizing here that there's no Cypher trips. So potentially weaker side on the A site, a 4-1 setup.
Dude, look how much map control they've got.
They're
everywhere.
For Sentinels on the
We're 10 like 20 seconds in, they got garage control, like full A long control, and they didn't even have to use the Silver Drone. And they just use it now over towards C to make it look like they're gonna hit. Silver Drone gets cancelled by the ISO double damage, and
but the trips could be good.
Suppress.
Depends here if they're able to clear on the side of the attack. If not,
yeah, and they insta-clear the pressure that was here. Double kill trip.
On top of Heaven.
EU on the solo mission to dart and drone the
Ooh,
left
that's
side.
nice.
They go for the isolation here. Cryo looking
Surely
to
we win dude, no. Damn, it's
enough.
so nuts, bro. It's so close.
Does get the kill. They get A. They have the soft side.
Wait,
And Zekin tries to identify and ping for the team what the possible protocol should be. Kill onto
EU just rip his Sova.
They enter back into the site. Zekin is unknown as he goes towards long A, but found by EU on that late flank. Oh my gosh, the ping, the hit through the wall.
Yeah,
Looks like
very nice in the end.
Gets the sheriff kill
Yeah,
on
looking
John
like this
Cutie,
one's
and
done.
that is a flawless second half so far for 100 Thieves.
Very good read coming out from 100 Thieves. Again, we're just mentioning the what-ifs here. If you could get a couple of kills with the trips from the kill trips of Celsius right in this moment.
Why is every ISO so
It's
close?
known by 100 Thieves that Cyphers like to play on the top, trying to get those spray kills so to get him into the gulag. And finally, Carousel wins an important 1v1. But I love the little protocols as well. Even if they took Celsius into the kill contract, you saw the TP from Xander going off on top of Heaven so that they could guarantee the trade no matter what and still get map control, space control towards the A site and not give a chance here for Sentinels to rotate across, although twice Zekin has done a good job here TPing in the back lines and finding a couple of kills. Unfortunately, not enough to allow the other players to rotate.
How come
back from the
Cryo
spawn
stands in the
here
middle
to
every
close
time he
in for a
ults?
victory. So a timeout called.
Wait, you talk about in the middle of his shield, or like in the middle between the shields? Because most people will tuck into a shield because everyone tries to right-click through the shield to break it. Or at least that was the thing for a little bit. He stands in between. Then honestly, I have no idea.
It's difficult. It seems like a very difficult answer.
You shouldn't really be doing that.
Of Sentinels, but the story continues. I think it's very similar. Both of them looking very strong on their map picks so far. Sentinels on Pearl. It seems as though 100 Thieves couldn't really find an answer going into that one either. But manipulation on the map, three-sided map
I didn't realize it was up.
of Haven here is looking pretty good in terms of calling for Boostio. all 5 of them trying to work together off the timeout. And I'm loving this because off timeouts, 100 Thieves have always been quite aggressive.
Oh, yeah.
It's like haven't cleared the question marks, it stays there. It's true. Dude, Sentinel, this is funny, man. Sentinels do what 100 Thieves are doing, and owning them.
See anti-plays that come out here. Beautifully executed by the defensive squad. This time, Sentinels very, very strong in their force. They have eyes on the spike, and they should be able to clean this up.
The lineup here, Crowd's just trying to dance around.
Yeah.
Can't do any delays. Shock darts across the corner.
Doesn't bounce off, actually hits that window, or the doorway.
Okay, that's what a weird round, Steve. Like a
push is exactly
Valorant version of an A round, just everyone just fighting in one lane.
Across to at least pick up the spike, right? Looks like they really just wanted to try to brute force their way back for 100 Thieves in this scenario where they're at a disadvantage. Beautiful undercut as well. Vulnerable.
Nice, boys, let's go. Bring this shit back.
There it is. High fives. Kaplan's like, that was me. That's all we needed to do. Refocus. But yeah, this is SEN now. They break out into that regular signature default strat. Let's see if it still has the same power here.
They do have a different positioning for trips. Looking now towards the garage and towards that front B, so they do want to play a little bit more.
Actually, does he see the gun barrel?
Informational game on the defensive side.
No.
And it works out because Zekin's able to move up towards sewers and take down Boostio.
Taking a lot of solo fights
My
on
goodness.
some fronts here. Damage
My guys all
definitely done
in.
to 100 Thieves.
My guys all in the floor.
Sentinels can now rest back a bit. John's still going to make sure A is clear and let the rest of the map know that they can continue to hold their positions. Because, yeah, focus should be mid and C.
And the elevation from the sewers made it difficult here for John Cutie to get good value out of pinging a player inside garage. Allows 100 Thieves to just re-hit into the site. Camera's still up, though. That'll spot Asuna moving in.
Make sure long is clear, and then the rest of the site. A beautiful
The
paranoia.
Omen flash time is really nice,
Stop
though.
Bang from doing any damage
Yeah,
there.
nice.
Top.
I mean, I will say, and this was something that was happening in Paul as well. Like, Sentinels are playing good together.
The higher camera is really everything that helps.
Like, they are fighting together all the
Sentinels to get
time.
that second layer of information from losing control of garage. But this right here shouldn't happen either.
Bode, thank you so much, dude. Thank you for the 3 months.
So it's nice that Zekin's able to find good value
Our
on
stage,
these rounds.
it's Bodegat Truffle Butter. Okay.
So 3 ults available though for 100 Thieves.
Thank you so much,
Grouping up
Bodegat.
once again towards at
Any
least
crazy
an east like
upsets?
this
No,
time
not
around.
really. Not really. Only in China, I would say.
They only need 2 more.
Everything else has
This
been
could be one of
overdogs.
them on the buy. Bang's already pushed up. Paranoia goes, so he's going to play off it as well, and Boostio goes down. They're still ready to
Okay,
defend.
this
A
is
with
now
3
getting a
here.
little bit close.
And they're so ready. Double tap comes up quick. Shots are just going to come flying out from Sentinels, and it's 100 Thieves falling like flies as they try to get into the site.
The crossfires
It's getting close, but 100 Thieves have the ult that gives them a round. Right, so they got ISO ult. They're going to win the ISO ult rounds. And then it's like a matter of can they get another ISO ult before before it reaches 12-12.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised here if we get a call back on the side of 100 Thieves just to try to stop this momentum that Sentinels are starting to build up here since this timeout. There are some pings coming out, at least before we get into this replay.
Narrate has one. Problem is it's just better on attack.
There could be a finish on that side, but you can see now, not enough here that really blocks the vision or repositions of the defense on the A side, or at least on the defense in general here for Sentinels. So 100 Thieves needs to add a little bit more util into these hits.
Speed is definitely going to go along with that util. Hand in hand here for 100 Thieves.
Um?
Dashed right under it. He dashed under it. That was so sick.
That's insanity.
Gets into the site. Overdrive is on, and he is causing
Dude, they're going to be able to
chaos.
save the ISO ult. Oh, they get to save the ISO ult.
Sentinels in sight. Oh my god.
Oh, it's everything.
Absolute cinema from Asuna.
Well,
Keeps pushing. Flash to help.
at least we are going to see split. 3 chances. And if Sentinels can somehow get rid of this ISO ult, then it's fine.
We've been waiting for it for a
And
while
then it's
because they had
doable.
such good aggression and surprise plays coming out on the attack.
Dude, he just tanked the cage. Sorry, the trip.
The undercut also got thrown here that disabled some of that util, so maybe that was the one that allows for him to get that pick.
And he shot it so fast it didn't even
Tell you what,
ping
his
him. I thought he went
neon looks
straight under
lovely
it.
though.
It's just different. Built different. And I'm sure he'll do it again. You gotta imagine Celsius just doesn't even feel protected on those, and you gotta feel protected in the isolation.
There it is. Ooh, Sentinel's kind of fast flooded this. There's maybe a chance.
Another one falls. Coming in for the kills. Bane's got to drop into the site. He's just trying to do some acrobatics here to bring the team back into this one. This lurk here from Boostio.
Yeah, and these two just need to make sound for Boostio. Ooh.
It's pinged. They know about this. Zels is watching it.
It's still going to be Boostio this time. Coming around for the shot. They're looking to finalize the map. Zekin staves it off for one more kill, but he's got work to do.
He's got ult.
Planting the spike. Goes into dimensional drift. And now he just has to be otherworldly.
I love that they're sticking together here. He can't get value out of a shorty.
There it is.
Very nice.
13
Crowd's going crazy. We get a split. We get a split. And do we ask for a split to be third map, and we actually got it as well. It's awesome.
Good on the defense, but Sentinels did have some fight still, no matter what. Being able to tie things up on a 6-6, but as soon as they took the attack, or took the defense, rather,
we told the people to believe that it wasn't over
towards the end.
after the first map.
And now we get to see Split. This is actually going into a third map that we saw 100 Thieves just dominate Sentinels on during kickoff. A 13-4 Sage that came out, a composition that even Kaplan mentioned that they weren't ready for when they played against 100 Thieves in the first place. So if that composition still comes out again, hopefully they finally have something prepared.
He said the Sage threw us for a loop. We didn't know what to do. Well, they seem to be in adaptability mode, so they're adapting to a lot. We saw them get 3 quick rounds there, like you were mentioning. The jockey back and forth at the end was so good.
And see if they stick to the Sage comps now. The 100 Thieves will stick to that comp.
Between these two. It's 1-1
It went too well for them.
Don't go anywhere.
Probably the map that they felt like they didn't need to spend any time on. Okay, chat. We'll be back on the bearing. Usual stuff.
Above onto heaven, maybe there's timing to be taken, but the flashes are picture perfect. Everybody lines it up.
So they are taken down one by one. The flash comes through. Boostio capitalizes on 2 more.
And we're going to map 3 as 100 Thieves managed to keep the drive alive here, and they managed to win Haven 13-9. There you can see the Sentinels guys getting ready, as well as 100 Thieves as they prep for this 3rd and final map on Split. Welcome back, everyone. Goldenboy here alongside Bren and Wyatt. It seems like the Stuffies are raving with the Red Bulls, having a good time. How could you not? We're going to a map 3, last match of the week. 2 clouded teams, and well, I think we saw some damn good gameplay from 100 Thieves out of that one, particularly Cryo on that ISO, Brent.
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, this is the second time I think that he's brought it out ever in terms of VCT. And compared to the last time he brought it out, which was against Sentinels in 2024 Stage 2, it was night and day still. This guy was unleashed at the beginning of this. He's setting his team up in terms of just the vulnerables, the undercuts he's throwing out for these aggro fights, which we're going to go into pretty much across the board, because that was a large portion as to why 100 Thieves were even getting a semblance of success, really. These ideas that they consistently bring out over and over again, the preparation difference.
Absolutely. And against Narrate, who's also on the ISO, he diffed that man.
Yeah.
He absolutely put him in his back pocket, a deep back pocket. Jinko jeans. He had him all the way down there. It was freelo for him.
Yeah.
With a 276 ACS, 3.1 KDA. I'm going to read numbers that are on the screen.
Yeah, but
that's what I get paid to do.
I was going to say, like, man, I don't know when's the last time I saw Cryo play that agent, but
that was the only other time.
Yeah, and
SEN.
Yeah, and it turns out this time around, went into the hyperbolic time chamber and came out a new man. Love to see it there, but you know that kind of goes to what we were talking about before with that aggression that we were seeing from 100 Thieves. It was really cool to see, but also great to see, as we had highlighted, those set plays, right? That we had highlighted earlier on. That right there, that's the recipe for success for this 100 Thieves.
Same story, different day. This time actually getting these opening kills. Hyper aggro plays, either fighting down C long or fighting out through a lobby, and actually converting them as well into round wins, which was the major difference. It doesn't matter if you get the first kills if you don't actually convert it into the round wins. That was a major struggle for them on Pearl. This time around, not so much. I mean, Sentinels, don't get me wrong, did a very decent job of dragging this one to what, like 6-6 in terms of that first half. So they did a decent job of managing to round it out overall, but this identity that 100 Thieves have just been forming over the course of like the last essentially 2 years, I would really say, where they come out with some very clear set ideas, constantly relentless with the aggression and getting these opening fights to try and snowball the advantages.
I loved it. And you did the Telestrator segment while we were getting into this match, highlighting the emphasis that they put on pre-prepping strats for those really important rounds when you're on the pistol or when you're on your bonus. And that first one we saw, that was on round 3. They just immediately, they're on their bonus round, bet we're sending it down C with 3-4 players, wave of util. The attackers on SEN, they're getting hit by the suppress from Cryo into the stuns, recon. It's like, you're cooked.
Yeah.
Those plays were fantastic. Those are what turned the tide.
I was really concerned though, because for a moment there, it felt like Sentinels were going to start making that comeback happen. They were, you know, creeping round after round after round. But it was great to see that 100 Thieves, the thing that cursed them in that last map, not the case here this time around. They were able to finish this one out.
Yeah, and SEN are a dangerous team as well, because they do have enough experience totaled up where they know how to come back into maps, into series, even when they're just getting blown out like that. And there was that one moment, round 18, where it was like, oh, they got a round win, and I was saying it, and Wyatt was like, no, don't worry, it's the classic thing gonna happen. 100 Thieves build up 5 ultimates, they're all gonna press the same button at the same time, and they're gonna win the round. And that's what ended up happening. Like, they ended up getting over that hurdle that way, because this composition that they're playing on Haven is so damn good at generating the ults and turning it into round wins.
Absolutely. Yeah. I love the way that they played this comp, and again, you know, this map seems to be a sore spot for Sentinels in their pool. They continue to struggle here on Haven in 2025.
Yeah, no, well now let's go ahead and set the stage for map 3. We go to Split. This tried and true map for both teams, I would say. I feel like both teams.
SEN looks really good at it
I think even maybe for the whole of this year, every time we've had a Split third map, it has been a banger. My expectations are high.
First matchup in kickoff. Yeah, 100 Thieves debuted just the full util tsunami comp with the Sage, with the Astra, with the Teja, with the Breach, with the Raze, and everything syncs up. And if you get caught by literally any piece of util, you die.
Do you think we're going to see that again here?
They need to add a bit more, I think, 100 Thieves, because the reason why they weren't able to get off on a running start in kickoff is because once you reveal those ideas and once you reveal your hand, everybody else is going to know about it later on. And in a tournament system where you're playing the games back-to-back on the days, you can't rely on that. But in this format, you have the opportunity, like we said, you've been given a month to essentially cook up new ideas, new plans to try and generate those opening kills. So I want to see some more additions to it. And for Sentinels themselves, I think that they might come into this, at least I'm hoping at least, with a bit more caution at the beginning winning these rounds, given the tendency so far from 100 Thieves to be going for these aggro fights
Not
constantly.
even this year, it's always been a confirmed banger.
Fighting for extremity control, always trying to just essentially take it with pace. For Sentinels to just slow it down a moment, first 20 seconds, take it nice and easy, a nice slow default, wouldn't go amiss for me.
Why is Sideshow not on the show? Dude, I have no idea. Surely you get... Dude, is he not streaming?
It's 100 Thieves
Surely
and
ask him.
Sentinels. Who is going
Just
to
because we're
take
both
the win
English doesn't mean I know
in this
what he's
El
doing.
Clasico? We'll be right back, folks, after this.
Who have I got for last map? I mean, I have 100 Thieves for my pick'em, so I'll stick with. Them comes from kickoff. Yeah, I'm telling you, 100 Thieves wouldn't have changed anything. Again, the only reason that I'm a little bit worried for 100 Thieves is it might be... Again, I said I thought that this is probably the map they would have spent the least time on, which can kind of backfire if you got nothing new. They also haven't shown, like, there's not that much data on it.
We are back, and we are ready for the final and third map. It is split, and these teams are ready to get in. I think looking at the compositions when we get in is going to be big. We're going to have to see if anything has changed because it's been a while since we've seen it split for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it does happen to
because
maps.
if you're looking from the Thieves side, they've only played it once during kickoff, and it was against Sentinels, and it was also them starting off on a defense, and that's where we saw so many of those trap plays, how the Sage was so good with the double initiator and the raise that came out from the side of 100 Thieves. But now, if you're looking at it, they're starting off on the attack, and a Sage maybe might not be enough to activate here for the side of 100 Thieves. Especially if you're looking at their comp, it makes it a little bit difficult for them
They
to
got that
lurk
cool little
around,
default over towards
when
A
you don't
heaven.
have like a Cypher or a Viper to lurk on the A side for the control. But we'll have to wait and find out if anything changes out of that one, and looks like no. And it also makes sense because the victory they got against Sentinels,
I do like
on
this
the
comp.
attack side, I think they got 5 rounds in total. They won pistol,
It's,
they won,
it definitely has its weaknesses.
anti-eco, and then they won bonus, so you could kind of just
So they normally cover it up
without
well.
having to giving a lot of your strategy on the attack side. So I'm expecting to see continuous playbook that deepens out here on the attack side of 100 Thieves.
It is an interesting one where your comfort feels like, hey, if we get 5, that's actually pretty great. We get 6, oh yeah. You know, it's one of those games for how 100 Thieves can play it. But for Sentinels, it's an every round thing. They're going to be coming at you hard.
The comp is kind of weird. Yeah, it's a little weird. It doesn't really...
And I'm sure they know
the comp doesn't really create the passive pressure on A that you want on attack.
Towards the end of
so you
that
kind of have to back that by maybe doing like double fake Astra smokes.
Cryo was able to move around with the team and also
I don't know. We'll see how they handle it. Sentinels on defense, 100 Thieves on attack. Like we said, they kind of struggle at creating the pressure here. So to cover that up, at least on the pistol round, they're going to go over towards A.
Walls across.
Just straight up A site hit.
It's a recall smoke to try to pop into the A site. And looks like Sentinels, they want to play the retake.
Oh. Asano starting already, just being tricky, and he plays his life.
God, a KO got out of there, has nade as well.
These little protocols they have that give him just a bit of an inch.
You saw him,
take
right?
a mile. And that's going to be a kill from Bang.
Yeah, maybe you should have stayed live with his nade.
They're going to drop in from the top of the site after the util hits, but you can see Narrate ready to answer back and delay.
Nice flash too. They can start flooding in now for Sentinels.
All right, drops
yeah, they really isolate the 2 on site here.
100 Thieves now have to decide which way is the best to shoot. The defuse is going to go down, adding more pressure onto the site. It's only up now to EU rather.
Ah, really nice, really nice from Sentinels. Just ignore the wall over towards spawn. Bit of pressure here, and they have the retake wall, and they just go straight on site. Just isolate the 2, insta stick. One person stays heaven for. That was nice. One person stays heaven for the 2 that are probably going to wrap heaven in reaction.
The beautiful paranoia and flash for them to retake towards that front of the site. You saw the reflank coming up on the top of the A ramp, but Zelsis just stayed very patient inside the fence, and he was the most important position, the key piece here to allow Sentinels to
we're at 3-2 for pistols.
For 100 Thieves to play the pulse plant on the top when it's planted for them. Very, very nicely done once again from the veteran here of Sentinels, and we are quick up middle.
W on W here. It's going to be the judge. One shot reload, but he is going to be able to get a few off of that. Make sure he's safe. A few actually shots before that as Zelsis is just doing work behind the camera here. And it is now EU and Boostio left alive. Spike just out of reach.
Narrate's first contact. Nice shot.
That'll do it. Zelsis one of the better. Vipers are holding over towards middle. Gets rid of the judge. Picks up the Bulldog.
With judges on this map of Split, and Zelsis takes a little bit out of his playbook and was able to anchor up that.
I'm a little bit worried for 100 Thieves that they can't win this round. Because then they got a weakness of the comp, and they're off to a bad start.
Especially if you're looking at how you're leveraging this initiator, double
Okay,
initiator.
just straight up towards A again.
Space here for your raise to move up. And
Like
she's
we
just
said,
gonna
it's
right
hard to create
into
pressure here,
your
so
judge.
they
And
need
even
to
if
like
you're
double
getting
fake
stunned,
smoke here, or can go
still
heaven
white
with
spread, you can
numbers.
still do a lot of damage.
Yeah, they actually commit a
If the
smoke.
team catches anything, now moving the fault line up to the top.
Like
of
this
ramp,
from
finally
Sentinels.
hits.
Lose a ramp. At the
Asuna
same time, we got a
space.
one-way in middle, and they take a lot of control.
No rounds for 100 Thieves yet, but each one has consisted of Asuna just consistently breaking the defensive line and the team following very fast.
Even a smoke that was thrown onto defense to try to block off vision. Cycling up with the wall wasn't enough. All of 100 Thieves already made it through. Trying to find information is the counter of Sentinels, knowing that there's still a lot of pressure up towards Heaven.
Oh, Omen Flash goes in. Wait, this is nice.
Off the stairwell, didn't bounce the way he wanted. EU gets that one through the smoke. Narrate's actually pretty low, or another pretty low.
Very nice, man. It's been the same. It's been the same theme every single map, though. Sentinels play very well together. They're always doing everything together.
That's actually very nice from Sentinels too. They just waited for the rotate across from Bang so they could double
Yeah, this
flash
Omen
from
Flash was
Paranoia and
awesome.
Narrate.
Omen Flash to
So
clear
Sentinels,
this.
very, very clean
And
in
then
the
just everyone
protocols.
sending into
And
heaven.
that's something that I haven't seen coming out of the refight on A Heaven yet.
Yeah. They wanted to meet. Usually you let the team drop out or see if they'll peek you, but a very close choke point, or a very small choke point to get through. I mean, Sentinels still make it work.
But EU actually
15
has
seconds.
second as he's made his way around. He's going to have to hurry up a little bit more, though. Has to make noise now. Should be
Yeah,
easier
very,
kill.
very
There you
nice
go.
from
There was a
Sentinels.
little bit more. There was an
Bonus
opportunity to
rounds
play
to
from behind, but
Sentinels, 100 Thieves, no
felt
money.
the pressure of that clock and
Haven't
had
been
to
able
start moving a
to.
little bit more quickly. But to go back to your point, as you were saying, instead of waiting to drop and play,
They're gonna have to go elsewhere
whatnot
around the
and
map,
react,
and I
the
don't know if they.
main play
I feel like they're gonna
around
struggle
what,
to go
Sentinels
elsewhere
just
around the
did
map
there was still
because
to
they might
fight
have to
towards
commit
A
that
Heaven no
smoke
matter
over
what, right?
towards
Because if
A.
you drop into the site and go for the plant,
Wait,
well,
they
you can
go
still
A
double
again?
flash and move into A Heaven control. So you don't allow here for 100 Thieves to play for the plant for Heaven. They have to turtle up within the site. It allows for you to pincer and flood a little bit better, knowing that most 100 Thieves will be stuck here inside the site. So I love this type of look here from Sentinels, and they're trying to close the gap once again for
tanked the flash.
100 Thieves, but Asuna keeps getting denied here with counter util on the side of Sen.
Quick 1-2 from Zekin. They've still tried to take A over and over again, so we have to consider this is being conditioned quite a bit without 100 Thieves losing it. The rest of the map is still there for them to use. But man, have Sentinels locked this down. Time. Oh. There's the shots.
Ooh.
There's the cleanup. John Cutie keeps
Yeah,
the
I was
spam
kind of
coming
worried
in
when
Flex, Cryo, and EU.
Zekin bailed, but John did great.
Not this time.
Very, very nice.
Zelsis still coming up the rope.
There's so
There's
much
too
money
to
here.
look at for
So
Xander
much
once
money.
again. 4
And Thieves
for
probably need to do a
Sentinels in some
timeout.
very clean rounds here.
Exactly.
And
A
there's
great
a lot
start
to
for
talk
Sentinels
about.
already. Within 4 rounds, they've tied the amount of rounds they had against 100 Thieves the last time on this map during kickoff. There's a series that still, no matter what, went in the hands of Sentinels. As White mentioned before, it was a lot of gambles in terms of the veto, thinking that 100 Thieves are going to get a lot of value off the bind pick, something that were so good in the past, but faltered towards the end of last year.
Okay, is this not too obvious? They change
Now
up
another
their
series,
star.
another banger class that goes into a 3-map series. 100 Thieves back into
They
a
now
buy
do a
and
star
trying
to make
delay
it
a
look
push into the B
double
main,
block
because they do have a
to
lot of
create
players.
pressure.
John Judy even one away from getting the Armageddon.
Exactly.
Feels like a little bit too obvious.
Control to start is
You can
great,
literally tell from the beginning of the
nobody
round
from
where they
100
want to
Thieves has
go.
moved for even any map control.
Yeah,
even the drone stop a bit. Sorry, Riv, the drone stop a bit, so you're not going to get the max value in terms of how much you could clear.
We see him considering the state of
Yeah,
the game, right?
Tron went
That-
deep
with
over
that
towards
ult, with
A.
what can be stopped, but
Free
the
orb,
control
your ult
is
for retake
slow.
if they
The
need it.
A-line for Sentinels lets them know nothing's happening, and
Oh,
Zekin's
all
going to
that.
go on a fact-finding mission and figure out the rest of what's going on.
1, 2.
Jeez. They're setting themselves up so well in these rounds.
As they do this too, The breach is still in a good line to, well, actually, I was about to say that. But it would be in a
40
good spot
seconds.
here to assist.
They got most of the util out of
on
them.
top of Heaven. Because right now, Osna is just keeping everybody at bay. Look at the amount of util it takes just to try to push him back. And he won't have too much on a retake. So now the anchors towards the A side have to come up huge.
Oh, Zekin still clears
got
though
a
from
double.
the site. They didn't know
And
he was
John
just
honestly
down
did
towards
great
elbow
to get
still,
one.
Being able to be very mobile around the map with these gate crashes. And now another moment of wonder.
Okay, it's looking really rough for 100 Thieves. They're definitely going to have a good defense, but they need some rounds, and it just hasn't even looked close. Like the pistol round looked the closest.
But unfortunately, a miscom overextension at the bottom, an easy kill right here
Loudly from Zekin, man.
EU. But Sentinels are looking to have a pretty clean and strong attack defense side so far, already forcing out a timeout from 100 Thieves.
Wild start. Both teams have come up off a map loss and just came out firing.
This is done.
Sentinels here doing it on the third map, maybe
Getting close to it.
just the time they needed
Not
to
yet,
do it
but
again.
very close.
Zig
The problem is
speaking with
Sentinels
the
have
team to
so
figure
much
out
money
kinda
as
what
well.
macro can be done now, seeing the plays not working. It seems like 100 Thieves is, getting mid, getting towards A, but out of those positions,
The wall's not
so
good.
closed in by Sentinels.
They wanted to.
I mean,
the
right
thing is,
now
that
they're just
it's
passing
just a
the ladders for
crossfire,
each other
right? It's not
defense.
like
Yeah,
they're
able to
trying
take
to
control of
do anything
B
crazy with
Heaven,
the wall. It's
but
just to
never really
block
getting
off one of the
into
angles for a
B side
crossfire
yet.
to like clear
And
this
also
fast.
towards the A side, they're kind of
Might have been
stalled
easier to
towards
do the
top of
right,
Heaven
but
and can't really get into the site
then you force
itself
them into
on
the
A
rest of your
either.
team.
And I think again, it's off the
And you also cut off the fact that you might go over towards Heaven.
allowing 400 Thieves to gain a little bit
in
of
your
that space, but
afterplan.
not a little bit more towards the extremities of the sites.
Right.
And I think here for 100 Thieves, they got to start potentially fighting even more towards that spawn. Knowing the position that Sentinels have, the double initiator, one's going to be in an iPad, the other one's going to be in a asphalt line. There's opportunities to kind of catch them off guard if you have good counter utility towards the end, and you do so, because EU has his own salvos, Busio has his own fault
But I think
line.
they're playing a no Cypher or Viper on this map. I think it's playing on hard mode. Like it is playing on hard mode. So I think you can. So I think you can win for sure.
It's been absolutely
So I
wild.
think it's a lot harder than it needs to
So
be.
where do they
Yeah.
go from here? Spike's going to be towards mid,
Like,
and
no doubt
still
about it.
Sentinels feel like keeping all this initiator utility together so they can either
Yeah, they go for the
retake
old
or
school
delay a
wall
site.
in
So
the game
smart.
for, I mean, kind of since the first month of the game, just to try to kill anyone over towards Heaven.
The one thing they could really do right now is try to play contact in the very beginning, but both initiators are looking to allow the 3 players to push up towards B Heaven. There's that util to push through. Nice opening by
Okay.
Osna.
Push off. Salvo comes through to give him quite a bit of room, but there's still. It doesn't seem
Asuna
like they're
gets another
confident to
kill, he
take it.
gets
It's
his
just
ult.
giving them baby steps here, and they need more
Spike
than
still
baby
needs to
steps
go
to get into
from
the site with this
B
low buy.
Heaven.
That's a quick kill from Narrate. More delay in the aftershock. Cryo could really get some big space here, but no.
Really
Sentinel
nice from
is
Bang.
very
Dude,
ready
Sentinels
for
are
the
just taking
situation,
turns of
and
just
even
like someone
Armageddon to
on
boot
site getting
and
a
close out
2K.
the round 6-0 for
There's
Sentinels.
Zekin over towards A. Got Bang here now as well. They're just shutting it down.
So Xander wasn't ready for that one. They definitely did try a nice little opening to kick things off here for Asuna. But then right after, it's the Sentinel salvos right after. That doesn't allow for 100 Thieves to flood after the gap that was actually produced by the first blood from Asuna.
Didn't matter too much, but still.
Thought he had a safe passage right there.
You gotta
a safe
imagine
corner to hide from,
with
but
5
unfortunately
ults they can win a round.
Operator finally.
This was the TP that Boo was talking about the other day that's kind of
They're feeling
underrated.
rich
Just
right now.
aggro over
Zekin's gonna
towards
hold
A,
the
TPing
beeline,
over
and that
towards
just
the
gives
right.
everybody on the
He did a
map
stun,
comfort
insta
to
swing
watch
with it as well.
everything else if
Big
he
jewel
isn't
on
seeing
A.
anything,
Chris?
which his vision's going to be flooded in a
Chris
second.
out here sleeping, man.
The
Big
quick
kill
pick
from
for
Xander.
Boostio. The drone's going to push him just offline, and they're going to have freedom on this one. Nicely played, not going in dry on that peak, and the utils flooding into the site with a Cosmic Divide for protection.
The wall doesn't really allow for them to plant. They have to actually
That's
fight
a
through
little
this.
weird.
Okay, thankfully nobody's fighting back.
Whoops.
Good news for 100
Be
Thieves.
able to get out here.
They only have to
Two
use one
left.
ult.
Oh. The wall in their face doesn't go over the spike, obviously, but they still have the avenues to shoot through.
Yeah, it worked out pretty well. Sentinel's money is outrageous, so 100 Thieves are going to have to do this 2 more times to force them down to an eco. Even then, might not even work, depending on the armor they buy.
Instead of trying to pull Asuna with a double satchel all the way up towards heaven, all the way to the vents, he goes for a satchel to stop right here out in the open. So the second smoke that was thrown towards the mill right here where he gets the kill was a recall. So the idea was just to...
Good chat. Okay, let's get 6.
The idea
Let's
was
get
just
6.
to really try to take down
It's a nice fast track.
Zelsis right there in that moment, because he's been playing such good positions.
The Sentinel's timeout after losing 1 round.
Yeah. So it's
Ooh,
a nice little
I love that.
thing that Zix has seen on the type of
About.
positioning that Sentinels have been doing at the very beginning of these rounds.
Kaplan calls the timeout after 1. Says, nah, slow down, 100 Thieves. Just takes it right away. Wants to chat with the team and let them know what's going on. As you can see, he's doing most of the talking right now. And I wouldn't think this is anything of a worry. Just really repositioning, understanding what might have affected them there after the 100 Thieves conditioning, which was mainly the right side of the map in mid for a long time.
Yeah, the counter timeout from Kaplan now is, will we try to get more support for Zelsis around this spot? Because it hasn't really been tested, and when they did,
These timeouts are annoying to go up against, yeah, for sure.
That kill that
Just
he
any
just
little
got,
bit of
or he
momentum as
received
well.
here from Asuna, was actually his first death in this map so far.
Yeah.
So he was currently 7-0-1 until he finally got dropped. So despite him being so hot in these moments in his position, I like the fact that 100 Thieves still wanted to disrespect the plays here from Zelsis and drop him down.
And even with that 100 Thieves win, that was just the Cosmic Divide.
Okay,
used
late
for
punish over
ultimates
towards here.
still ready.
Smoke. Oh my goodness. Dude, more fast strats. Zelsis has to get forced into the open. There was a slow here. Dude, they expected he might have got here.
Still alive somehow.
Yeah.
I can't believe he got out.
Very close. Zelsis is going to be limping around the rest
Getting
of the round.
spams. He's in a slow. The ult was coming out.
Damage to look at here.
1, 2, 3, 4, passing over towards middle. It's going to get wild in middle. Sentinels win the duels. Ult goes down. Oh my goodness, man. Spam back. Kills Zelsis. There was a low HP. Oh, dude, that's the kill, is it not? Feels like that's the kill. Oops.
Little ahead of themselves.
Especially when Narrate has
This is absolute mayhem. I love this push from
Beautifully done
Bang.
for Busio, and also by EU not to give a chance here for Zelsis to get that pit out. But this push from Bang, spotted now by EU.
They should just go be
This
heaven.
will potentially get John Cutie ready.
Dude, Bang gets spotted, insta ults, and kind of creates
Still
the
have the
pressure that he might
util.
be back towards site. Wait, that
moving
dude,
over
Bang
now,
is
'cause
Bang
he
is having a
TP'd
good
towards that
game though.
spawn.
This is fast from
Now the
him.
players are going to walk back towards A heaven. They're walking for contact.
30 seconds left.
No sound made. And this is up to John Cutie here. He's actually
Doable.
figuring they're going to
Too
go
low
both
HPs.
sides. And just keeping 1-1 in sight. Xander about to walk into the crosshair, the double up! And he sees the Teo Salvo.
Damn, dude. This is a lovely round in the 2v3 from them. I want to give a little shout out to Bang there. I know John did incredible, but the fact that Bang gets spotted at bottom middle, and they know that the tail was over towards Vents, so they're about to pivot over towards B heaven. He ults, creates the pressure back over towards B, and then they go back into John in this pause. That was sick from them. I'm so impressed with how Bang played that. I know John's absolutely owned it, but I'm telling you, the only reason he's in this position is because of Bang.
Disgusting
That was
stuff.
awesome.
The timeout snuffed from 100 Thieves. They try to re-rotate. And the quality tactics, read it as it is. EU starts off with a very nice first blood, though. Taking Zekin down is going to slow things down quite a bit here.
Zekin looks like it was tunnel vision to try to take down Cryo. EU wide swings and picks him off, and that now gives another gap towards middle that 100 Thieves could start taking advantage of.
Asuna on the stinger. Expect him to go into that showstopper form at some point.
Dude, what a round that
Continue to
was.
Use that in the face of Sentinels.
Let's look at the
Both
money
initiators
at
still,
the moment.
though, for
It's a
SEN here, ready
4v5.
to delay
It's
it,
a
eh?
must win for 100
Deep in
Thieves.
sight, though. Actually close in sight, I should say.
2-4
They're in some
loss
pretty
bonus
dangerous
on top
spots
of
if
this
they do
means
hit
another
with
eco.
Asuna's ult.
The game's just
Cryo
done.
was actually anchored
Too
up
many
on that B
rounds.
side, so calls out that there was a smoke
So
in
this is
Paranoia,
everything.
So the movement is still on that side. They should now be ready for the initiators playing towards this A site here.
Really, he looked at him.
Should, right?
Maybe thought he was dead or something, but he didn't.
Zell Zelsis, what a savior. Lovely molly. Goes in, gets the trades, gets an extra one.
Comes up with some big
Yeah,
retaliation.
he needs to
frags here,
chill, I
drops into
think.
sight to help the team after that fault line.
Oh, man.
And a third one for Zelsis
Look at
here.
the individuals.
And it's already
Look
sourced
at
out
them
where
all
Cryo's
go.
coming from. Bang
Oh,
with a
they've
sixth sense.
actually
Picks
owned
up an
them.
8th round for Sentinels.
And that's unfortunate.
Everyone
timing
from
there for
100
Cryo.
feet sitting at
Again,
2,500.
he's seen the flash and the smoke coming out from Bang from the B site, so he's looking back towards the spawn, thinking that he still beat the timing of Bang on the rotate. But Bang was already moving down towards that ramp. But one more time.
Do I think that a Sage should be lurking with Sage Res? No, not really.
And him getting that kill onto Cryo's teammate didn't give a chance here for Cryo to look back towards that bottom ramp to try to get the res.
Zelsis is on one today, and it's meaning multiple timeouts already coming in from Zix to figure out what they can do. When your composition worked so well against Sentinels last time and you are actually finding no ground this time around, how do you fix that?
Yeah, definitely. You got to give praise here to Zelsis so far, because although Wide has mentioned here that Zelsis has been quite consistent going into the Vice role, and even on today looking like one of the best Vice in the world, going into the grand finals of Kickoff versus G2, he actually did calm down for a bit, and then you saw what happened in Bangkok. But it wasn't only on Zelsis, it was the whole team kind of just shutting down and not getting the best results that they wanted to.
A deadlock instead of the Sage.
One of Kickoff, a chip on the
Yeah,
shoulder,
honestly.
as mentioned by Zek in
Hard
another
to argue
interview,
against.
one to prove here to the Sentinels fans that they're much more than what they've shown towards Bangkok.
Yeah.
And they're
Yeah, if
definitely
you
showing
get
it here. It's
I mean,
3-1 now
if
in
you're
the
gonna
half
have
on
the
third
weakness,
The
the
Vibe
Sage in the
Merchant
deadlock,
evolving into
head
the
to
Kill
head.
Merchant here for
I
map
agree.
3, bringing everything for the squad.
Yeah, Vibe Merchant turning into like the black market.
It's scary. Anytime.
I mean, I do just think this is
They
done.
go down here. Zekin with the Outlaw. They still have a lot of money
like
to
to
work
stay
with. 100
optimistic,
Thieves
but-
continue to work with these low buys.
They can maybe get 2.
That's all they have, right? The moments that they have,
And
these
then-
shorter buys are
and then is
looking
this
for
comp not
a
gonna
little bit
get
more explosion
more than
towards the
2?
middle, but the default continues to be the same. So you see a timeout coming out from Zix, but they're still going for the same type of approach. But I feel that at this point, they have to be a little bit more confident on these pace. Look at this fault line to try to open up on that side. Yes, they'll take a little bit of mail. And now I want to see the overextension to continue to fight back towards the top of B. Go for this pincer maneuvers. And the pincer doesn't work. Second moves forward and drops Boostio with the Outlaw.
And they hear Spike too, so the idea of what's going down on the map is also kind of pointed out in this mid push. Still, it's where the aggression's been, so Bang has not turned his eyes away from it. He knows something is coming from Mailroom. Yeah, they're very ready. Ready to fault line the low buy. Sentinels is not taking any chances.
Yeah, they don't. They want to take a risk.
Hands out actually to throw
And we've been
hands.
holding onto the ult for ages, and we use it in a
Everything they're
4v5
doing
when we
right
have an
now
eco.
must be so annoying for 100 Thieves. They still have a chance to make this work, to get into sight. But it's they're stunned up for the entirety of that showstopper. Oh my gosh, they just fall into the hands of Bang. He's happy to collect 2. The close-up stinger is going to help for Cryo as he picks up another one, but Zekin, again, for dimensional drift. They just go for both members. 8 seconds left. Teho is going to stop them. He's forced to plant closer to
Damn, dude. It's so nice.
Zekin comes out of the
As much as 100 Thieves are kind of messing up a lot, I'm loving how together Sentinels are playing.
The on-the-fly calls and adaptation once again from Sentinels. Zekin going into the dimensional drift so that John Cutie can get the salvos at the right place, to get the stun at the right place, where he can't even get the pull after the spike on time to even go for the Hail Mary plant. I'm surprised here that Cryo didn't even go for a res when they finally dropped into the site and got some control. I feel like he's been holding on to this res the whole half.
Yeah, you're almost forced with the way that Sentinels is playing. It's a battle res, one of the most dangerous. You just gotta have the wall for it the most.
It's just such good reaction coming out from Sentinels. The Hail Mary of the rocket on the previous round was going to be the win con for 100 Thieves, and he gets stopped right away by the Rolling Thunder. So the reads are so good from Sentinels on the defense.
Yeah, it's crazy.
A big wish he had a Sage pocket in his team, because he's down to
Okay,
11
let's
HP
hyper
after he had
focus
a
on
bit- a
this.
bit of a spray going on
This
towards that
ult's
B
been up
main.
for too long.
So finally a
See how many
different look
risks
for
we're
100
taking
Thieves
with
at the very
that,
beginning.
with a Sage that has res.
Pressure towards the B side, but the finish seems to still be the same. Trying to punish Zelsis inside Mail.
I mean, in this, you just go for a fodder res, right? Have somebody run up, take that mail, res them up. Like you said, it's been hard for them to find a reason for them to use it. So make a reason.
Okay,
to use it.
they call for the fake on B and then the walk over towards A. We can see mini-map wise, it's definitely worked.
Get a pick, and then they'll be back on a 5-on-4. But now he's sacrificing his life, at least for the first kill. Keep some players over towards that B site.
Yeah. Seeing the raise too should draw some numbers.
Okay, and then they call them back over towards B. The spike is rotating at 20 seconds, so they're going to be walking into the choke point at like, what, 15 seconds? Not even. And the rate's got a stun. And the rate has damage, double flash. We got a Viper Molly? No. Guys, I can't get through the choke point. You guys can't get through the choke. It's an absolute disaster, dude. It's a disaster class. It really is.
What just happened in that round for 100 Thieves on the call?
See it again. Even with this first kill, right? Asuna coming in with a beautiful kill here. They have a Yoru, and when has we not seen Zekken kind of in the back of that site, at elbow at times, taking 2 down late in the round.
Oh man.
State of the game lost on
that was awesome
right
to
now.
watch.
Sentinels focusing on them. They have control of it all, Van Silly. They've only lost that one coming into the second half, or the map, I should say, as they're looking for just 3 more to close this one out.
Oh, and a walk contact.
Okay, we got a Sage Res though.
Unstoppable
Here we
once
go.
again. No
Sage
util
Res.
to really push him this time around.
The Teo ready with the salvos.
Thankfully,
John's kind of in place. Has a gun out though.
Nah, run over the body. Into the vent. Sasuna is going to get Zausis though. Drops the big fragger on the round.
Someone say
Bang's
Sage
still
Res.
ready to fight. Bang is still ready to fight.
Sage Res.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ooh, beautiful guard on that. 100 Thieves, it's taken a lot of their pressure, a lot of their presence to get through this though as the Armageddon comes through. Safety for Asuna just on the side of the ult.
We're at the edge and now a player advantage as well. Finally the res getting value. There's a big lurk coming out now from Narrate. Full kit.
This movement from Asuna, if he can stay unknown, it's big. Narrate with one already. Full util.
Didn't want to say it. No, he didn't have that ult yet.
And they know where Asuna is too.
Aftershot towards the back to push him out. Beautiful by Narrate.
Crazy utility usage. It's now going to be all up to Asuna. He knows he's got to look high. He's got to look low. 5 bullets left in the chamber.
Holy did they 11-1 them.
In from top down. The defuse for Narrate.
11-1.
Round for Narrate right there. 2 players swing against him, stays behind the box.
Oh, it's rough. It does feel like what we said at the beginning looks pretty true, right? They probably focused so heavily on the other maps and just thought that their split would be okay.
To win a 1v2 on that side, convert a 2v3 for Sentinels, and he cannot do any
Sentinels
wrong
look nice though.
on this map.
Gotta give them that.
A very fast first half. We'll have to see how quick it can be for Sentinels when we come back from the break.
Still rough though from 100 Thieves. So many rounds where they like could have just popped their ults and they didn't really. The calling felt a little bit rough. The ideas felt rough. Everything felt. Everything didn't feel good. Narrate? No, Sentinels look nice, dude. I'm telling you, they're playing well together. At least they got 1 round echoes. That's criminal. You can't be typing that. Can't be typing that one. Then I've had a lot of prep against this comp because Cuba Academy play it. Interesting. What, with the Sage as well?
Sentinels, and 1 round for 100 Thieves to run with here in the second half. They'll be on defense where they usually find their footing with the Sage composition on split, but I feel like the rug has already been pulled out from underneath them.
Yeah, the copium now for Sentinel or for 100 Thieves is that they actually had a very strong defensive side as well against Sentinels. Although I like to say that Sentinels probably knows what to expect.
Yeah.
So it'll definitely be a difficult
That's so weird,
for
Bacan.
100 Thieves.
Dude, maybe the deadlock
Pistol
comp is a
round
thing.
is imperative for any kind of cushion for 100 Thieves here to have a life in the second half. They're playing the initiators as well towards A. We saw this from SEN. It's just so good for the retake or the delay. And SEN's focus is going to be mid here to get some util out before they commit with the spike anywhere.
Also looks like Cryo is trying to move forward. Nice shot by us on a start though.
Oh my.
Oh, bang with the trade.
Oh my goodness. He's doing like
All right, already getting
acrobatics.
spicy, the 1-for-1 here. And Busio is going to answer as well. Now it's up for SEN to make that 3v5 conversion happen.
So what I was going to mention, it didn't look like here that Cryo was looking to react and wall up towards middle. They wanted to wall up here towards the top of B Heaven just to try to stall a little bit more. Nice little drone though to allow Sentinels to move down.
Honestly, that kind of sums
Just
it all up.
identified and taken out. Xander and Cryo fall immediately, and
Just
just
end it fast, man. End it fast. I'm ready to go to bed.
Cutie in mail to deliver.
Tides have turned.
Dude, we cast it, man. We cast it. It was split, third map.
So good there.
It's meant to
For John Cutie inside melee
always
has to be
provide a
cleared.
banger. And they're going to get 13-1'd.
Oh, they don't check enough. He does. He jumps back again. John Cutie's always ready. He's had those flicks on point all game. EU has to deal with the mailman, and
Watch
he
the
does.
Pacific
Cutie's
games?
down.
Yeah.
Low
I need
health
to
on
get some sleep
narrate.
fast.
Low health on bang. John Cutie moves in, and narrate only
Okay,
needs one
you hate
shot
to
for
write
this
it,
classic
but
to
oops,
bring it to 12
11
and bring it to
chances.
game point for Sentinels.
Should be okay,
Flicks are so
you would
good.
imagine.
We're on the side of Sentinels here. And yeah, map series point 12-1. An unexpected turn of events here in his third map. Not expected that it was going to be so one-sided for Sentinels to start.
It's over, these guys. It's over.
Oh, man. Signed, sealed, and delivered, says Bang, even with another round to go.
No pity for his old team.
No way. He knows he made the right choice now. Doesn't even have to say it anymore.
The gamble now, Hail Mary towards the front of even it's winning all the way towards the back towards spawn.
Surely, come on.
Greeted by Bang and already a one-player advantage for Sentinels. And about to taste the victory here. Forcing now 100 Thieves to just move around the map and trying to find an information on where they lost.
That's cracking me up.
On middle, at least to start.
Look at that. They know where Cryo is. They know where the wall could be potentially in a slow that would stop them. Everything else here they can run by except for the fault line. And it looks like they are going to try to initiate. Oh, Zekin already tempting back at the site with a gate crash here.
We're flashing high for A, but nobody's fighting for heaven.
Yep. Because the follow-up just isn't there when they need it. Zekin's moving forward. Another kill almost with a classic.
Thought he was
goes
going to win
again
that
for
duel
a
with a
fight
classic
the
as
team
well.
Pressuring in. Paranoia goes in sight to give him distance, and it's going to hit Xander just on the end. Now it's up to EU. 4 alive here for Sentinels. They have been so strong throughout the map. They look to close this out in such a clean manner on the third one of Split as we hit this decider. And now they just watch EU
Dude, what's
jump
that hit
back
off?
and forth before it's
how's that possibly bounce like that? Okay, they got wrecked. They got absolutely wrecked. Very, very nice for Sentinels. Dude, they looked good. They played together. Played more together than they did in Bangkok on a majority of the rounds.
Dismantling 100 Thieves, where they received such a terrible defeat the last time. And
Yeah, they got wrecked on attack, man. The no pressure on A.
But again, you have
The
to look
pistol
back
into
here
a
in that last round that
bonus.
just happened. It just shows to me there was a little bit of layers missing around the approach that 100 Thieves wanted to bring with this composition on both attack and defense. Especially on that flash, it seems as though it was a Hail Mary for Xander to stay alive towards the A site, but no coordination to clear up at least the scale
okay,
back
let's
into
get this
A
map
happened
uploaded,
before. So
and
we're
then
always one step ahead
we can go to bed.
for 100 Thieves to be able to capitalize on the game plan, and Sentinels took advantage of that for sure.
Palmer running around spawn in 20 seconds. Dude, that round was
For a
criminal.
lot of these players.
I think there's a lot of rounds that are going to haunt 100 Thieves here. Even if you go all the way back to PAL.
Seeing Zealous pop off again, the Kaplan timeouts absolutely patching the hole. That was the question. They were doing good. And
Stage
Kaplan has
1,
found
map
a way.
3 split.
Zakin chatting with the team as we saw before.
Okay, chat, I'm going to go to bed pretty fast. Who's around that watches the interviews?
Because of how strong they were inside the
Like
game.
Sean Garris, maybe?
It's not just the macro. That's a whole upgrade.
Yeah. And again, if it's not on the macro, look at the individual
I feel
skill.
like Sean always watches the
Zelsis
interviews.
has popped off today. Even narrate. Again, an emotional player that they were mentioning at the desk, and he was all smiles for sure. He had so many good hero moments.
Old reliable, yeah.
Zelsis.
It really is. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. If you are here in, I think 6 hours and you want to watch some Pacific games, then tune in. If not, I'll be back for Next Americas. At the end of the week, we've got EMEA starting. We also have Black Chat tomorrow. Also, so I will see you somewhere pretty soon. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Thank you. Appreciate you all.
I'm sure can be happy with those
Peace.
100 Thieves have things they can look at to work on. We saw them
Goodbye,
kind of, as we talked about, buying being one of the maps that people figured out that comp they use. So now
peace.
Split might be one of those as well. It's, however, time to talk to more about
YouTube chat. Thank you so much as well, guys. Thank you. Sub if you can. Bye, everyone.
With Zelsis.